All right, I am live. I'm live. Okay, so today I'll start off by saying, what's my intention? I always ask that, anytime people are committed to something, like, what's the intention? You know, you see somebody do something and they seem to have a pattern, you have to ask yourself, what is the intention? And I'll say clearly, my intention when it comes to engaging with BGS, my intention is this. This brother has created um, a story, a narrative. I would call it a SBE tall tale about the victimhood of Black men and the fact that they are stuck in this purgatory of suffering. And my argument is because of the men I see in my community, I feel like it's a false narrative. And not only is it a false narrative, it's not based on anything. And a lot of the stuff that, BGS puts forth as the excuses and the reasons that Black men can't thrive, I would argue are all false. They're all made up. To the extent that he has to go into deep history, right? He's got to go into slavery and all this, all this struggle and strife of the past. That has to be where he begins the conversation instead of beginning the conversation at right now. So what I'm saying is that narrative is old, that scholarship is old, that research is old, and books are old. Half of the people he's talking about who wrote this shit are dead. That's a sign. I just want to say that. That's a sign that you don't need to use scholarship when the person who wrote it is dead. I'm just saying that could be a good thing to believe and understand. You don't use the scholarship when the author is dead. That means it's too old. That means it's outdated. It's not relevant. I'm just saying. So that's I guess you would say, if I have a gripe, I would say that BGS needs to update his scholarship. Stop reading old shit, referring to old shit that's not relevant. And, this is done. Take that off. Stop reading old stuff. Stop referring to old problems. We got new problems. They're definitely worth, talking about. The new problems, the new issues. And I would argue that most of the new issues are easily solved if people make better decisions. That's what I would argue. Most of the problems that Black people have right now, easily solved. I got solutions. Solutions ain't hard. That's my thing. Solutions are not hard. And I just don't hear any solutions. I don't hear anything revolutionary. I don't hear anything that sounds like progress, you know. And so that's my issue. I'm like, at what point are we going to get on? At what point are we going to have a plan to make progress? And that's why I believe in, people laugh, say what they want to say, but I believe in rugged individualism. That's what I believe in. I believe you as an individual, because nobody else can control anybody, nobody else can really motivate anybody. You can be inspired, but at the end of the day, you can't you can take a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. And so I would argue that inspiration is great, but at the end of the day, there's personal responsibility. And so, as people know, people call it a cult, but BGS has a whole bunch of guys who come to him and they need to keep their narrative, their old tired ass narrative alive of why they can't do this and why this ain't working and that ain't working and stuff. And it's just undone. It's tired, it's old, and it's time to use current scholarship. Okay, we've done all the study of the past, we've done all of that. We've understood the history of slavery. We understand what the white man did. And this is my whole thing. It's not genuine. Because if you're going to study things, you have to say to yourself, how were Black women affected? Right? How were Black women affected? Psychologically, how were Black women, And if your claim to fame is, oh, black women, sold black men out, well, look at the conditions. What do you expect? What's up, V Dub? What's up? So that's my issue with BGS. I feel like um he's using outdated research because it benefits him. Just sticking to the slavery and that slave narrative and the civil rights movement and all this other stuff. It keeps you in a defeated mindset. We're in modern era, and I would argue that anybody who wants to actually have an opportunity, a chance, there's nothing stopping you. That's why he doesn't want to move it forward in history. He wants to keep talking about slavery and keep talking about civil rights and all the things that were barriers. Those barriers, for the most part, are gone. Those barriers are gone. And so you got to explain why you keep talking about it. Why do you regurgitate the struggles of slavery as an excuse for SBE? What's up, Cynical? Hey. So I'm inviting. BGS keeps tagging me, which I don't mind. He wants to engage. He keeps tagging me in these old ass videos, you know, wanting me to understand, to see the truth. But the truth is, we're in modern era, and look at it. Anybody who wants an opportunity, am I lying? Anybody who wants an opportunity has it. There's nothing stopping any black man or black woman from enrolling in a college today. God damn it, today. Matter of fact, you can get your ass online right now, and you can fill out your FAFSA form, get scholarships and all kind of grants and loans, and go to damn school. There's nothing stopping anybody. Any career field. Can't say that in the 1960s. Any career field you want to go into today, nobody's stopping you. Nobody. Tell me who's going to stop you from enrolling in school. You want to be an engineer. Who's going to stop you? Who? How? Explain it to me. Who's going to stop you? What you wrote? What you write? TCO. What's TCO? What's TCO? Who's going to stop you? You want to go for engineering? You want to go into anything, science, mathematics? There's nothing stopping black men or black women from entering. You want to be a damn astronaut? There's a job out here. There's opportunity out here. Matter of fact, we live in an international globalist economy. Okay? And so the sky's the limit. You can go from here as with an American passport, man, you are unstoppable. There are people, I know people for a fact, there are people who have gone to Dubai, never sold real estate before, but you got to pay your leases for a whole year in Dubai. So if you get an apartment and it's 10,000 a month, you're gonna pay 120,000 flat out. And guess what? You get 5%, 3% as the leasing agent. There's Americans that go over there and make a killing. I'm saying that the sky's the limit. There is nothing stopping any black American. You got an American passport. You got a right to be here. You're in a superpower, the richest country in the world. Please explain to me, BGS, how we have to keep talking about slavery, how we have to keep talking about a time when black people didn't have equal opportunity. There was a time, yes, when they would tell you, you can't come to Harvard. You can't go to this school. You can't major in that. There was a time that don't exist right now. So all this SBE and blaming and talking about the black woman sold herself out and sold the black man out during slavery, it is the white man's plan to mentally enslave. He did a good job. Okay. Congratulations to the white man. And we still have residue of that. But where does the healing begin? Where does the new story start? That's what I'm asking. I don't know if Master Teacher is busy or he don't want to talk today. I don't know. But he's been invited. And without that, if he don't want to give no feedback and no thoughts, I tell you what I'm going to do. I have some new research, and this may be boring to many, but I'm going to pull some new data. I'm going to show him how to do it. I'm going to show him how to review current modern scholarly articles and journals and research. I'm going to show him how to do that because apparently BGS don't know how to do that. He keeps talking about that old ass Moynihan report. That shit is tired, it's old, it's outdated, and ain't no point of bringing it up. because it ain't relevant to right now. The past is the past. You can't change it. The only thing you can do is have a plan of action to fix it. You can have a plan of action for maybe, just maybe, people who actually want to do something. But you got to ask your crowd. Does your crowd care? Do they really care or are they just crying? That's my question. I got some questions. I got some viable questions. Does your crowd care or are they just crying? Which one is it? Because if they just crying, then we don't even need to have a conversation. Because there's some people who are lazy as hell. There's some people who just like riding. They like riding a long-term excuse. There are people who like to ride a long-term excuse for not becoming and not being what they should be or what they could be. Okay. So that's my question. That is my number one question. Why do you refuse not to use any modern studies? And my question is, why do you also want to study failure? Why are we studying failure instead of success? Why are we focused on the boundaries and the limitations instead of all the possible opportunities? I want to understand that. Because see, it's a matter of perspective. You don't have to focus on the bottom, right? You don't have to focus on the failure. You don't have to. And so that's my question. Why is that a conscious choice to focus on failure? So some of the things that keep coming up is this whole idea that, oh, these feminists, these black women, they don't respect black men because of slavery. Because of slavery. We got to keep going back to slavery. Slavery ended in 1863. What year is it? 2025. Slavery ended in 1863. Let me pour me some more drink. I like to drink. This is my problem. Not drink alcohol. I'm drinking soda. I prefer to drink than eat. But that's the thing. It's 1863, the Emancipation Proclamation, and we're in 2025, and this man keeps talking about all the ills of slavery. And see, I was starting to argue after a while. If you love to talk about slavery, maybe you have a slave mind. I'm just saying, maybe you got a slave mind. You got a fetish with slavery. You got a fetish with oppression. And what's that about? How they say the glass is half empty, half full. How you seeing the world? And why do you choose to see the world like that? I personally, as a teacher, a public servant in my past, my main goal was always to encourage young people, to help them see the possibilities of what can be. That was always my position. That was always my preferred position. How can I help inspire young people, particularly young people who had made poor decisions already, people who had pretty much already screwed up? I took no pleasure in killing anybody's dreams. That's just me now. I took no pleasure. And I swear to God, I had plenty of students that I could say, this one right here, boy, this one ain't gonna make it. This one don't have what it takes. But I never just, put it out there like that. I had one, like I said before, I had one girl, that child was dumb as rocks. This girl, she was dumb as rocks. I said, she gonna end up being a stripper. I can see it. Because all she cared about is her looks and her eyebrows. She prioritizing her looks, getting her hair done, missing school. I said, ooh wee, I can see right now in this city, she gonna end up being a stripper. And damn it, didn't she? But what did I do? I said, you know what? Maybe you should consider being an airline stewardess. Because we got Hartsfield right here. That's a viable career for you. She can meet nice people, you know, travel and see the world when somebody else is dying. She could have a decent job with benefits. She could make a whole career out of putting on a little skirt and a little outfit, looking like a little something, serving drinks on the plane, a respectable career. I promoted that for her. So you got to meet people where they are. That's what I'm saying. I knew that girl wasn't gonna be no rocket scientist. I knew that, but I didn't want to kill her dream. I didn't want to tell a girl you just gonna end up in the streets. And a lot of people, y'all, let's be honest. And BGS, he needs to deal with this. You got a lot of people out here who are sorry and lazy. And maybe, just maybe, a lot of these guys that you catering to and you telling all this SBE, excuse me, these SBE narratives, maybe they need to hear that because it makes them satisfied with their complacency. It makes them satisfied. It gives them an excuse to why they haven't met the mantlehood of manhood, why they haven't been out here building and dreaming and bringing dreams to fruition. Maybe that's why they want to sit for hours a day and listen to SBE. Maybe there's some real deep, die-hard laziness in there. The failure to plan. Failure to plan is plans to fail, and that's the truth of life. That's the truth. And I think there's a lot of come to Jesus moments that need to happen, and that's transformation. See, I'm asking for too much. That would be asking too much to ask people to transform, to come out of your old mentality of blaming and crying and whining and making excuses. That's too much. Like asking somebody to show up for themselves. Do you know how easy it is to blame people? I would argue for a lot of black women that are lazy. I feel like they got pregnant on purpose. Honestly, I'm speaking on black women because I'm a black woman. Think about it. A lot of black women, we know how reproduction works. We know if we get pregnant, we're going to stagnate, as a teenager or a young woman unmarried. We know we're going to stagnate ourselves. We know we're going to put ourselves back. Why would we do that on purpose? That's like asking, why would you go and try crack just for fun? Like, why would you do that? Have you ever seen a successful crackhead? I haven't seen a whole lot of successful single mothers, honestly. I don't hear anybody talking, yeah, I can't wait to be a single mother. That's what I want to do. I want to get out here and struggle real hard. So then the question is, why do we walk into that? Why do we accept that? Why do we do that? Why do we make that conscious and unconscious decision? Why do we do it? I think that we do make conscious decisions to have those kind of circumstances in our path and become barriers. Because sometimes people, if they don't have any excuses, they don't have any barriers, then they actually have to show for something. You got to have something to show for it. So if you don't say if you don't have that narrative, oh, at 18, I had my child, and that's why I didn't go to college. You see how that works? Excuses. Excuses. You got to find an excuse, a narrative. And so I would argue that a lot of women, we ain't like we don't know how reproduction works. It's not that. I would argue that a lot of women simply sabotage themselves because they don't want to have to do the work, the hard work, get out here and get something. They don't want to have to get out here and go to college, get out here and actually fight for a job. Not all women. I'm just saying some women. Don't take for a minute that some of these women are just damn stupid. We're not stupid. It becomes the lifelong excuse. We've watched other women do it. Yeah, I would have went to college if I hadn't had, John. Yeah, I could have got me a good job, but I had to take care of my baby. Sometimes people are using circumstances that they have created, sabotaging themselves as an excuse not to show up in real life and do something. And I would argue that your guys, most of them that need and feed on this SBE, I would argue that most of them guys are lazy. And they show up over and over and they rely on SBE as their narrative, as their long-term excuse. Man, if it hadn't been for black women, man, if my mama hadn't been a single mother, man, this and that. They don't want to blame their dad, right? I want to blame dad for being an absent father. They don't want to talk about that. It's mama's fault. It's mama, women. It's women. Women did everything. Women got all the power in the world. It's women. Women caused this. Women did that. My question to you, fuck all that slavery stuff. Fuck all of that civil rights. None of y'all was part of slavery. Okay, BGF? None of y'all, including you. You ain't that damn old. You wasn't part of slavery. Okay? None of y'all experienced real slavery. None of y'all was slaves. I wasn't a slave. You wasn't a slave. So let's just get over that. None of us have any connection at this current modern time to slavery. We don't. So let's just stop that. Stop that foolishness. That's foolishness. We have no relation to slavery. Okay? And the closest relation I have to slavery is what I said, my great grandmother. That's the closest relation. That's a long time ago. Okay. And the only thing I got to show for it is a pale grandmama. Okay. She kind of pale. And a few of them are pale. But that's all we got to show for slavery. Just some paleness. We don't have any real struggle and strife. My family did well after slavery. Yeah, and it's a lot of boule and mulattoes mixed up in all of that. But nonetheless, they moved to the DC area and they did better from the South. Okay. So people can pick themselves up and make decisions, even out of slavery. What is the name of the book? Up from Slavery. Not dwelling in slavery. Booker T. Washington wrote Up from Slavery, not dwelling in slavery. Okay? Let's take a clue. Up from slavery. And that's been the whole goal of the black community. You're the only one trying to resist the being on code, BGS. You're the only one. You're still worried about slavery. Who's having these conversations? Still worried about the civil rights movement. At this point, civil rights is an individual process. And what is it? When somebody violates your damn rights, we should take their ass to court. That's what you do. That's how that handles. That's how you handle it. When people violate your civil rights, it ain't about a march, it ain't about a riot, it ain't about none of that. You take their ass to court. We know the program. So we can't hide behind, oh, this won't happen for me and that won't happen for me. When you see oppression, are you teaching your guys that? Since we're so on alert for all this victimhood, are you teaching them how a victim needs to behave? This is another viable question I have. Since we're on high alert for victimhood, have you taught them how to sue a motherfucker? Have you taught them how to recognize discrimination for real, for real? And that discrimination is probably going to come in the form of a white man. Have you given them the tools to fight the white man in the modern era, BGS? These are the kind of questions I have. Since the white man got a plan for the black man since slavery, so you say, have you given them the modern day tools in order for them to combat the oppression that you say is inevitable that all these black men must experience and are currently experiencing? I can't get with the narrative. And I'm going to say it again. I'm not going to stop saying it. I see real, viable black men in my real life. Black men who choose every day to thrive and to fly and to pull others up with them. I see it every day. I know so many. I have watched black men, like I was talking about my brother, Dre, who just recently passed away from liver cancer, or liver failure, rather. I watched that brother. I met him when I was 17. He's one of the first people I met when I came to Atlanta. Brother from Philly. From Philly. And he had a saying called have Mike will travel. Meaning he'll go anywhere where he can entertain the people and he can be given a microphone. He will travel. And I watched that brother start with nothing but ideas and dreams, constantly thinking about how he's going to, you know, get into the entertainment industry. I mean, I saw him start with nothing. Matter of fact, truth be told, I remember he had befriended a white girl. You know, white women, big old fat white girl. He befriended her and made her his girlfriend. And that was his stepping stone for a long time, because when you're an artist, you literally damn near be starving trying to eat off your dreams, okay? And that's something I was like, why you got the white? What's up with the white girl? Big old fat 400-pound white. What's up with that? He's like, oh, that's my friend. You know, we live together. I said, oh, okay, okay, I got you. I got you. She providing sustenance. Okay, understood, understood. And I met that brother when he was at that stage. You know, that's his truth. And I watched him connect and network with other black men. I watched him build himself up. I saw him host events. I saw him learn branding and marketing. I saw him create a name for himself. He didn't have no excuses out here, none. Right? So I know what it looks like to see a black man with ambition. I know what it looks like when they say, I'm not here to win, I'm not here to get it. I know what that looks like. I saw him get major deals with corporations, hosting big ass events, big multi-million dollar shit. I saw this brother go from nothing to something. He didn't have a car. He didn't have no how. He didn't know where to stay. I saw all of that. And I watched him over these years put his hustle and grind. He became to the point where he has become a part of Southern hip hop. He made a name for himself and he built himself so much up. You can ask any of these rappers out here who he is. He may not have national recognition. He definitely got Southeast recognition. But all these rappers that matter, the ones that matter, they've either performed with him, been on a shared stage with him, or he's hosted events that they've been on. He knows everybody in the industry. He started from nothing. The brother didn't make no excuse. I never seen that brother cry, complain. I never saw him blame nobody. I only saw him grind. These are the type of black men I know long term. I know black men have known, and I'm talking about when I say known, I'm not talking about I seen you from a distance. I heard about you, my friend's friend know you. I'm talking about I have seen so many black men. I watched them start from scratch. They have nothing. And they put their foot down and they put one foot in front of the other and they strive and they keep fighting. They don't make excuses. They don't complain. They got a plan. And that's what I'm saying to BGS. Where is that resilient spirit that all black men need if it hasn't been given by family or intuitively? Or are we just catering to losers? That's my question. Are we investing in loserhood? And that's an option too. I just like fucking with losers. Niggas that's lost and they like staying lost. That's a real conversation. But you gotta at some point be genuine about it. You gotta at some point be genuine and authentic about it. Doing these narratives about slavery and the civil rights from 1863 and talking about the shit that happened in the 1600s and all these different documents, that shit's not relevant. What is that black man doing right now when nobody can stop him from enrolling in school, nobody can stop him from applying for a job, nobody can stop him from getting new skills, learning whatever he want to learn to do better or become what he want to be? What's stopping him? You are African American with a fucking global passport. You can go anywhere and build anything. I've seen even white men. We got this person called King of Pops here in Atlanta. I'm gonna tell his story real quick. It's resiliency. Where's the resiliency, BGS? I got viable questions for you. Why are you not teaching resiliency? Why do you not choose to teach people how to win instead of how to lose? Patterns of losing. You got to answer those kind of questions. And you can't answer those questions with another slave narrative, with another story of oppression. You can't answer these kind of questions with that same old stuff. You can't. You cannot do it. It's inappropriate. It's disingenuous. Where is the teaching of resilience? Where are the answers to how to move past the barriers that already existed, but they're old and outdated and they're not relevant today? Where's that? Where's the new narrative, BGS? Where's the new narrative for black men on how they're going to thrive, not dwell on things they cannot change, things that are not beneficial to them? Where is that? Where's that new narrative? That productivity narrative? Where is that? Why can't that exist? Is there a reason it can't exist? These are viable questions I'm asking. And see, when I'm talking good stuff, BGS, he ain't gonna pull up. He ain't gonna pull up because this is too real of a conversation. He want to do a hopscotch through history. He want to start talking about the Emancipation Proclamation. He want to talk about all kind of old ass feminist lectures and shit, bitches I never even heard of. Even in death, I ain't heard of these women. I don't think they're as impactful as he gives them credit for. This sponge is done. That shit got so much oil. That's done. Throw it away. These are the questions. I'm recording this because if he don't show up, it's still here. He don't want to talk about it. I don't blame him. I don't blame him. Because so you can run that game on some of these slow folks. Let me just be honest. I ain't gonna call myself brilliant, but I ain't no dummy. You can run that game on these slow people, BGS. You can run these people in circles and keep repeating and recycling talking points. You can't do that to me because I get to the heart of the matter. And I was never a troll. People call me a troll because I ask questions that make them look crazy. Because I get to the heart of the matter. I don't bullshit around. That's the truth. That don't make me no troll. That's one of the things I have done with my own life. I'm not doing nothing that I ain't doing with nobody else. In my own life, I've been very critical. Man, why are you doing this? What's that? Da 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 da. You know, I got to a point in my own career. I'm giving an example. I'm self-critical. I'm not walking around here, you know, acting like my shit don't stink. I did that with my own life. I said, you know what? I got to what? I don't know how many years. I got to year 14 or something in teaching. And I was like, ooh, you know what? It's not feeling like it used to feel. It's not feeling rewarding. I'm starting to feel like I don't like doing this anymore. I feel drained. And I would get up every day and I feel tired and irritable. I just wasn't the same, it wasn't hitting the same. I think all that young over optimism I had, a lot of reality started setting in. You see all these kids and you think you saving them, and they so busy listening to their peers and not listening to wisdom, running into the same stupid mistake. You warn them and tell them, hey, don't do this, and they go do exactly the shit that's gonna ruin their life. You get tired of seeing that. That cycle of poverty, man, it's something else. That cycle of ignorance, man, that shit is something else. It's almost like it conquers all. So I would say out of 200 kids, I have taught, if I put a number on it, out of 200, I think I've been able to actually help one avoid the cycle out of the 200. For every 200 kids, I can safely say, I think I helped. But that's what it is like an uphill battle. That poverty culture, that culture of degeneracy is so heavy. I had this one student, I poured so much into her. She was my personal mentee. I poured so much into her. I remember one day she asked me, can you take me? I think I got a disease. I said, what the hell? And that was when I don't like to cross the lines of interpersonal stuff, but she didn't have nobody. Her mama's a whole nother issue. She didn't have a mother figure. So I took her to the clinic. It was on behind South DeKalb Mall. They had a clinic over there. I took her to it's a teenager clinic. And I said, you know what? While you getting checked out for that, you need to get an HIV test. We had a long conversation, an ongoing conversation about HIV, about pregnancy, all this type of stuff. And I talked to her and I talked to her and I talked to her. And I told her these boys, this, don't get yourself played, don't get caught up. As long as it's just you making better decisions, you don't get children and get yourself caught up in this single motherhood cycle. Don't do it. You see how you feel. You see how your life turned out because your mama didn't plan you. You see how you suffering. Don't do that to your kids. Wait till the right time when you done got your degree and you got yourself together. That's when you can make better decisions. But while you're young, just focus on production. Focus on productivity. Girl, you ain't got no excuse. And see, she's that type. Like I said, she's one of them types. There's some people they don't want to actually do the stuff. They want an excuse. for why they fail and why they hate this and that. Because see, the only alternative if she didn't have any kids was for her to go as far as she could in her education. That's a lot of work. That's FAFSA, that's picking a school, that's going to school, that's staying in school, that's studying, that's grades, that's sacrifice. You can't go out everywhere, you can't do everything, and yeah, you're gonna be broke for the fun for some of the funnest years of your life. Yes, all of that. It's called sacrifice. You don't want to do that. Oh no, it's so easy to go get pregnant and get some child support and have that baby daddy story. He messed me up, right? That's so easy to do. It's so much easier than reaching levels that nobody in her family had already reached. So easy. It's easy to find a self-sabotage narrative to fall back on, right? Because now you're gonna see how smart you are. You're gonna have to fight to stay in college. You might realize that you didn't pay enough attention in high school, right? You're gonna have to fight. You're gonna have to prove yourself. You're gonna be up against your peers. You're gonna have to compete. A lot of people don't want to do it. And BGS, I'm telling you, that's sabotage. That's what their SBE is. It's a bunch of men that like to sabotage themselves and they like to hide behind these SBE narratives. It's about slavery and the black woman and the civil rights and the this and the that. Nah, Negro, nothing's stopping you today. There is no excuse. You don't want to have that conversation. You want to keep feeding these Negroes poison. Let me tell you something. When I went to Haiti, oh, let me finish telling you about that girl. So she's my mentor. I mean, my mentee. She's still, I'm in contact with several of my students. They're in their 30s now. It's really crazy. They're in their 30s. But she ended up going and starting school for nursing. One of them cheaper schools for nursing. I think it was medical assistant. But she claims she wanted to be a nurse. So she did do that, and I was proud of her for doing that. She did graduate from high school. It was very hard for her to do, but she did it. Not without setbacks because I think like right in her what senior year she got pregnant, and I was so pissed with her. I was so pissed with her. We talked about this, but it's like, what do you do when they make these decisions and you didn't talk to you blue in the face? You didn't told them all the reasons why. Don't sabotage yourself. Don't set yourself back. Don't make it harder for yourself. Don't do that to yourself. You can do it, but do it later when you're grown and you can afford to live on your own. Do it then. Just wait. Care about yourself. All of that. And I got tired. I swear to God, I got tired. I got tired of watching these kids sabotage themselves. I got tired of teaching the people who they ain't gonna do shit with it. I got tired of that culture of poverty. And I got to the point where reality set in. Poverty and degeneracy is a fucking culture, no matter what color. And my middle class mentality is not gonna fucking fix nobody, okay? They're gonna reflect and do as programmed by the culture and the community they come from. That shit set in on me. And I lost a lot of my passion as a teacher for these at-risk individuals. I lost a lot of passion because I realized that you can help them, you can beg them, you can pull them, you can drag them, you can do all kind of shit. These motherfuckers gonna do exactly what they was programmed to do from birth because the culture is too strong. The desire to fail is too fucking prominent, and I mean that the desire to fail. The motherfuckers want to fail. They do everything to make sure they fail, and I couldn't understand it. That shit got on my nerves, and I said, "Who the fool here? I'm pouring into people that don't want to pour into themselves. Let me move on." I became disillusioned, and I realized that poverty is its own enemy. I believe in resiliency, and this was a population that don't believe in resiliency. So what are we doing here? What are we doing here? At risk, you don't believe in their own resiliency, and that's what I'm saying. I see that same shit in your little crew, BGS. And you're supposed to be the teacher. I'm the teacher teaching resiliency, and you the teacher teaching pessimism. Make it make sense. What's going on? These are viable questions I have. We teaching people to fail. We teaching people not to believe in themselves, not to rise above, not to be problem solvers, not to go to the heart of the matter. I'm just saying, what are we doing here? And mind you, these are grown ass men. That means they're already lost because they're looking for answers in their 30 and their 40. Where's your daddy? Where's your family? Where's your pattern? What happened? You need to go there first. I already had a plan for my life. My shit was already decided for the most part. This is what's expected. It wasn't a whole lot of diversion to be had. Family planning, not the type planning for birth. Family planning, like this is what you're gonna do. This is the school you're gonna go to. This is how you're gonna move. These are things you're not gonna do. A lot of that's decided if you got good parents, right? So some people you gotta realize, and that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, BGS. Some people are destined to fail. You gotta be able to know winners from losers. And you can't sit there and lie and say everybody's a fucking winner. They're not, clearly. Now, if you are a loser dweller and that's the land you want to dwell in, okay, that makes sense. Just say that shit. Just say that shit. I like fucking around with losers, men who have lost their shit, don't want their shit back, men who sabotage themselves, men who make excuses, men who cry in circles and cope and blame and shame all day. Okay, all right. Well, we see that. But we can't sit here and pretend that this is some kind of progress here. This ain't progress. And I'm just calling a spade a spade. That shit ain't progress. Uh oh. Uh oh. Hold on. I got a guess. I've been watching. Let me get closer. Move this damn shit. I got so much stuff to watch. That's because I keep watching it by hand. Let me see here. What's going on? Oh. Hello.
I'm here.
Hello, BGS. How are you? I've been
I am
talking my
good.
stuff.
I know you have been talking your stuff. And I shake my head every time you start talking. I shake my head
Why?
because you don't know what you're talking about.
Where do I get it wrong? Where do I get it wrong?
Okay, remember, you know why I sent you that clip of Polly Murray
I'm
and
not
what?
sure why you seen it, but I've seen it before. Go ahead.
He, okay, is because Polly Murray is the missing piece. Okay, what happened to the affirmative action? Okay, what happened to civil rights? Okay, what happened to remember when Martin Luther King before he died said we're coming to get our check?
Yes.
Okay, if that's why I said you may not want to read it. It's called history. I know how you feel about history. It's called the Kerner Commission. Okay. Okay. Kerner Commission was the check. Okay. Kerner Commission was the remedy. Say the Moynihan report set out the questions. If you that's why I sent you the video. Moynihan report set out the questions, right? Okay. The remedies and the answers, because they went back to the Moynihan report and said, okay, this is what Moynihan said. This is his research. What is the remedies we have to impute to correct these people, right? That's where your schooling came in. That's where your integrated schools came in. That's where your GI Bill came back in. That's your ability to buy a house, ability to basically get loans and stuff like that. The Fair Housing Act was in 1968. All that stuff was created in 1968 as part of civil rights and affirmative action. Okay, and guess who got the bulk of all that shit?
You claim it's black women.
No, white women. That's why I
Well, yeah,
said
I know it's white women, but you blame black women
no, no.
mostly.
What I'm saying is the black with female elite rode with this. That's why I sent you that. What did she say? She said that black men and black women were too small a group. That's why I'm saying. Do you understand what you're listening to? Okay, we're too small a group to affect change. Okay, it's better to do what? Allow white women these rights so they can affect and bring about what they call a freer society. That's why her and Eleanor Roosevelt put sex in the civil rights, and
Okay.
that's why the affirmative action was they put sex into affirmative action. There's a book called More Than Title IX written in 2012 where they outline all that stuff from the
I don't
beginning.
trust that the government or that any of their programs have ever had any good intentions towards black people. That's just my perspective. I don't trust that. We say that they have, they tried to fix, they tried to help. I personally don't believe they ever want us to thrive. The fact that they took away all these different things that they so called gave us is just more proof and evidence they never wanted us to have it anyway.
You wouldn't have this much. Okay, my mother was a sharecropper. She's 86. She was a sharecropper, right? She can tell you the difference. Okay, the little that you do have, you wouldn't have if they hadn't done it. Okay, and the thing is, there's another piece where this congressman said um, she didn't believe that he should use black women instead of black men. Okay, should have rights that white women didn't have. That's why they put it in there. So, and if you go back and look at the stats from then till now, okay, as far as earnings was concerned, it was white men, white women, and black women.
And because I appreciate the fact that you have a lot of history.
I,
I get it. I
you're not,
get it.
but you
But
see, you're not listening to me. Okay, that's the problem. You're not
I
listening.
am listening to you.
You're not listening to me. Okay. In
You're
other words,
giving us all the
now,
reasons in
listen.
society
Listen,
why.
listen to me. Listen to me.
Go ahead.
If you don't know what the problem is and where the problem lies, how you gonna correct it?
Okay, let me say this part. I agree that history has value. I agree that understanding mental slavery as well as political tricks of history
Okay, okay.
that can repeat themselves. I understand the value of that. But in 2025,
Mm-hmm.
my argument with you is that we are in a modern era right
Mm-hmm.
here and right now, and there's nothing really stopping any black man or black woman from not having children that they can't afford. There's nothing stopping any black man or black woman from slipping into poverty if they are able bodied and able mind. They can work their way into something valuable. There's nothing stopping any of us from getting skills, going to college, getting any job or career or field, or even going global and doing something amazing in another country because we have an American passport. This is my argument.
Okay, but
There's
see,
nothing stopping any of us today.
let me know when you
That's all.
finish. Let me know when you
I'm
finish.
done.
No,
That's
no,
all.
keep
That's
keep
it.
talking. Every time because you keep cutting me off, and you want, but it's your show. I'm
No, I
asking,
wasn't cutting you off. I was just saying we can do anything.
and
That's my last statement.
but do human beings work that way?
They need to, and they need to learn
And,
to.
and the world don't work on need to. Do they work that way?
I work that way.
Do human beings work that way as a group?
As a group, I think that people, when they have something they want, they naturally do go after it. Yes, sir.
Do human beings work that way as a group? If they do, show me where.
Can you define what you mean? Because maybe I'm missing it. When you said,
And,
do
and
they work that way?
in other words, human beings have a certain pattern. Okay, they have a certain organization. They've had that certain organization pattern for 200,000 years. Okay, the pattern keeps reoccurring. And you have to work with the pattern. You have just like you can't feed the same thing to a cat you feed to a dog. Okay, they're two different things. Okay, cats work a certain way, dogs work a certain way, human beings work a certain way. You have to go with the pattern. How do human beings work, and how can you set up a structure that human beings can work appropriately in?
Well, first of all, I go back to rugged individualism because you are acting like you are in charge of some social engineering of society. None of us really have the ability to socially engineer society. So that should not be the goal anyway. You don't have that kind of power or influence. None of us do really.
We
The
all
closest thing is the
we,
closest
we
thing is
all do.
government.
We
Go
all
ahead.
do. We all do.
I disagree.
No, even down if you ever been to the kind that goes down to the tribal level, that's social engineering. Okay, when we were in the little neighborhood, okay, in the South, because you're from the South, right? Okay, if you're in
Yeah,
the
I'm from the
little
South.
if you're in the little neighborhoods, okay, that's social engineering. Okay, social engineering is how you bring up boys and girls to operate as adults. You can go back to the Jawara tribe that has a
See,
hundred.
there you go. See, you're
Hold,
going too
hold on,
far.
hold on. Why don't you listen to me and see what I'm saying?
You talking about a Jawaba tribe, man? Come
Listen
on,
to listen
BGS.
to listen to what I'm saying. You haven't even. What was I gonna say?
I don't
What was I
want
gonna
to care about a Jawaba tribe. I'm
say?
trying to talk
No, no,
about
no.
black Negroes right
What
here.
was I going to say? We're talking about human beings and patterns. I do believe black folks are human beings, aren't they?
BGS,
Black folks are human beings, aren't they?
you trying to talk about some African
Black,
tribe
black,
that I ain't gonna never hear about and make it relevant to today.
have you heard what I'm getting ready to say?
Go ahead, just say it because you going left, but go
We
ahead.
no,
I'm listening.
we talked about socializing and social engineering, right? They do it. They're 100,000 years old. They do the same thing. In fact,
Okay,
our marriage patterns that they carried, they've been carried for 100,000 years. We still do this shit today.
I'm
We
gonna tell
still
you that
we
I
still do it
believe
today.
what I believe, BGS, honestly, is I'm not trying to carry the world on my shoulders. I'm not trying to socially engineer every man and every woman or black men or white men or nothing like that. I'm
Mm.
gonna tell you what I call realm of influence.
Who?
The realm of influence, hold on, let me finish. The realm of influence is how big of a space of those who I can affect around me. And I'm just
Hmm.
going to just let me just say it briefly. My realm of influence begins with me. Number one, I have 100% almost realm of influence on how I do deal with the world, how I engage in the world, choices I make. I have almost 100%, okay, of influence over myself and what I do and what I choose. I'm the most empowered person when it comes to me, not anybody else really. Okay. And if something's not working out in my environment, I can pick my ass up and go somewhere else and have a better opportunity. But my point is this: then it comes my husband and my family. That's my next form of influence. Children, stuff like that. My family, extended family, my neighbors, the people I work with, my community, my grander community. This is my realm of influence. That's reality. We got to get back to the local, the stuff that we can actually deal with in a real way and make real impact and have influence. I can change my HOA in my neighborhood. I can change the things around me, but what I can't do is make all black men or all black women believe one particular thing or do a particular thing. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree with that. Okay. Where did you learn your patterns from? Did you were you just came out of nowhere and May just be was May all this way? When she came
Family
out.
and
Okay.
community.
Oh, whoa. So in other words, you didn't come out the womb like this. Did
Family and community.
who
My
who
the
who
realm of influence.
who taught you how to be who you are?
Family and community.
How much have you diverged from what you were taught?
Mm, very little.
Very little. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. What you were taught, how you were influenced, what your society or whatever your tribe, society, or government or country taught you is still in you. Okay, so how do you go into the machine? Okay, learn where the levers are. Okay, you can't change everything, but and pull a lever and change one thing. Change one thing, one little thing. Okay, how do you change one thing? I know how to do it because I've already done it. I've already done it twice. Once,
Well, this is
once.
what I.
Hold
This
on,
is what.
hold on. Okay.
Oh, I thought you was asking. Okay, go ahead.
No, I've already done it twice. Okay. I did it once for the continent, believe it or not, and I did it once here with the manosphere. I've already done it twice. Go ahead.
You done what? No, no. I want you to explain. What have you done?
In other words, if you know where the levers of influence are, how people are trained, you understand where the levers are, and where to pull and push something. If you in a certain environment, you can influence more than a few people, right? Because you're gonna get people coming to you looking for the same answers. I've already done it twice.
When you said the continent, can you explain? Go in more detail.
Oh,
I have no idea.
well, it's out there now because people already know. It's probably why I'm on a multiple list. It's probably why I can't grow as a YouTube content creator because they knew where I was when I first showed up. Okay. In other words,
Hmm.
we got the East African corridor where China came in and spent like $1 trillion on East Africa. Okay, we were talking to them, especially after Gaddafi, and we told them that they need to step up and take his place. And guess what they did? That's where Belt and Roll was born.
Okay, so you were you were part of it. I mean, I don't
Y-
want to know your. I'm not trying to. Let me say this. I'm not trying to ask your personal business. But were you involved with an NGO over in East Africa? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
in other words, basically, if you know what the hell you're talking about, you're gonna get spies. Okay, and spies come in and report back. and they carry whatever message that you have back to their superiors, and it works its way up the chain.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that type of stuff. That's
So
why I was
that's
interested in your
yeah,
guy
that
that got the FBI report. I'm like, what the hell did he do?
who Frazier?
Yeah.
Oh, they were watching. Oh, W. Du Bois, Frazier. Frazier's one of your talented tens. So they kept an eye on all them because
Damn.
because they were race men, and race men had to be kept an eye on because they need to keep the Negroes in line because the Negroes make too much money for them. They don't want to upset the orders. They're gonna keep an eye on you. In fact, Frazier was an acolyte of who? Your boy, W. Du Bois. Where we learned it from.
Mm. I noticed
He
that when I was looking at him, he had a lot of the same patterns. It's almost like it seemed to me like he patterned himself after Du
he
Bois.
did.
He was at Fisk University. He was
Yeah.
also at Clark Atlanta
Hmm.
and a lot of stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
I was really surprised how much he reminded me of him.
He's one of his students. Of course he would.
Okay, that makes sense. I never heard of him before. I'm being honest. I've never heard of Edward. Uh, what's his name again? Edward
E. Franklin Frazier.
E. Franklin. I'm sorry, Edward Franklin Frazier. Yeah, I never heard of him before. I've studied a lot of stuff, but I never
It,
heard of him.
it's because black. The only book you probably heard of, and you may have heard of it, is the Black Bourgeoisie. Is
That's the one
because
I'm gonna buy. I'm gonna buy
it's because your academics, especially your black and white
that.
female academics, do not want his name known. Same thing with Clark. Even though Clark Roger did the doll experiment for um, Brown versus Board of Education,
You mean the kid giving the kid
the
the
black doll,
doll and
the
yeah,
doll,
the black doll and
white doll, black doll, that people that they still use all over the world. Yeah, that was Clark. That was Kenneth Clark and his
okay.
wife. Okay.
Okay, so I want to read this Black Bourgeoisie. I became interested when I looked at his list of the things that he's written. I was surprised how much he reminds me of Edgar Allan Poe in the sense that he literally like wrote his ass off. He was constantly researching. I don't think that man could have had a real life based on what he did so fast, and he did most of that in his younger age. But the Black Bourgeoisie is said from the abstract that mostly he was putting down and critiquing the Black bourgeoisie and saying they were unrealistic. Now that doesn't seem to gel really well with W.E.B. Du Bois because that's what he promoted. So how does that happen?
And you can disagree with your teacher, can you not?
Apparently not with you, but go ahead.
Apparently, I could disagree with all the time.
Okay.
And in fact, um, half the people that really don't like me were my former subscribers.
Okay. So so I guess I just have to read the book to understand what he had to say.
And
I
I
have to
mean,
just read the book.
they've been talking about well the failure of the talented tenth for the last 100 years. Okay,
Do you think it was a failure?
W. Du Bois said the talented tenth was supposed to lead the way and lead your people to freedom and prosperity. Are we there?
I think the progress we have made is a lot of work from the talented 10. A
Most
lot of the progress, most of it.
most because I've met a lot of them. Most of your talented tenth do not want their name out there. Most of them don't. They hide
You might be
themselves.
talking about the talented 1%. I'm talking about the talented 10.
Even the
They're everyday people. They're everyday people.
the talented tenth are the top 10% of people. Most of them don't want their names out there. It's like pulling teeth.
Yeah, I think I have a lot broader idea of the talented 10th than just 10%. Me personally. I see most black professionals who have the ability to hire people, who have the ability to offer opportunity to educate others. I see a lot broader of a talented tip. People who are in good positions. That's how I see talented tip.
And, and
Not just somebody who's sitting in Congress. That's not talented tip to me.
I mean, it's not just sitting in Congress. I'm talking about people that teach your kids, and teach your elite. Okay, the
Right.
next generation of elite. Okay, your bankers, all that kind of stuff. Okay, those are the people who are supposed to boost their people up out of poverty. Okay, and
And I
that
would argue that they've been doing that work
uh,
consistently. Now,
they
there is a section of those that are sellouts, no doubt. And most of those are the black politicians. They get in these positions. Like, I'm just be honest with you, I'm on Warnock's head. I'm on Warnock's head, okay? Because we put him there and I'm going to hold him accountable. I'm
you,
holding him accountable.
you think the politicians are the only ones, really? Okay,
They're
all
not
right.
the only ones. They're not the only ones.
Not even
A
the
lot of
main
these,
ones.
huh?
Not even the main ones. Okay, I attract a lot of these people. The ones that you talked about, I attract a lot of these people.
Okay.
So I know, and they tell me about their circle. Okay, their circle's afraid of me.
I don't think it's as exclusive as you're saying. I think it's more common than not. I'm just saying because it has to have a realm of influence locally. It can't just be, oh, there's only one or a few of them and they're all in New York and they're all in California. No, locally in every city, every town, you have the preachers, the teachers, the like you said, the bankers, these people who have positions, they're the hirers. They're the ones who are creating opportunities and jobs and they're over there at the schools, like the colleges, dean of students.
Well,
There's plenty of them. There's plenty of talented tens to go around. It's lots of it.
so the responsibility of according to Boyce of the black race is a talent intense. It's on their back. It's on their necks. It's on their backs.
Well, I can tell you what, I personally was recruited to go to teach from Agnes Scott, and I wanted to go to get more education, so that wasn't going to happen right away anyway. But right out of there, they said we want some black, young, bright women to come out of Agnes Scott, and they had these tables, and they were harassing us. We want you to come teach in the Northeast. We'll take care of everything. You're going to go to these boarding schools, and I'm like, what are the boarding schools like? Oh, elite children, and they stay overnight in dorms and da da da. I'm like, oh no, I'm not gonna spend my talent and my energy on a whole bunch of wealthy white kids that are gonna do well. These are all girls' schools up north. And I
Mm-hmm.
was like, oh, that doesn't make sense. And I had to really, really say to myself, what am I getting educated for? And I realized after I got out, I didn't want to do journalism because it was just too hard on me, just traveling constantly. So I did have a stint in journalism. And then I said, okay, I'm going to go teach. I'm going to teach, but I got to teach my people. And where is the need at the most? So I took that idea of the talented 10th very seriously. I want to help these poor black at-risk kids do better. Maybe there's something they're missing. Maybe it's something I can offer, guidance. And I tried to do that. And that's what I was talking about before you came on. I talked about how, and I'm not the only one, a lot of girls from Spelman do the same thing. We come from the verbs and we think that we can, somehow through osmosis transfer our idea of, the American dream and how you can make it, optimism and all this stuff. And you can beat down poverty and you can teach them not to be degenerate. And you think you can do all those things for some reason when you're young, but then the reality sets in. So I
Okay.
do
Yeah.
agree with you. I do agree with you. It's impossible down there
Well,
to
one
take people away from poverty.
well, the thing is, poverty in a society is systemic, and the society itself has to want to bring people up out of poverty. It's systemic. Okay, you can.
Can you say it again? Can you say it again?
The poverty is systemic. Society has to want to bring their people out of poverty. Okay,
And the
China,
people in poverty have to want to be out of poverty.
poverty is systemic. Okay, well, there's one thing, and this is something we were talking about just a few weeks ago, right? Because I don't know if you watch Inside China Business, right? Because they tell you because China's the biggest manufacturer on the planet, right? They make a whole bunch of most like 85% of the stuff. Okay,
Everything.
okay, and we have one of the biggest homeless problems on the planet, right? Wealthy country, biggest homeless problem. Okay, now with a Chinese house, okay, a manufactured house, um, made in China for for two people. I think it's like 800 square feet or 1,000 square feet. Okay,
Hmm.
costs you $15,000.
Damn, that's cheap.
Okay, how come? Yeah, how come if it's less than a car? How come? How come you have? with 200,000 homeless people. It's not, if you look at it, it's really not that many. Okay, for the price of what you spent in a year, in not even Ukraine, what you spent uh, in the Red Sea, you could have housed every one of those people. How come we don't?
Capitalism
Capitalism won. Okay.
and the need to keep. They really kind of do, in my opinion, need to keep people in these economic brackets or going down.
Because nobody wants to be homeless, so you work harder not to be what. So
Homeless.
you're willing to deal with more pain. Okay, China has more housing than people.
Well, China's a communist country, well, a mixed economy, but it's
Hmm.
controlled by the communists. So they have the levers and they know how to push forward and how to grind and how to stop. They have mechanisms that I think have corrected things that capitalism doesn't correct. Capitalism doesn't care. In my opinion, capitalism does not
Do,
give a fuck.
do you know why? You know why they won't house all these people? It's more than just keep control of people. You know why?
I don't know.
You don't know? You sure? Okay. Your mortgage sits on the bank's books. Okay. What happens if the price of your house goes down according to your loan? It goes into the what? Red. Okay. Guess what happens to that bank?
Bank loses value.
It loses value. What happens to that bank? Lose too much value.
They need to
It,
close.
they close. Exactly. That's how come they don't do it.
That's what I'm saying. The Chinese have a whole system. I also noticed this I've studied Cuban culture and politics and stuff. Cuba has had to do the same thing. Cuba has its own mechanisms built in to correct. Well, I won't say correct, but they've allowed certain capitalistic things to come in. So I
Hmm.
think it is a balance, you know. And so what they did is they said, well, how do we make sure that the Cuban people always have somewhere to live? Well, we never sell foreigners any real estate. We can't do it. There's no option to buy real estate in Cuba. Now I heard that they were creating something like long-term housing, but it's just until you die, and then it goes back to the state. So it
Hmm.
recycles in itself, and it's a secluded area. It's not anything that the Cuban people want or need, and it's not, and they don't let anybody European go where the Cubans are to buy real estate, get into the real estate market. Everything is state owned and regulated. So they have mechanisms. They also have the Cuban convertible peso. So they have a whole different currency system for the Europeans, the visitors, and that industry. And they use that, but they keep it separate. So I think, I don't study China that closely to understand their economy, but I know I tried to buy some kind of stocks I was thinking about. It's called Silk Road to China. I was like, oh my God, I'm going to invest in China. This was like 10 years ago. And what I realized is even in their stock markets, they got a system to keep the Westerners from manipulating their markets. They only let you buy a certain stock market, which is separate from the actual Chinese economy. So they're very smart. They don't let capitalism take over. So capitalism is eating itself. That's what I think.
That it is okay, but we've had a mixed economy since the 1830s.
Mixed, like how is it mixed? Because we don't, that
Okay,
welfare system ain't much of a system.
okay. What do you? Okay, what is socialism? What's the point?
Socialism is the state having resources and sharing those resources with the public.
So your public education is sharing what
Mm,
resources because them teachers don't work for free.
okay.
Okay, your fire department, your police department, all that stuff is socialized government. Okay.
I hear you, but we pay taxes.
Yes.
So those things are funded by taxes, collecting taxes. Does that make it socialist? Not
Yeah.
really.
So what is basically you know what capitalism is? Go back to the 1800s in northern Europe, right? Where you had to work 13 hours a day, 6 days a week. That's capitalism. It's industrial capitalism, and which is why and the people rebelled against this. Why the socialism, social contract, and right to socialism. Believe it or not.
Okay, so I mean, we're at a disadvantage because we do have capitalism that's running rampant,
Mm-hmm.
and in my opinion, I feel like the Republicans are doing everything they can to push out all social programs at this point. So any benefits that people thought they had, but I mean, I think people never utilized it for what it was worth anyway. I think people got lazy and complacent with socialism, whatever aspects it was here. They didn't utilize it to their benefit. So it doesn't really have a purpose because it became a way to just stay in poverty. Would you say that or no?
No,
Would you say that?
I would say no.
Why? You think it benefited people? Section 8, you just sit on it instead of you actually learning how to get yourself
You
together and deal with the real market out here for real house ownership. You just
section
gonna sit on Section 8. What's the motive?
section 8 was on, even section 8 now is only a small percentage, a very small percentage of people.
It's plenty of people on that.
I, okay, listen, you went to school. A small percentage of people. 312 million, 340 million people, a small percentage is what? Okay. It's a lot of people, but it's still a small percentage.
It's an impactful percentage. I'll be glad when they
They-
cut that
oh, well,
loose.
then you should be happy with the Republicans. Guess what Donald Trump is doing?
Cutting everything loose.
No, he's cutting it down. He can't cut it loose. Okay. Only Congress can cut it off. You can cut it down. We can't cut
Well,
it off.
I'm in line with kind of how Candace Owens looks at things, particularly for Black people. I think it's been a stumbling block. It's been we don't want to do the thing where you gotta separate the winners from the losers. And in the Black community, we think everybody's supposed to win. Let's make a way for everybody. And
Okay.
that's one of the issues I have with you. You got to call some of these people that don't want progress and they want to cry and complain. You got to say, I got some losers over here.
You got some loser over here. What do they cry and complain about?
They crying and complaining about why they choose to make poor decisions and not do better, and they didn't plan.
No, they don't.
Okay,
Not my channel.
okay, yes, they do.
No, they don't.
They utilize BGS. This is the biggest argument. They utilize the information that you provide
Hmm.
and the civil rights and slavery as all the reasons in the world they can't do better.
No,
And
okay.
why this is that and that's that. They do
Why
that.
why do I provide the information? Okay, you're a teacher, right? You cannot dictate how somebody's going to use the valuable information that you give, can you?
I can tell them they're a loser for trying to use the
You can
information the
tell
wrong way.
you can tell them anything you want, but you can't determine how they're going to use it.
I believe in correction. I'll tell them real quick,
You
listen, I ain't sharing this with you for you to make excuses. Where's your progress? Where's
they're
your
not
damn
they're
progress?
not making excuses. Actually, they are making progress.
Well, see, I think progress, when you have progress, you're happy with your outcomes. You've got answers. You have a plan. There's not a whole lot of complaining to do. And dwelling in the past is not part of progress. It's just not. These are the only, I'm telling you, when I get up BGS, the only thing I'm thinking, I ain't thinking about slavery. I ain't thinking about oppression. I ain't thinking about the women's rights movement. I ain't thinking about who did me wrong. I ain't thinking about none of that. When I get up in the morning, I'm thinking about I'm in a situation and the best possible opportunities in the world are before me. Now, today, I have to make a choice. How am I going to exercise the freedoms and the benefits that I have as a citizen, a Black American liberated in America? This is my attitude when I wake up.
You know what I wake up doing?
What's that?
I wake up because my job, okay, that I've taken on is to keep my folks and my people anywhere from 18 months to 5 years ahead. That's my job. So in other words, you have plenty of time to do self correction, before the bear comes to eat you.
And see
I
that
have
bear
plenty of
comes to eat you? See, there you go.
time
That bear comes to eat you. Why is the bear coming to eat anybody?
because the bear's going to come to because that's the way of the world. That's nature. Okay. If you want to be in
See,
poverty, if you want to be unemployed, be in poverty, you can be. The thing is, but these are the steps you need to take so the bear don't come get you. It's called be the fastest camper. And
well, I think,
my job is to warn you that it is coming. Okay.
uh,
And this is the road ahead that you need to take to get out of the way. That's my
see
job.
this built-in paranoia and something's wrong and all is not well. I just can't.
Well, you
Maybe I'm stupid.
that's
Maybe
not
I'm dumb.
that's not your job. Okay. I don't come to your channel telling you how to do your job, do I?
So your job is to infuse
No, no, no. No,
pessimism
I asked you a
into a
question.
population of men who are already struggling.
I asked you a question. Do I come
No,
to your
you
channel?
don't.
Thank you. So in other words, how do you know what I need to do?
I didn't tell you what you need to do. I'm just
You
trying to
did. You just
clarify.
did. You just did.
I'm clarifying
Stop lying
that
to me.
you
You
are
just did.
Doctor Doom. You want to be Doctor Doom, and I think that's fucked up.
That's what basically somebody got to be Doctor Doom, don't it?
See, and that's the direction I'm not feeling. The Doctor Doom. That's not helping. That's not
I
helping nobody, BGS.
I get people daily sending me stuff. BGS, the stuff that you told me, the stuff you enlightened me about. You know what? It made my life better, and I'm in a position to where I wouldn't have been if I hadn't heard you.
I'm not throwing out the baby with the bathwater. I'm sure that you have given plenty of positive information, stuff that's useful to people. And I'll be honest with you, when I listen to you, I get exposed to stuff. I don't agree with you a lot of times, but I get exposure to stuff I hadn't heard of before. I've become very curious about um I keep forgetting his name. E. Frazier.
E.
Okay.
Franklin Frazier? Yeah.
E. Franklin Frazier. I've become interested in that, you know. And I like to, come across new things that I can explore and ideas. This idea of the bourgeoisie, da da da. I'm very interested in why the FBI, was watching him and all these other things. And I
Okay.
saw it was Hoover. Hoover is the one who seemed to put the folks on him.
Put put put
But
put your
hmm,
put your put. Who do you think got what's his name Garvey deported beside Du Bois?
Hoover was busy. He was busy, no doubt. J. Edgar Hoover was busy.
Beside Du Bois and Hoover got Garvey deported.
Now I know you're not trying to blame W.B. Du Bois for that.
He did. Garvey blamed him.
See, I ain't seen that in none of the autobiographies I done read. I mean,
Garvey
not all
blamed
of
him.
it. Hmm. Well, that's another road I get to go down. But I can say that you expose people because you're always talking about, you expose people to history. Let me say that. Whether it's good or bad, you expose people to history. And
I,
so that I can appreciate about you. You talk about stuff that people probably would never even look at. I get that. But my thing is, it's 2025. And all I'm saying is BGS. I'm not trying to tell you what to do. That's not what I'm saying. I'm asking the question, why isn't it that you can't just teach history in context? Okay, you got your spin on it and all the victimhood, got it. But what about 2025? What
okay.
is it?
Okay.
What is it
I,
that they
I,
need to be
I,
looking
I,
at when it comes to
I'll
information?
give you an example. Okay.
Okay, okay.
Okay. I'll give you an example. Right. All the men were upset about Trump taking away DEI and stripping back affirmative action. Okay.
Hmm.
And they're all in Twitter, all upset because everybody, oh, so they calm
And
down.
I heard you tell them don't give a fuck because it's for white women anyway.
The thing is, they're gonna say, what's the first thing they're gonna say? I don't believe it, right?
Hmm.
So you got to go show them, and you have to not only show them what's going on now, okay, that Obama signed in because of who he was actually financed by. What Obama signed in because that's where the modern DEI came from. Obama signed that in 2011, 2012, okay, along with Me Too and shit, okay.
Hmm.
We also have to show them why it came about in the first place. Okay, it's not new. It's the pattern that's been going on since '63, and you take them from where it started and you walk them up to the future so they can actually understand. Oh, now I get it. I understand what the pattern is, why it occurs, and what we have to correct, and why Trump did what he did. What's why he stripped it all the way back to 64 to 64, 65, right? Is because if you want to strip out DEI, you got to strip out all those executive orders, which is what he did.
Okay, now with that information, they're empowered with history, and now they see the modern outcomes. Things are being taken away and stripped back, and who that affects and how it affects whoever.
Hmm.
Now, the question I have is, what is it that you have instructed them or told them or
Okay.
advised them they needed to do with that information
Okay.
to their betterment,
I'm,
for
gl-
their
I'm
betterment?
I am glad you asked. Okay, I am so glad you
Yes.
asked. Okay,
Okay.
It's because the modern feminist education is
Here we
getting.
go.
You want to retort what I'm going to say?
I just said, here we go. I'm listening.
The modern feminist education, which is why I put out about feminism, basically screwing up education, right? Okay, that's why I played her, and that was current. That's like a month ago. She was at USC giving that speech. Okay, this shit is current. Okay, like months current. Okay, and
Hmm.
you compare it to somebody like Walmsley that talks about inside China business and showing you that of the 21 top industries, China leads in 20 of them, including top researchers. 60% of your patents come out of China now. Okay, why? It's because you dumb down your men, especially your black men. So now, if Donald Trump and other people going forward actually want to do just keep pace, because you're not going to catch them. Just keep
You said
pace.
dumb down the men as if women don't make and create.
I, I,
Okay. I'm just saying.
okay, so of all the high tech businesses and high tech inventions, what percentage of women actually created that stuff?
You know good and well I don't sit here and have no statistics for that.
Now,
But what I do know is that
even if
women
even
are
if
creators and women manufacture. Hold on, women manufacture and create all kind of stuff. A lot of these brands, these purses, these clothing, all kind of stuff that's manufactured. It's not just about tech and medicine. There are people who create stuff out of industry. They create designs because they make sense. They're practical. People come up with um, things that can be patented all day, every day. All kinds of stuff, new things, and it's women. There's a lot of times housewives that come up with stuff. Ooh, this is a new scrubber. I got this scrubber in my hand right now. This didn't exist a long time ago. There's some wife that said that these sponges don't work and I'm gonna create this. I'm just saying there's plenty. Martha Stewart. There's lots of women that have created a lot of things. Come on now. We're not gonna act like it's a man's world and women don't create
remember,
and don't
remember,
have patents.
remember, I said I tell you this stuff all the time, and you don't listen.
What is it?
I tell you this stuff all the time. You don't listen. You don't grasp what I'm saying, right? Okay. And the industries that's going to push a country ahead on this globe and keep you making the money that you're making. Okay. These are the things that have to be made, has to be done, right? Okay. And
Hmm.
women don't do that stuff.
Oh wow.
So if they want to keep pace with the rest of the world, including especially China and the Asians, okay, they're gonna have to start doing what? Pushing
You
the boys.
say promote men and
Can
give
I
men
can I can I
education and
can I
opportunity.
finish? Okay.
You asked me a question, I answered it.
All right.
Oh, it was rhetorical. It was rhetorical. Okay.
They're going to have to push the men up, okay? Because guess what? Those are the people that are actually coming up with these ideas, these inventions to actually push the society forward. Women don't produce bullet trains, okay? They don't produce refine mining. They don't refine manufacturing process. They don't.
Okay. Women
They
don't
don't.
do engineering. Women don't make anything. Okay, BGS.
And I ask you, what of the percentage of people that come up with this stuff? What percentage of them are women?
You tell me. I don't
It's,
have those
it's like
numbers.
5%, if that.
Well, I think that some of the stuff you're talking about is kind of a little bit elite. And the reason why I say that is because in order to enter like manufacturing, enter a lot of these industries, you have to end up being a person who's either entrepreneurial, experimental. You have to be perfectly positioned for some of those things. I'm just being honest. It's not necessarily, I'm talking about the type you're talking about. I say people create stuff all the time. I actually have a patent and I tried to produce it and they fucking stole it. So there's that. I'll never get credit for that.
How,
But
even if you come up with a patent, how does it get manufactured?
that's the problem. I was trying to get it manufactured. I needed the money. That's what I'm saying.
What
And
I'm
I didn't
saying,
have it.
what I'm saying is, what supply chain do you have to get that item manufactured?
Well, it's a possibility now, but it wasn't then.
Well,
Now, let me tell you, now you got opportunities. You got Alibaba. You can go to China. You can get your shit manufactured. You can sell it on Amazon. You can sell it anywhere. You could do one of those what they call funnel advertisement. It's the whole world is open now,
I
and you can
want
do everything yourself. But back then, I went to
you know,
Invention Corporation. And let me tell you, I went to
okay.
Invention Corporation because I didn't have the answers, and
You're
the
not getting
internet was not connected like it is now. I
you're not
couldn't
getting
connect with manufacturers. Go
you're
ahead.
not
I'm sorry.
you're not getting it, okay? You're not getting
What?
it, okay?
What
The
am I
th-
not getting?
the thread, the cutting tools, the machines, all the stuff, whatever it is that I don't know what your invention is, okay? Okay, all those little pieces that go into that product, okay, that has to be it has to be developed and then put together and assembled in a final product. That's called a supply chain, okay?
I know that.
So
And
no,
that's why I went to them. That's
all
why,
right, okay,
BGS, I'm
go
not
ahead,
stupid. That's why
go
I
ahead,
went to them.
go ahead,
Let
go
me
ahead.
explain. You act like I'm stupid. I'm not stupid. I understood this is my product and what I started out with as a concept, but I don't have engineering. Okay. I don't have the background of knowing how to take a product and how to manufacture it, what the supply chain is, how to get it to everybody. I don't know. And I knew I was in a place of ignorance. I don't even know how to file for a patent. So I went to Invention Corporation so that I could actually get help. And they say they will take your product from concept all the way through. But the reality is, if you look research, they steal your shit. That's what they do. They take a good idea, they tweak it, and they do the work. And then, it only takes like just a little change in a design. And then they can say, oh, that's not your original design. You son of a bitch, that is my design. But you, under these laws, you can steal it and say it wasn't my design because you changed it a little bit. You know, the same way somebody can come into a studio and somebody's got an album and they say, oh, drop that beat right there, oh, now I get $1 million and put my name on the album. Same shit. But what I'm saying is I understood all of that. I understood that manufacturing and shit's gonna have to be made in China. I don't have those connections, but we're in a whole different world now. I have a male friend I've been watching for a long time, and he has a company and he goes to China and he does all his shit and gets it in through San Francisco and he sells it on Amazon and everywhere. He's a multimillionaire. Had I had that opportunity and been as young as him, I could have probably had the similar, but I didn't. Hello?
I'm here. Keep talking.
Okay.
Keep
That's
talking.
all I wanted. I just wanted to
Keep
explain
talking.
that I'm not ignorant to the
No,
process. That's all. That's it.
I'm saying why those things, why Trump is doing what he's doing, okay? Why he's tearing things down, okay? And what even though Trump is can be a bumbler, Trump is a joker. I said that from the very beginning. He's a joker, unpredictable, okay? But there's a method to his madness. There's an outcome that he wants, and he doesn't always tell you what his outcome is because he's like that. He's a businessman. He's not a politician. He's not open like that. Well, even Biden didn't do that, but
You,
that's
you you got a lot of belief in that white man. That's all I can tell you. I don't believe it. I think he's
I,
a bumbling, fumbling idiot, and I don't think he's got no plan. I think he listens to whoever is kissing his ass and whoever has paid for his that shit he did with Doge was stupid. The man is an idiot, but you think he's brilliant. Okay,
why was Doge stupid?
Doge was stupid. Well, look, let me get to it because you think everybody's dumb all the time, BGS.
Now,
I
don't
have
I
a
don't need I don't need all of that hoo ha. Tell me why
okay.
Doge was stupid.
I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you a personal situation I had today. I have a client. She
Hmm.
spends well with me every year. Has this fabulous party, and
Hmm.
we were talking about some of the economic changes that I've been going through because what I do is luxury, and she's one of my luxury customers.
Hmm.
And I was talking to her about that, and I asked her. She said, I've had to make some changes myself, and she said, I work for the feds. And I knew that already, but she has a fabulous home. I knew that she worked for the federal government. She said so before, but I didn't know specifically. I said, really? She said, oh, yeah, I've had to make a lot of changes because of Trump. So I understand what you're going through with business. She said, and I said, I don't want to know your personal business, but have you seen Doge come in at your federal level and gut anything? She said, oh, absolutely. She said they were nasty, they were mean, they were disrespectful. She said that they fired five different. She told me today where she worked for the Fed. She works at the CDC here in Atlanta. This is the conversation we had today. She said they came in to five whole departments having to do with HIV research, advocacy, and data collection. That's what she said. Five huge departments. She said they came in and gutted it. They fired everybody. She was one of the ones that didn't get fired, but everybody's on alert, and she's about to just go ahead and retire because she's tired of the shit. And I said, they fired everybody. She said, well, that's funny because what they did is they came back like a month or two later looking to reestablish everybody. She said, so they fired five departments and brought four back. And I said, well, how does that impact? She said it has a lot of impact because you had teams, you had people, you have knowledge, you have all these professionals, and you can't just toss them around. These people have been doing this work for years. Think about it, BGS. You've been on your job for 20 years. You're a scholar. You have detailed information, stuff that you do, processes you do, all of this stuff built together in these departments. And you have somebody just come and destroy that. And you got people who are turned off. They don't want the what do you call it, instability of the federal government. Any day, anytime, you can just come in and fire me now. This used to be one of the most stable places to work. So you got people that enter different sectors. So now you have made things dysfunctional. You got to replace people and bring new people in who don't necessarily have the knowledge, and they're not going to be good team building for what has already been chugging along just fine. Stupid. That's fucking dumb. You destroy stuff just so you come back and have to beg people to come back to their job. But look how much damage you've done. Look how much knowledge you've lost. You see what I'm saying? Hello?
Got more? I'm listening.
That's it. No, that's it. That's all I'm saying.
I
That
didn't want to
shit is
interrupt.
stupid. He did
Okay.
that across. He did that across the education department.
I asked you, were you done?
I thought you were trying to encourage me to say more, and I was
No, no,
done.
no, no, no. I want to make sure I didn't interrupt you. But if you got more, continue. I
The
want
only
to
thing I
get it
will
all
say
out.
is that he did. The only thing I will say is that he has done that across many, many parts of the government. That shit was dumb. That's all.
There, there have been. I probably can show you Democrats and Republicans on both sides. Okay, that have been arguing for this for the last 20 years. Okay,
Hmm.
you have a lot of waste and rot that's in there. Okay, and the thing is that most because people make money and people steal money and stuff like that. Okay, there's a lot of rot in there. Okay, and people make money off of that, so they're not willing to go in and dig that stuff out. Doge is okay. Is it gonna be messy? Yes, it's gonna be real messy. Okay, what Congress should do is go in and work with them instead of opposing them. Okay, because all this stuff
Hmm.
is printed out. Okay, Congress can come in, step in, and help them out if they really want to, instead of opposing them. Because guess what? It needs to be done. You pay uh, your second biggest line item as far as the discretionary budget uh, for the United States, as far as the budget, is interest rates. Okay, it's unsustainable. You're going to have to go in and do an audit on all that stuff and find out who has what. Okay, that's what Doge is for.
Be honest, BGS. They did not do a good audit. Their numbers was wrong. They didn't have a methodology. They had all this stuff screwed up. The stuff they thought they couldn't even get close to what they said they could cut. It was a hot mess. Be honest. Be honest.
How long? How long have they been at it?
Man,
How
they're
long?
stupid.
Hold,
They
hold
don't
on.
have a method.
Okay, okay,
Oh
all right. Go
God.
ahead. Go ahead
Oh
and finish.
God.
Let finish.
PGS, they didn't have a methodology. They couldn't even explain it. Even the Republicans was like, "This shit is dumb. This is stupid. You're taking away and firing people that you actually fucking need, like the aviation. You can't sit here and to make me think I'm gonna take you seriously when you're defending all those stupid things. They had no methodology. They couldn't even publish something that said, this is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to do it. We're going to trim the fat. And this is how we're going to trim the fat. These stupid ass people just went into buildings and said, let me get all your data. Let me have access to your systems. You're fired. You're fired. You're fired. We don't know what you do. We don't care. And when shit falls apart, we'll deal with it later. Oh, well. You fired the aviation people. The damn planes start falling out the air.
They did
And you
a terrible
already had a
job.
shortage. BGS, you know what? You worship the white man,
No, 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 no,
and
no, don't,
anything
don't,
he
don't,
does,
don't,
you think
don't
is
do that.
fine.
Don't do that. Okay, because I do not worship the white man. In fact, most of pro blacks actually worship the white man more than I do.
You keep finding sense and stupidity they do.
No,
What is that not worship? That
in,
fucking shit is stupid.
in other words, me as a progressive, we've been begging for this shit for like 40 years. Okay,
Begging for what?
for somebody to actually go into the federal government. and local governments and dig in and get an accounting of all the stuff to make sure that our dollars go in the right place to the right people and be more efficient. Okay, but you cannot do that unless somebody, whether you break eggs or don't break eggs, goes in there and digs that stuff out. Okay, is it going to be rough? Yes.
No, it doesn't have to be rough because what you do, you can do an audit. My mother's an auditor. You can do an audit without touching anything. You can say, let me look at what you do. Matter of fact, my ex co-wife, you know what she did? She was an auditor. She would audit people's jobs. She kind of did nasty work. She go into a company, interview every single person on the floor, ask them, what do you do? What
Mm,
is your
really,
job? What is your
really,
purpose?
really
Yeah, yeah.
interesting.
What is your job? What is your purpose?
Mm-hmm.
What do you do? What does your day look like? How many hours do you spend doing this and that? And what
Mm,
she would do, very friendly, she would find out that this person basically was useless and they didn't do anything and there was redundancy and they need to basically be put in
mm,
another place where they
mm.
can be more efficient or they need
Or
to be fired.
or they be fired. Sounds like pretty much what those was doing.
Well, he needed to take time to do that. You see, she would go into a company and actually study, and then she would put it to the higher ups and let them make executive decisions. And he didn't do that. He didn't go to people who were experts at this industry. He didn't do that. You give it to somebody who's in the best position. You know what? If he had actually wanted to be efficient, he'd have went to the head of the Department of Education. This is the data. This is what I found. You have 400 people doing the same job. These people can be automated. Is there somewhere else in the Department of Education that you can put these people that they can be more useful and more efficient for the modern era we're in? That would have been made smart. But you just fire people, then you find out later on what they do that has value, and you say, "Oh shit!
You
Well,
bring
can
them
you
back.
call them back? Can you call them back?"
It happens
That's
all the time.
dumb. That's disrespectful, BGS. Come on now.
It happens all the time.
That's dumb. That's fucking dumb.
It happens all the time in
That's
private.
not efficient. That's not efficient.
It happens all the time. You know what? When it should have been done, and Democrats and Republicans actually shut it down was under Obama. Remember the Council on
Here
Debt?
we go. Obama blame. Here we go.
I didn't say. Okay, okay. What was I going to say?
You said it should have been done under Obama. Why is Obama? Why?
Did you let me finish to explain it to you, or do you
All
know?
right, go ahead. I'm listening. I'm
No, no,
listening.
no. Do you know? Because you do this all the
I do
time.
not know why you say
No, no,
Obama.
no, no, no. You do this all the time without knowing what I'm going to say. What's I
Okay, go
say?
ahead.
What say? You talk more than you listen. Okay?
Okay.
Because BGS is a dumb SOB. He works as a
No,
white
you ain't dumb.
man,
You far from dumb.
and I know way more than him. So I'm going to interrupt him and finish his sentence for him.
Nah, you far from dumb. You just twisted. That's all.
I think you're twisted, but that's beside the point.
Really?
Well, I know you're twisted. I don't have to worry about that. I know you twisted. I
Okay.
we in public. Otherwise, I tell you how twisted you are. But that's beside the point.
I'm twisted. Okay.
Yeah, we know how twisted you are, but that's beside the point.
Hmm.
Mm.
Okay.
Anyway, okay. It's remember the bowls. I forget the bowls something council on debt right after the current after the mortgage crisis in 2011, right? You got Republicans and Democrats together to actually go through the federal government and figure out how we can actually cut these deficits, right? Which is waste, which uh what's his name? Musk said that we already tried to do this before under Obama, okay? And basically the senators, the Congress, in both sides of the Congress, Republican and Democrats, shut that down. They gave me this big long list of recommendations because they went in, they dug all this stuff out and audited all these people just like they did. And basically, guess what happened? They shut it down. They didn't do anything. And guess what happened? The debt kept growing. So,
Okay.
so the exact same thing that Doge is doing, okay? And Obama did it gently, okay? Asked people, brought people in to talk. Oh, can we do this? Can we tweak this? Can we tweak that? Oh no, we can't touch that. Oh no, you can't touch this. Oh no, you can't touch that. Oh, blah 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 blah. And guess what happened? And sometimes you can't do it that way. Trump ain't that guy.
Okay. Do you honestly think that that was smart what they did? You don't think they could have been better at Doge? You don't think they could have done? a better job,
Some
more order, more methodology, not fucking up. You don't think that's a
some
possibility?
things, some just like anything else. Okay, just like anything else. Some
Uh,
when anybody, nobody comes in with something new that's perfect, right? Is that true, man?
you're talking about national security. You're talking about a whole industry of people. You're talking about destabilizing the federal government, and your only thing you can say is it just happens like that sometimes.
Just,
BGS, I can't take you serious. I cannot.
just USAID alone, okay? It was
Can't take you serious.
the destabilizing governments. You don't have to take me seriously. You
I
don't have
can't
to.
because you over here saying like there's nothing wrong with what they did, and
you
you
don't.
don't see any flaws.
What I'm saying is, I'm not saying that they don't do stuff wrong. Some stuff they should have done, right? Okay, but the thing is, at the end of the day, it's going to have to be done. If it's not those, it's going to have to be somebody. And Congress, instead of getting on board and digging in, which they should, okay, which they should, but they have to protect their little nest eggs and their little
How,
pet projects. You know,
and
that's
how
why.
can Congress be involved? How can Congress be involved when arrogant Elon Musk is giving the keys to the kingdom and he's going and doing anything and everything, making confusion to the extent being so stupid and foolish and arrogant that even the heads of those departments was like, "What are you doing? Now you stepping on my feet.
On my
Now you're in
now,
my way."
now you stepping on my world and my sphere, okay? And
That's what I'm saying. Lack of protocol, lack of
and,
hierarchy, none of that.
and the thing is, are you going to work with the guy? Or are you going to work against the guy?
He's a damn fool.
It
That's what I'm
doesn't
saying.
matter.
You
It
believe in
don't
these white
matter.
men. I don't
It
believe in
don't
these white
matter.
men. I don't
It
believe in them.
we don't. You should, because guess who's
I
running your
don't.
country? Okay, who runs your country?
BGS.
Who runs your country?
When you say who runs the
Who
country,
runs
let
your
me
country?
let me go down to see you and I got a different worldview. You like all this big, over the top, global, transnational. I believe life begins at the local level. So if you ask me who runs my country and my world, black people. I got local government, black police officers, black
Mm-hmm.
chief of police,
Mm-hmm.
black mayors around me.
Okay.
All the people around me are black that's running my black world. Okay,
Okay.
so that's the
Okay.
first thing. And Atlanta is running Georgia for the most part. That's the world
Mm-hmm.
I'm living in. That's
Mm-hmm.
the world I'm living in. Now I know that
Mm-hmm.
ain't the whole United States, but
Mm-hmm.
there's a lot of people that are leavers. White man is not the answer to everything, and most of the white men don't know what they're doing.
Okay.
Did you not see that? But hold on, let me just say this. BJ, do you not see
Okay.
that? White men have been fucking up the United States for how
Mm-hmm.
many years? They
Mm-hmm.
only ones that ever get into government, and what do? They fuck it up. Let's just be honest. Old white men are a curse to fucking society.
Do you
I'm
know?
done.
Do you know how modern Atlanta is the way it is now?
It's wonderful.
Like, then why it is the way it is now? There's one name. Do you know who he is and what he did?
I don't know. Maynard
He's a
Jackson,
white
I
man.
guess.
No. He was
Here we
kind.
go.
All right. Never mind. It's okay.
BJ, don't
No,
go there
no, no,
because
no,
you
no,
keep
no,
trying
no,
to
no.
find a way to
Let's go to
worship
something else.
white
Hey,
males.
let's go to something else. Okay. If you're gonna be
Okay.
that way, if you're gonna be that way, let's go to something else. I'm not even.
Yeah, I don't
You know,
want to talk about worshiping white men. I don't
uh,
give a fuck about white men at all. I'm just being honest with you.
why do you think you have that airport there? Why do you think who you think moved half of Southern California's defense industry to Marietta, Georgia?
I,
Gingrich.
that's
Ging,
local level
Newt Gingrich.
decision.
Newt Gingrich took the money that was in Southern California, okay, and moved it to Georgia. The reason you have that big ass international airport is because Newt Gingrich took federal money and invested into Atlanta. Okay, that's why you
If I
have it.
remember correctly, there was several Andrew.
No,
There's been mayors and mayorships
no.
of Atlanta that have guided this city and the state to be great. Let me say this to you, BJS. No wonder some of the guys that are attracted to you are very, very downtrodden because I can see right now if
Why?
you was preaching white male greatness to me and I was a black man, I'd have to have low self
You're not.
esteem to listen.
You're not a
Honestly,
black man. You're not a black man.
if
And
I
you don't
was a
know.
black man, it
You
would be
don't know.
very difficult to listen to you
You don't
worship
know
white men.
You don't know what I preach. You don't know what I preach.
AB Media talking about old boy. I'm telling you, when I'm listening to you right now,
You,
you keep finding a way to find white men as superior and smart, and
how,
even when they're stupid, you find a way to put it on a pedestal. Look, this is
how,
not new. This is
how,
not. Let me just say this, BGS.
okay,
This is not
all right.
new because you did this with Pearl, that ugly horse-looking bitch. She has no answers. She's not smart. She's stupid, inflicted, and she just got lucky enough on YouTube, and that made you give her all this power, and
I, didn't-
people dragged you for filth for that.
I didn't give her none of the
Yes,
power.
she did.
You know where she got her power? You know where she got her power from?
Where?
From what's his name? What's his name? Matthew, whatever it is, the conservatives what's it that what?
Rollo Tomati?
No. What are they called? Matthew something. The whole Jewish conservative group that's online.
Oh,
Them,
okay. Hmm.
Matt Walsh and a few others that are in that
The
group.
ones that Candace Owens used to work with.
That you used to work with. They got a ton of
Daily
money.
Mail. Daily.
Daily Mail,
Yeah.
right? Okay. Her Pearl's manager worked for them. Okay, that's where Pearl gets her power from. It wasn't from me. I had nothing
Well,
to do with
I recall BGS,
it.
you saying that Pearl was going to usher in and advocate black males' concerns and issues, and she was going to stand in and bring people to the table to talk about black men's issues
I didn't say black men's
and
issues.
men's issues,
Men's
whatever.
issues. Okay.
Okay, but that's just
And
that's crazy.
I don't know if you ever watch. I'll send it to you. Luthen out of Andor said something that I jive with, and Luthen is me. Okay. What did he say? I am forced to use the tools of my enemy to defeat them. Okay. Pearl is a
Hmm.
tool. Okay. And
See, here we go.
if a tool, no matter what color it is, what race it is, what sex it is, can further my agenda, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to use it.
BGS, she's not a tool. The girl is useless.
No, she's not
She's a
useless.
social media influencer. Let's put things into
Okay.
perspective here.
Say,
Nobody's ever given her a nobody. Hold on.
no.
Nobody has
Hold on.
ever.
You interrupted me. Okay. Say that
Okay,
again. She's a social media what?
she's a social media personality who can
Influencer.
influence,
And can
who can
influence.
influence,
And
can
can
influence certain types of people.
certain. What kind of people can she influence?
That's the problem. The one
What
she can influence ain't nobody that's gonna be
what
good
what
for society.
what kind of people can she influence? What color are they?
She can influence anybody who's willing to
What
listen to her crazy ass.
what color are the people that she influences?
Black,
White,
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 Asian,
no
and
white,
what
white.
she don't have.
Okay,
She
if, if
influenced you. You black,
no, she's carrying the message that I want to see spread forward.
and what's the message?
Huh? Basically, there has to be a balance for men. Okay, there got to be a balance for men. We're gonna have to push back the stuff that's been going on for the last 60 years. You're gonna have to give something back to the boys, especially the boys and the young men. Okay.
That's your
Well,
father's responsibility.
no, it's not. It's society's responsibility.
Mm-mm.
It is the whole society. Okay.
That's a father's
It takes
responsibility
a whole
to make a way
society.
for his son.
It takes a whole society to make a way. There is no way out in the wilderness. The whole society has to do it. No other country works that way. Even why do you think you have a public education system from the 1830s on that made America what it was? Okay, why do you think that was? Okay, it
So
was
this this
it wasn't fathers that did it. Okay, it was the whole society had to come together and do that.
so this goes right along with your idea that men are being held back until women basically relinquish their abilities, their skills, their influence in the world. Men can't really step forward. That's what you're trying to say, basically, right?
No. I'm not saying that. Okay, but basically, I'm black pill. Okay, I'm structural realist. There's a zero sum game. Okay, if you take,
Okay.
there's a balance, right? If you take something from one place, you got to take it from someplace else. Okay, just had a feminist say the exact same thing. How come she didn't want to give up her spot? Okay, there's a white feminist talking about she didn't want to give nothing to white boys. Okay, because she didn't want to give up the spots that she had. Okay, even though they had to convince men to give up their spots for them. The thing is, okay, fine. Say we give 60, 70% of those spots to women. Okay, they have to produce.
Spots in jobs or spots in education? What are we talking about? Spots in what?
Spots in education, spots in jobs, spots on boards, spots in all kinds of stuff, all kind of industries, education, jobs, all kind of stuff. Okay, all kind of resources, money, loans, all that kind of stuff goes into females. Okay, grants, all the resources of the United States, 70% of that goes into females. Okay, probably more than that. Okay, the thing is, okay, I don't care. Okay, if you think that's the best way to go forward and push the country forward, and the females can get out there and do their thing and push this country forward, I'm all for it. Okay, after 60 years, what have you gotten for it?
Well, women have made a lot of strides in terms of education. Women are very educated. Women have busted into a lot of different industries. Women are entrepreneurs. Women have come a long way. We're not going to let you take
No,
that away from
no,
women because you
no,
try to make a point.
no. They have to.
But
They have
but
to.
I want to say this. I want to say this. Men have to become more competitive. That really needs to be the conversation.
No,
You
you
need
have.
to get off your. Let me say this.
Okay.
Your guys gonna have to get off their sorry asses and go get an education. Nobody's stopping them. They're gonna have to get off their sorry asses and they're gonna have to break into industries and do what it takes to compete with women and white men. That's it.
Oh,
That's the answer.
that's the answer. Guess what? It's not gonna work.
They can't do it. Just say that. They can't
Eh,
do it. They can't compete.
Nobody does it that way.
They can't compete.
Nobody does it that way.
See, that's what I'm saying, BGS. You are
Nobody
giving these
does. No,
guys,
no.
you're not teaching resilience. You are teaching people to find a way, a loophole towards
No.
victimhood where they can't do stuff and it's not a possibility and it's because it hasn't been done already. That's crazy. You understand?
You're a teacher, right? Okay. Are
I'm a
you?
resilience
No,
teacher.
no, no.
Yes,
You're a teacher, right? You're going to give the kids the best model for success, right?
of
Right?
course.
Right? Okay. In other words, if something's been going for 60 years, the shit ain't work, would you give it to your kids?
It depends on what you mean and who's saying it don't work.
No, 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 no. If you did experiment A and B came out and didn't work, would you keep saying you actually keep doing A?
BGS is not about
No,
experiments. You
no,
have to
no, no.
look at
I asked
no,
you.
because you're trying to no, you're trying to do
No, no,
social
no. Oh,
engineering, and
okay.
that's not
Oh, no,
going.
no.
That's not going to work.
If you want to be right, baby, it's okay. Okay.
What I'm telling you is, I'm going to look at what does work, and let's focus on what does work. I'm
In
not going
other,
to sit and keep talking about what's failing. Let's focus on what
in
works.
other words, we know what works. Okay. Okay. You're not gonna read it. I don't even know why I'm going to suggest it to you. You're not gonna read it.
See,
So
there you go. There you
you're not,
go.
you're not gonna read because you don't read shit I read. So
I read some things, but what you're not going to do is send me back to 1952 and this
okay.
Moynihan report and all this
No,
other
no, no,
mess.
no, no. Julia Grant wrote this in when I buy the book, 2014. Okay, it's called The Boy Problem. Okay, she traced educational system, especially boys, from 1850 to 1960. Okay,
Hmm.
and she talked about uh, what are the patterns and the things they had to do to get boys to learn. Okay, and why well, number one, why school was brought in position in the first place. Okay, what do they have? Why they had to adjust the class system for boys? Okay,
Hmm.
and what was the outcome? It's called The Boy Problem by Julia Grant.
What did she come up with? What were her main points? So, what did she find that black boys
Okay,
needed to do better in school?
she this is all boys. It's not just black boys. Okay, and
Oh,
and
okay, all
ba-
boys.
and basically because of the way things work out and the way people gravitate to jobs here, most of your teachers are going to be female. Even back then, not
Understood.
at 80-90% of your teachers were female. Okay, and what they found out is that they so-called feminized the classroom. And guess what
Hmm.
happened? The white boys are dropping out and not going to school.
Okay, I'm familiar. I think I'm familiar with this scholarship. I'm not sure if it's the
And
exact person, but I learned. Let me say this. I did do some research because you know that my research was focused on at-risk males and how can mentoring. What are the corrections for bringing black males into the public school to counter the white femalehood that is prevalent and undo some of that type of stuff because statistically by third grade they're tired, they're over it, they don't care, they've lost positivity, and then definitely by 16 they're ready to drop out. And so I was looking at those, and I did a lot of research. And one of the things I did come across, and I did some adjustments myself as a female, I learned that this is a feminine thing to sit at a desk and read books and stuff like that. And so one of the things I did to adjust, because majority of my classrooms were, black men, um, I had to do certain things to try to infuse, and I did use a lot of scholarship. How do we turn the classroom into a more masculine friendly space? So one of the things I did is project based learning. I talked about John Dewey. I think me and you talked about that briefly. John Dewey, experience and education, and talking about experiential learning. And so the idea that you become something to do it. Let's become a filmmaker. When we're going to study film, so let's become filmmakers. Let's become, you go out here and be an actor. Let's do that. Let's create a film.
Hands
Let's
on.
get out of these seats. Huh?
Hands on. Yeah.
Hands on. Let's do, project based learning. Y'all pick your partners. You know who's skilled. And a lot of times we would make it a competition because men do well with
On
competition.
competition. Oh, yes.
Yes, and so what I would do is say, okay, we're going to have a prize, and we're going to have a show, a fest at the end of your talents and skills. Among you, decide who's what. So this teach leadership and cooperation. Y'all pick who's the actors, who's the director, who's the person who's going to be the cinematographer. Y'all
Mm-hmm.
do it. Here's a final product, and I just let them go and give them freedom. They be all over the school. Miss Freeman's kids is loose again, you know.
Mm-hmm. But it worked. It worked, did it not?
It worked. And not only that, I learned to do stuff like competition where I would throw candy. I'm not shouldn't be throwing candy, but I would throw candy as a quiz. And it's like public acknowledgement. Yes, you
Mm-hmm.
won. Yes,
It's
it's
com- it's,
immediate
it's
gratification.
competition. Okay. Feminism teaches the opposite. Okay.
Right. These are the things I did to adjust. And so I would
Mm-hmm.
have a quiz for them. They knew what they were supposed to know, literary terms. And when they would get it right, I go down the road and you either get it or you don't. It wasn't none of that soft, oh, well, I'm going to give you a piece even though you got it wrong. No, you got it wrong. That's it. You don't get anything. Next person.
Mm-hmm.
So I was giving them that harsh reality of either you're
Mm-hmm.
getting it or you're not. This is the
Mm-hmm.
way life is.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing I did is I started taking them to the gym, and
Mm-hmm.
so I would say, y'all, this group, y'all walk around until we do the quiz. I would call out the term or question for the literature. They have the basketball. They're standing, and I think it's called third. Is it third? Not third base. What is it called? I don't know. It's a circle, and you stand there and you throw the
Free throw
ball.
line.
What is it called?
Free throw line.
It's a circle right in front of the basket, and then you have two
Oh,
lines on the side.
yeah, two. Okay, the circle in front of the back. That's usually that's the charge circle, but that's
When they
yeah.
playing basketball, they have to all stand around on the side of those two lines right there, and then that
No,
person
that's the free
stands
throw
in the
line. That's the
middle.
free throw line, and that's just the free throw line.
Okay, so that's where
Okay.
they were standing.
And
It's not that far
mhm.
away from the basket, though, right?
and they call it the key. The key. It's 15 feet.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's the one. And so I would have them stand there, and I ask them three questions, and if they got at least one of the three questions right, they get to shoot the basketball. The other boys grab the ball, they pass it to the next one, and so I was rotating them around in the gym using literature and the idea they like basketball. So I learned, and I used hip hop, let them do, hip hop, write poetry, hip hop, perform hip hop. So I tried to cater to my male students in ways
Mhm.
that would appeal to their masculine energy. So I know something about it, BGS. I know something.
So when okay, now that you know that, right? So now that you're an expert at it, right? Okay.
Hmm.
What percentage of boys get that kind of education?
Very few.
You think it's five?
None.
Almost none, right?
None.
Okay.
None.
So if they're not getting it and that's what they need, what are results do you think you're going to get out the other side?
It's terrible. They hate school. They're bored. They act up. All of that.
Mm-hmm.
It's
And
horrible. It's set up to fail. No doubt. I'm not going to sit there and
um,
lie. They're set
but
up for failure.
guess who thrives in that environment?
Black women,
Girls,
women,
women.
women, all in general. Yeah.
So if you know that, was it what they call it garbage in, garbage out. In other words, if you know that going in, that's what you input into the kids, okay, and you adapt to their learning style, would it not be not so big a leap to expect that girls are going to do much better than boys?
Listen, you ain't got no arguments for me on this. The,
So
the,
enough.
the,
So,
the scholarship, let me say this, BG, it's the scholarship, the data, the research. It's constantly reinforcing. It's clear. There's no doubt about it. Black males are at a disadvantage, especially at risk, especially those in poverty. They're at a disadvantage. There is not an easy win for them. It's not.
It
It's
it
not.
it is better to do what? Raise strong children than to do what? Fix broken men. Where does it
Yeah.
start?
But I would say that this is gonna to me the real solution, which is kind of doesn't even matter. The real solution, in my opinion, as a teacher, being that I've seen what I've seen, try to call parents, try to call dads, and it's just drama. The disconnected father. Well, his mama this, and she raised him, and she don't let me do that. And it's just that back and forth. Because nobody takes responsibility for the child. Everybody's complaining about the other person, but nobody takes responsibility. This is my experience as a teacher. I always will call
Mhm.
fathers first, even if it's a girl. I call the dad first. I want to see where daddy stands, because to me, I feel like that's where the structure should be on how we is and how we ain't gonna behave or be in school. And
If it's a two-parent household, okay, but most time, guess who makes the decisions in the black household?
it was never a two-parent household. That's the problem.
Okay,
These are at-risk
okay.
kids.
Even a two-parent house, guess who makes about the children? Guess who makes most of the
You
decisions?
gonna say as women. You gonna say as women.
All right,
You are gonna say as women, aren't you?
I got proof, but it's okay.
This is the thing with you. It always goes back to what the woman did wrong and da da da.
It,
Okay,
it,
fine. Slavery, women are
well,
matriarchal, women run the show. Okay, and what?
what I'm saying is okay. What I'm saying is you can't remake the system, the structure. Okay, you got to work with it. Okay, I know.
Okay,
When my kids were small, okay, when they were small, right? My ex moved out to a mixed area, right? White teachers, okay, and when something happened with the kid, you know, I got to drive 75 miles to a conference because guess what? The white woman don't want to talk to a black woman. She don't want to talk to a woman at all. Guess who she want to talk to? She want to talk to his father. Okay.
that's how I was. I want to talk to daddy,
Okay. But when they came back into the city, went to a black school, guess what happened? Guess who they want to talk to?
mom.
Mama. Because according in their mind, who's in charge?
Either she's in charge or he or daddy don't care and he
Now,
ain't involved.
in the teacher's mind, who's in charge?
Mom,
Mom. Okay. But out there in out there way out there in the boondocks with the white folks, guess who's in charge?
dad.
Dad.
I can see that because I mean, like I said, a lot of times I couldn't even find daddy's number. Daddy MIA. We got to deal with that too. It's a lot of black men MIA. Let's come on, BGS.
Okay.
Let's keep it real.
Eh,
If
eh,
daddy's MIA, don't be mad because mama step up. Come on now.
Well,
Come
most
on.
time, dad, if you found dad on a phone call, dad's not that far MIA. Okay. I I
Well, when
I
I
dealt
talk to him, he MIA.
I,
I'm just
I
telling you what I experienced.
I dealt with the gynocracy personally. Okay, with my own children, battling back and forth with the females in my family. Okay, so I know I'm a sigma in the middle of a gynocracy, and half the shit does not make sense. Okay, and I'm telling them it doesn't make sense. I show them it makes sense. Guess what they do? They do the shit anyway. Don't matter.
Is that partly why you on this mission? No, because you
No,
had a
no, no, no,
lot of
no,
women in your
no,
family
no, no,
that
no,
were too.
no.
Okay.
My mission, okay, my mission is to give men just like me information so they can use it in whatever the way they choose to enlighten themselves and maybe make a difference in their life or maybe in their family's life. That's my mission. My mission is not to change you. Okay, I cannot change you. I can do you is say if you want to do this doesn't so you want to correct this, okay, just like my spiritual teacher taught me, these are the tools to actually correct yourself, okay,
Hmm.
and I show you where the tools are. If we need to sit down and explain with how to use the tools, I'll do that too, okay.
Okay. I'm gonna ask you a honest opinion. I want your honest opinion. Do
Mm-hmm.
you have any reservation that some of the stuff you say? Be honest, BJ. Do you have any or hold any honest reservations that you may have because of what you teach and the way you teach it, have some men who may misunderstand or misinterpret what you're doing and think that it's an excuse making space. Do you think that's a
Yeah,
possibility?
yeah,
These
it's a
are all the reasons I can't. Huh?
it is a possibility because you think that. So
Oh, you got, there you go.
you
Got to
think
put
that. So
me in it.
yeah, I put you in because you're even though they ain't here, you're here. Okay, got a whole bunch of people disagree with it. Okay, doesn't matter. Okay, okay. My teacher told me your job is to give the information. Okay, don't matter.
Oh, no, it does matter. You're
No, no,
responsible for how
no.
people.
That's what you think. That's not my job. Don't tell me how to do my job.
I think there is responsibility. You
Don't tell
calling
me how.
yourself a teacher.
Don't tell me how to do my job. My job is to give you the correct information. That's it.
Hold on one second. Somebody have. Oh, wait a minute. Somebody pulled up. Hold up. Mahogany. Do you mind BGS if Mahogany come up?
Oh, that's fine. I don't.
Well,
That's,
May,
hold on a second. Hold on a second.
excuse me?
Let me finish. She asked me a question. I want to answer the question first, and then you're welcome. Okay. She asked me, "Do I mind?" I said, "No." There's only certain people there's very few people I don't like. The thing is, those people I don't move for anybody. Okay, mahogany's fine.
Like, no,
Okay.
don't do me no favors. If this is a one-on-one, I'll gladly go. If it's a
No, no,
one-on-one, I'll go.
it's her
No,
show. I don't.
'Cause
Yeah,
I mean, 'cause
that,
you seem
Mahogany,
like
Mahogany.
you
Let me
like
say,
special
first, Mahogany. First, I want to say hey to you. And
time.
I know. Listen, I have to temper myself and have lots of self control because BGS triggers me in so many ways. But I found this is a practice for me. I'm learning how to tolerate ideas that are not in line with my own. So I have to say that first and foremost. But I like to explore his ideas because I think he's interesting. But go ahead. What you got to say? What's your thoughts?
Well, God bless you. You're about the only one that thinks he's interesting. I just wanted to add my 2 cents.
oh boy, here we go.
I
All
just
right.
wanted to add, I have nothing to say. I don't talk to people like him. I just
Oh,
wanted to
okay.
talk about the
Well then,
topic.
and I
That's
can.
when you were talking about children, because I've been working in pediatrics for over 20 years. I
Hmm.
see white and black kids, white and black parents. I speak to them every single day. And this idea that white parents have it more together than black parents is an absolute lie. I can't tell you how many times I've actually had white women cry to me about,
Mahogany, your voice went out. Say
No,
again.
can
I heard
you hear
her.
me now?
Go
I've
ahead. Say it
had
again.
white I've had white women and they're going through the same things. You have a lot of white women that come in and they're single mothers or they're married and they're carrying the whole load. They got 4 and 5 little ones back to back to back, and they're dealing with the same thing where they're taking care of all the responsibility. So this idea that that automatically the teachers know to ask the dad and da da da. That's just not. That hasn't been my experience at all. I will say this, and it has nothing to do with white and black, because he's up here making it automatically seem like, oh, when you go into the inner cities, that the teachers don't even ask for the dad. That's not true. The fact is, a lot of the dads aren't there, but it's also that way with some of the with the white families also. I had a white woman cry to me about how her husband doesn't help her and that she's pretty much stressed the hell out because she's taking care of all these little ones by herself. So, I mean, you got to I know you like him, but this is the person you're talking to,
Oh,
okay? When you talking to somebody that worships people because of their color, because it's anybody besides self, then that's the type of answers you're going to get. You're going to get basically these boogazy answers that don't come from nothing. First of
okay.
all,
All right.
that story, the book he was telling you about, I don't know about that book, but I do know that
Which book?
same
Which book? Hold on. Which book?
talking about, I guess, a book that was written in the 1920s by a white lady where she was
No,
talking.
no, it was written in 1940 in 2014. Julia Grant, The Boy
Okay.
Problem.
Well, the first person I ever heard talk, well, there's been several. There's another book. I'll have to look that up by a black author. And then Dr. Umar Johnson also talks about black boys and the
Yeah,
differences
I
between them. So,
interviewed him like 4 times. Yeah,
huh?
interviewed him 4 times. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've been on the panel with them. I'm just saying, I don't know if that white woman was the first person to ever bring that up because they like to steal black people's things and claim it as their own. Um, And just for a little, I went back and did a little research on Newt Gingrich. Isn't he an opioid user in the past? I mean,
He
I
might
just
have.
don't
He
understand.
might have been.
Why would
Okay.
you look up to somebody like that?
Oh, no,
Why would you?
okay. What did I say that he did? Not that I
You
look up to
just
him. No, no,
pretty much
no,
anything right is right to
Listen,
you.
listen to me, okay? What did I say that he did for Atlanta and did for Georgia as Speaker of the House? What did I say he did?
He
Child, I
said,
don't listen to you. May's the
What did
only
well,
one that.
let me say what he said. He said that he brought Atlanta, Hartsfield, and all these different industries here and things to Marietta. He said they brought a lot of resources. I'm gonna have to look that up. I don't necessarily
he,
believe that
he
because the
was
black mayors have always been in charge of Atlanta and the development. But go ahead.
he was Speaker of the House. I'm in Southern California, and I'm looking at half the defense industry that was in Southern California. Okay, get moved out of California, out of my area. All this money get moved out and moved to Georgia in the
Are you
'90s.
talking about
Okay?
that Lockheed Martin? Is that what you're talking about?
Lockheed Martin, a whole bunch, Sperry, a whole bunch of people, Hughes, a whole bunch of people moved to Marietta, Georgia. Okay, that's trillions of dollars that got moved to Georgia because he
Okay, so he wasn't doing that for Georgia. He was doing that for himself because he probably got contracts and family and all kind of other things. And that you do know he's from Cobb County, so it makes sense that he would have that stuff moved there specifically and not other parts of rural Georgia that probably need it more. I'm just saying. Just saying.
what I'm saying is that's a big, huge transfer of wealth. And how has Atlanta grown since he did that?
Atlanta's grown because of that international airport, if I'm honest with
And
you.
guess who's the
And
other?
the Olympics. And
And,
the Olympics.
and guess why you got it? Guess who was Speaker of the House?
The person who is in charge of that is black that helped expand the airport to put it there as well as the newest international expansion. I'm sorry, BGS. I'm not giving a white man no credit
Oh,
for
oh, okay,
Atlanta. I'm not.
okay,
I'm
okay, don't,
not.
don't,
We're
okay.
gonna look this up. No, no, brother. I'm not gonna dismiss you. What we gonna do
No,
is we're gonna look up.
you just did, okay? You just
No, I'm
did.
not. I said I haven't looked it up. I'm going like
And,
what she just did.
and, and,
Hold
and,
on. She looked up Newt Gingrich. I'm gonna look up Newt Gingrich. I'm gonna look up who's in charge of the development and the various things of Atlanta, who brought the Olympics here, all of that stuff. I think it was Mayor Bill Campbell, but I'm gonna look it up because we're not
and,
gonna just
and,
argue in
and,
the air. We're gonna look
and,
it up and we'll meet again on this issue.
there's two big things that helped out uh, uh, Metro Atlanta. Okay, one was the movement of trillions of dollars of defense spending to to the area. Okay, second thing was Hope Six that caused this massive gentrification of Atlanta. Okay, go look up
What was?
Hope Six. Okay,
Let me write it down.
the HUD bill Hope Six. In fact, what's his name? The Black Authority, Jason Black. Well, we had an argument on Facebook back in I want to say 2011. Okay, about
Okay.
Hope
Well,
Six.
hold on, BGS. I wrote that
Yeah,
down. So what can we do this? Can we put this on?
let me finish.
Wait,
Let me finish
BGS, can we
first.
put this on pause?
Let me finish first, okay? And
Okay, go ahead.
we can circle back, okay?
Okay, okay,
We he actually wrote a script for his documentary called Gentrified using Hope Six. Now I can go back and
okay,
you can actually look it up. HOPE six, the HUD bill Hope Six, signed by signed by then George H. Bush is after the L.A. riots because he was pissed. Okay, he wanted to break up the black enclaves. Okay, so that's where Hope Six came in, and all this development money came in to the large black urban areas to develop. Okay, that's where the money came from.
okay.
So
All
those
right. So
this is where
what
the
I'm
money
gonna
came
do is okay. I'm gonna look it up, and I wrote it down. Hope six, and we'll circle back on this issue because I'm proud of Black Atlanta, and I really do want to know the roots of what I do believe is Black excellence. But we'll circle back to it when I actually have done had time to do research, and maybe Mahogany, you too can circle back on the conversation as well. Mahogany, what else are your thoughts?
I just haven't. Well, I said I didn't have any questions for him, but I do. I can't help myself.
Go
So,
ahead.
I have to ask about when he had Jaguar Wright on his show.
from.
What was
Okay.
the purpose of having
Oh,
And oh,
okay.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Finish your question.
Why did you have her on the show? Like, what was the purpose? Because you deal with
Oh,
women and women.
is
BGS have Jaguar, right?
Yes.
no, okay. There's one. It was Art in the
Oh,
Style. Okay, who's a friend of Jaguar Wright. Okay, Okay,
Ooh.
and her husband, okay, her new husband is a subscriber of mine. Okay,
Her husband. Which
huh?
one? Which one?
The current husband is a subscriber of mine. Okay.
First of all, let me just say that that woman is fraud. She doesn't have a husband. I mean, she has a husband and she's cheating on with another man. Let me
Okay.
ask you something,
Oh,
BGS.
but
Because I was not welcomed. Not that I wanted to be welcomed by you guys, because you guys are weird to me.
but
But
but,
you invite a
you're
woman like
weird to
Jack
me.
Alright.
You're
Well,
weird
you're
to
weird
me.
to me. Well, good. We're weird to each other. We're
Thank
in the
you.
same boat.
I'm glad we can find common ground.
Mm-hmm. I
Hmm.
don't know what you could say is weird about me. Actually, show
I, I,
myself
I,
approve
I
things.
just by the way you're
You have
talking,
been
you sound
on the
weird to me.
internet for over 10 years and you have
Yes.
never showed anything, not a knuckle, not a hair on your head, nothing.
So
So
what?
you're weird.
So what? You're weird.
Because you're hiding. No, you're weird.
You're
You're
weird.
hiding.
You're
You're
weird.
hiding.
You're
You're
weird.
weird.
You're weird.
Just like you and you're
You're
petty.
weird.
Just
You're
like you
weird.
expect
You're
me
weird. You're weird.
on that
No,
whatever.
you're
You're
weird.
weird. No,
You
you're
asked me. You asked
Well,
me.
I'll say
you
this.
told me
I got a I got a picture.
You
It's
asked me a question.
ridiculous.
You asked me a question about why
Okay, and you
Jaguar.
answered it.
Can I finish?
I got a picture of
It's
BGS. I
okay.
just want to say that I got a picture. Go ahead.
Can I
Was he as
finish? Okay.
ugly as I think he is?
Can I finish? Okay. You
Nah,
asked
he's
me.
a middle-aged looking guy. He's not ugly.
You asked me how Jaguar Wright got onto my show. Okay. I don't know the woman. Okay. It was a favor to Art New Style and her husband. Okay. Now, whether she's married or not, I don't know because I don't know anything about her. Okay. And uh, the reason that he wanted me to actually interview her, okay, is because one, he used a technique, a union technique, to actually get her. That's how they met, how he married. He manifest. If you want to know how to manifest, that's how he got her. So he's a fan of mine, and he
Mhm.
wanted me to have a discussion with his wife. Okay. And Art New Style said, "Can you?" Because he interviewed her. He said, "Can you do interview her on your women's channel and have a conversation?" Because she want to have a conversation. That's it.
Yeah, well, you should research the people you have on your show. I'm just saying.
Why?
If you think I'm weird, you need to figure out who you had on your panel, honey.
A lot of weird people are
Yeah,
influential.
throwing ashes, throwing her dead son's ashes, the
Uh,
whole
uh, uh,
nine. You do not know who you're on
I
the
don't
panel with.
care. I don't have to.
Okay,
I don't
well,
have.
I'm just letting you know.
I'm.
I don't care either.
She's not. I'm not marrying the woman. She's not raising my kids. I don't care.
No, but I'm just saying you're over there. You had this woman show where you guys are supposed to be teaching women femininity and all this BS. And
No.
look at the type of women. Look at the type of women you have on your show. You don't even know nothing about them. That's what I'm talking about. The hypocrisy.
I do the
What was the
same.
topic? Y'all, what was the topic of the show? What was Jaguar Wright on there talking about? I have no idea.
The
Her father.
Okay, go
Her
ahead. You tell.
father.
You
She
tell me.
talks a lot about her father. I follow her and I know her story very well, but she was talking about her father, how her mother, blaming her mother basically about her father. Her poor mother, she treated her mother like trash. The poor woman had dementia. She caused the woman to lose her place, everything. I mean, it's just shameful how she treated her mother. There's video after video of her cursing and yelling at her poor mother who had dementia. That woman is trash. Fake Hebrew
Well,
Israelite, the whole nine, hopping on penis while she's legally married to somebody else. I knew the dude that she's legally married to. That's why I say, BJS, what kind of research did you do before
I
you had
did.
that
Okay,
up on your show?
I didn't. I just told you why I did it. It's a
Okay.
favor to somebody
well,
else.
well, BGS, I should tell you that to be from the outside looking in objectively, I've seen her treat into mahogany. What you're saying, I've seen her treat lots of people poorly. Her ex-husband was there for her, and she drug him so bad. She treats her son poorly. That lady is mean
She's still
consistently
married to
to
him.
everybody.
She's still married to him.
Yes.
That ain't her ex-husband. They never got a divorce. That came out. She's
Oh, I
still
didn't know.
as a tramp. And that's what I'm saying for BGS to have these women, because they're talking softly. There's one that he loves to death. These people, I just can't. But
Uh
thank
oh,
you so
don't
much.
speak on her.
Oh,
Oh Lord.
you're not my base. I don't care.
Whatever, and I don't care either. I don't
Thank
care
you.
about you.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
the
you.
only person that think you're important, BGS.
No,
You
not
and
no.
you and
Do you think you're important to yourself?
of course I do.
Thank you. Enough said.
Well,
All
BGS, I don't know if you noticed, but Mahogany, she does a lot of blogging about celebrities, and I have seen her do Jaguar Wright. So Jaguar right
Okay.
expert. So you
Okay.
definitely know a lot.
Okay. Good
I
for
know
her.
that dude on Facebook too, May. Like it's no lie. I would never get
Okay.
up here and lie on another person. She's trifling, and I just feel like he should do his
That's
research.
that's
But
fine.
when you're doing stuff for clout and for views, honey, anything goes. That's why you
I
were
did.
on
I
Pearl's
didn't.
ass.
I didn't do it
Pearl
for
is
you.
young enough to be my daughter. Do y'all know that when Pearl came out, she was like 24 or 25 years old. I got a 24-year-old son, and these men were kissing her ass. This young child. It was ridiculous. That I mean, it
I
was.
agree.
Okay. But Pearl actually advanced the manosphere cause in the UK to the point where it's global. It's one step up the ladder.
BGS, your voice is going out. Your voice
That's
is going out.
in other words, basically, she advanced the cause. Okay.
No, she didn't. No, she
Yes, she did.
didn't.
Yes, she
No, she
did.
didn't.
Yes, she did.
BGS, you have to admit, but can you do that today? Can we have a confession, a come to Jesus moment? Can you
Mm-hmm.
just recant all of that? Just say, I, BGS, made a mistake, putting my faith into a runt ass white woman who has nothing but clout to chase. Can we say that today, please?
Why would I say that?
Because it's the truth.
To
Can
whom?
I say something? Can I
To,
say
no,
something,
no, no.
maybe?
Hold on, hold on. To whom?
Okay, okay.
To whom?
Everybody knows that. People drag you for filth for that. Everybody
I
drags you.
don't.
Come on.
I have been. YouTube drags me for filth, so you guys don't
No, they
matter.
really dragged you on that. They
No,
had
no,
a
no, no,
point.
no,
Can
no.
I say
Hey,
something?
I'm on 20 separate lists. Okay, I used to clinch up going through customs. Okay, coming back into the country, I used to clinch up.
We talking about Pearl. Don't try to get
May,
away from
No, no,
May,
no,
Pearl.
no.
I
So
just want
what
to
I'm saying,
address. Can I
so y'all dragging me for filth. I could care less.
I'm not dragging
You,
you. Nobody
I'm
cares
talking.
about
I
I'm
you.
not
am.
talking. I'm not talking
Gen
to you.
Z,
I'm
Gen
not
Z,
talking to
Gen.
you.
Okay, okay then. Gen Z. Let me just say this, and then I'll leave these two to have the discussion. I did not say that Pearl was 30 back then. When she came out back when she first came over here, she said on I think Obsidian show, one of those shows, she said she was 24, about to be 25. That was several years ago, 3, 4 years ago. So she might be 28 now, but she was
Hmm.
very young. And I'm saying that she was college age. She even said that her father had a tech company. Don't try and check me and you don't know the facts. Her father had an IT tech company, and
Hmm.
that's how, and he also had a lot of money to invest in her.
Hmm.
She exploited black people, and she took advantage of it. That's what she did.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for answering my question, BGS. But whatever.
And
Um,
whatever.
yeah, whatever.
Whatever.
You're still immature. You don't remember I had a encounter with you
I
before.
don't. I don't. I wouldn't remember, baby.
Oh, good, because
Y'all are funny.
I definitely don't
Nah,
remember
Y'all
what
are
you
funny.
said. I
you
don't
know,
listen to
yeah,
you.
yeah. This will show you that most people don't like me. Okay.
Because you
Sure
don't
do.
tell the
Good
truth and you're
example.
not being authentic, BGS.
Uh,
That's why.
How am I not telling the truth?
You leading these men off a cliff
No.
thinking that white men got all the answers
Who,
and they got to study
they,
white men
they,
and ways of white men and imitate that. And until they do, they can't.
if,
No, that's not the
if
answer.
I started off as a MGTOW, okay, in the white manosphere, okay, I'd be making buku money if I was still over there worshiping white men. I'd be making buku money, okay.
I'm
Coach Greg,
talking about the way you speak on them.
Darius M, Coach Greg Adam got 300,000 subscribers. I'd be making that kind of money, okay. I wouldn't be over here struggling. If I was just
Okay.
that invested in white men, the reason that they said something to me about the Missouri protest, Missouri University protest, they jumped all over my ass, and I left. Me and the four other brothers left, okay, and came over to help start the Black Manosphere.
Why did you ever think that white men wanted y'all black men around anyway? That's the
That,
question
that,
I have.
I, just like when I went to white schools, I didn't care whether they wanted me around. Okay, I'm there. I'm there for a reason. I'm there for my purpose. I don't care whether they like me or not. I ever since I was 9, I had to face the fact that most white people ain't gonna like me. Okay, I went
That's
to all
right. They
white
don't.
schools. Okay, and most times I was the spot in that classroom. Right, I didn't care whether they liked me or not.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, and that's what I'm saying. You say you pro black, but I would challenge some of that stuff you say. You say you're pro black, but
Challenge,
a
well,
lot of
challenge
a
me,
lot of your mentality,
challenge me on something that's pro black. Challenge me.
the fact that you can't just say white
No,
men are
challenge,
wrong, white men
challenge
don't
me.
have the answers. I'm
White
challenging you now.
white supremacy is getting ready to go away as we speak.
No, it's
Okay,
not. Oh
yes, it
my
is.
God, it's just getting started. Are you
No, it's not.
serious?
No, it's not. It's going away.
White men have had a memo go out. Let me just
No,
say
no.
this, BGS. Let me
Mm-hmm.
say this. Let me say a complete thought. White men have had a secret memo go out. I don't know if you've noticed, but the white men want their shit back, okay? And so they are pushing every foreigner, non-white, clearly non-white. I don't care if you think you're white. If you ain't white, according to them, they want you out of their country. They want you out of power. They want to push you away, as far away, and they want to be hidden, just like Elon Musk. It's not a joke that Trump, as a white man, this is what I'm challenging you as a pro-black. Trump, as a white man, has a complete, total white male only agenda. Does he not?
No, he
See, there
doesn't.
you go.
You
That's
know
what I'm
why?
saying. You ain't pro-black, brother. You ain't
Okay.
pro-black.
You know why he does it? Because he can't afford it.
He's acting as if, and you got to look at what people
No,
do, not what they say.
no,
Look
he's
at what
not at.
people do, not what they say.
I'm looking
His
at what he does.
actions, his actions say he is promoting a
I,
pro-white male agenda. Okay,
I, the white society will not make it
man,
if they do not do what's necessary. They need every person in this country, especially men, to push as hard as they can. Otherwise, this whole country is headed for a brick wall, and he
I'm
knows that.
asking you, can you acknowledge that this man is pushing a white male only agenda? Yes or no, BGS? Can you acknowledge that in his
He's not.
actions?
He is. He is not. He
See,
can't.
see, this is what I'm
He
saying.
can't.
That's what I'm saying.
He can't.
I didn't ask you if he could. I said he
No.
wants to. Okay,
He,
he
no.
is pushing it.
He
They
knows he
pushed
can't.
back.
He
They
knows he
pushed
can't.
back, but is he
He know.
pushing it?
He knows he can't.
Is
Okay.
that his agenda? Is that his agenda? A white
No.
male
He can't.
promotion. Okay,
No. It's
okay, there
not.
you go.
It's not.
Germany is having a white male agenda.
Ger-
UK, France, all of them have a white male agenda at this point. They on code right now, BGS, and the fact that you're not recognizing that, I challenge this
Okay.
idea of being
Okay.
pro-black. I challenge it.
Germany, that's supposed to be all white male agenda. Kenya got pissed off uh, uh, they actually exported 225,000 Kenyan engineers to Germany. Why do you think they did that?
Export, I mean they put them out. Is that what you're
No, no.
saying?
In other words, you have black trained engineers in Kenya, and basically Germany wanted them. So Ruto, the president, sent 225,000 of those engineers to Germany when they're needed in Kenya. People were pissed. Why you think Germany did that? Ask for those people.
Cheap labor, like Elon Musk wants.
It's
Indian
called,
cheap
they're
labor.
not cheap. It's called brains, okay? Experienced labor, okay? The same reason Elon Musk want H-1B visas to come in into
Mhm.
the tech company, okay? Because they're already trained, okay? We don't train them enough here.
Again, that's white male agenda. You have billionaires and people who are leading in industries, and they want to exploit brown and black people for their own benefit. You can't be pro-black and not see these things, BGS. Come on now.
I understand the whole structure. The thing is, for black men inside this country, which is why I told them that let DEI go, is because guess what? When they, especially with two things he did, right? Like him or not, as far as black men are concerned, like him or not, you start pushing out the migrants, okay?
He's
And
not doing that because he's trying to help black people. He's doing that because the white men have a memo that said it's time for these blacks and browns, as many as you can, to get the fuck on because we need to keep our women preserved and we need to make more room for
go
white males to
don't
thrive. That's what's going on.
don't believe me. Go study the structure for yourself. Okay,
White men care about white men. Have you?
JD,
Let me.
hold on, let me finish, okay?
Okay, go
JD
ahead.
Vance and Trump said it out of their own mouths. They want U.S. citizens to have those jobs, especially men, not just a few men, all men.
White men,
No,
white.
all men. They don't have enough white men.
They are saying right now that they want to push out men who are of color, any type of DEI, women of any color. They really want to make room because their agenda is that you see what you okay. Perfect example. Hold on, BGS. You've been talking about how black males need to be the society needs to be tweaked so that particularly men, but black men can thrive. Things need to be tweaked. You say that, and I agree with you that there's a lot of disadvantages, particularly from education. Got it. But what I'm telling you is that the white male agenda has an agenda for white male only, and they are enforcing it by law everywhere. They're saying, oh, you're discriminating against White males are being left out. White males are invisible. White males are the enemy. They want to take books away. They want to remove white male guilt. This is about white men. They don't give a
The,
damn about white women. Let's be
the,
honest.
the thing is, the feminist agenda, according to
Here
global
we
comp.
go.
Okay, all right. You know what? Guess what? I guess you don't want to talk to me.
BGS, I
No,
want to talk
no,
to you,
no,
but
no, no,
I'm
no, no,
telling
no,
you,
no,
don't
no, no,
keep
no, no,
interjecting.
no, no,
When
no,
I
no,
start
no,
talking
no, no,
about
no,
white
no,
male, then
no,
you
no,
go to
no, no,
feminist.
no, no. Okay, you have a different opinion than mine. Okay, I don't say here we go when you do it. Do when you start talking. Do I?
We are talking about
No,
white
no, no, no,
males
no, no,
asserting
no, no, no,
themselves,
no.
and
Stay
you
right.
go to feminists.
Stay with me. Okay. If you don't want to talk to me, you don't have to talk to me.
Can we talk about white
No, no,
males?
no. You're not gonna put your agenda in my mouth. I
I
know
just
what's
don't want to
going on.
talk about feminists when we're talking about white
No,
males.
no, I'm not talking about feminism. I'm talking about why he has to push all these men forward, no matter what color they are. If they're citizens of the United States,
Mm-mm.
okay? Get. For the most part, guess who the biggest competition for jobs is? It's not white men for black men. Guess who it is?
Latinos.
Latinos, okay? Especially what? Latinos, what that are what? Undocumented, right? Right?
Yeah.
And guess the other part of it, the other competition is not white men for jobs. Guess the other competition is? It's called white women. Okay, so if we reduce their number and push out Latino undocumented Latinos, guess what jobs open up for black men?
That's your assumption.
No, okay. Look at the BLS Bureau of Labor Statistics over the last 4 months. Remember, I actually pointed out when the black women lost 300,000 jobs. Guess who gained jobs?
You said black men gain jobs. I haven't seen that data, but you talked about it.
Because you're lazy, you won't look it up.
You're right.
You want to
You're
call
right. I
you,
didn't.
you want to call me wrong without looking it up. And you're a teacher, right?
I didn't. I wasn't. I wasn't. I just that
Yeah,
particular
yeah,
subject.
yeah, 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 yeah. I can do what
I'm
you're
just
saying. Yeah,
saying.
yeah,
I'm being
yeah, yeah,
honest.
yeah, 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 yeah,
Do
yeah.
you want me to be honest or lie? I'm trying to be honest. I didn't look it up. Okay.
You didn't look it up, but you want to argue with me about it. Okay, I
Well,
looked
what
it
I'm
up.
saying is you
I,
got to look at the man's intentions.
I,
BGS, this is this. Let me just say what my real
no, no,
issue
no,
is.
no, 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 no.
You don't want to
No.
find
Oh, oh,
any fault in
I
white
am
men,
not.
and I got a
I
problem
am
with
not
that.
your husband. I don't give a shit about what color you are. I care about the outcome for my people, for my men, for my group. That's what I care about.
Mm.
You give a shit about a white boy?
What I'm saying is you don't want to place blame on what I'm
I,
hearing from you when I talk to you.
uh,
You're constantly dismissing any accountability for
no,
white males and the bullshit they
no,
do. If we're
no,
honest, BGS, let me say this.
no.
If we're honest,
Trump fucked
white
Trump.
men have continued to screw up this country, this economy. White males, old ass white men, have
Mm,
fucked up everything, and they have
okay,
consistently fucked up everything.
okay.
Slavery, all of that stuff, Jim Crow, all of this is white
So,
men's
so, so,
witchcraft.
so why?
Okay,
So
let's
why you?
blame the white man. Can we
So,
say anything negative
no,
about
no,
the
no.
white man while we being pro-black, please?
So why was America at the top of the heap of all the other countries? Why was that?
Because
Yes.
our black asses, men and women, worked hard as slaves and we sacrificed and we gave our life, our soul, and our blood. We black people built this superpower, BGS, not these crackers. Okay, they didn't do
Yeah,
shit,
so the crackers didn't bring in
but
machines.
still, they stole and they pillaged and they cheated
If you
their
want to
way to where they are.
if
Let's
you
be
want
honest. See,
if
you
you want
worship white folks, man.
if you want to believe that and instead of believing the naked truth and understanding how the system works, you can.
The system works in what you call colonialism and imperialism, abuse and oppression. That's the history of white people, BGS. You love to talk about the cycles of history,
Yes,
but when it comes to white men, somehow you seem to forget that they still pillage and kill. You
they
seem to
do.
forget
They
that.
still do. I don't forget it.
This is the way they get
I,
along in
I,
life. This is what they do.
I don't
So
forget
don't,
it. I,
okay,
I don't
listen,
absolve. I
BGS,
don't.
don't
Hey,
ascribe,
hey,
do
I
not
don't.
ascribe
You
positive
can't tell me.
outcomes to white
You
men.
can't tell me what I.
Stop
What,
giving white men
you can't
credit
tell
for
me.
being fucked up.
You can't tell me what I think. Okay,
See,
you're
you
not.
ain't pro black, man. You just talking.
Huh?
You
You
giving
you.
you giving positive outlooks and results to white men for stuff they don't deserve. Come on now.
Uh, that they don't deserve. whether they got it through force or whatever, they got it. Okay, it is what it is. Okay,
Oh,
when that aircraft carrier shows up, okay, you know how many white folks had to die for them to get in this position on in Europe? You know how many white folks died?
I think white men are the scourge of the earth,
You might.
honestly.
That's not the question I asked you. You know how many white men died over the 200 years for them to get in this position of their people? 200 million of their people.
That's the least I could ask for you. You just be a real pro black. That's the least I could ask.
I am real pro black. What do you mean
No,
real
you're
pro black?
not.
It's
No,
not,
you're
how you
not.
know? How you know?
I'm listening to you. You're
No,
sitting
no, no,
here
no. You
ascribing
no
all the
no
results
no
that
no.
black people have
You
done to white males' greatness.
you
Come
don't
on,
think I'm
even
pro
if they
black.
stole
No,
and killed, it was them
you
that
don't
did it.
you
That's
don't think you
unacceptable.
don't think I'm pro black because I'm not pro black in the way that you envision pro black. Okay,
You're not pro-black. When
I
you
am pro black.
ascribe
I
all
do
the
this every day.
success to whiteness,
I
when all they've ever done in this country is fuck up left and right all the time, Joe Biden included, Trump included, all these motherfucking old ass white men, all they do is fuck up. And you always love to
and
holler, Obama this
so,
and
so
Obama that.
why are
You want to
you?
blame the
So,
black man.
why is this?
You are white supremacist, BGS.
Why is this country in the position that it's in?
It's fucked up because of the white man. You
How
understand what I'm saying?
why is it in the position that it's in? Okay,
What have
uh,
black people done? Let me just say this. What have
no,
black people done?
Democratic
Hold
was
on.
no,
Since
no,
we
no,
have been
no,
here
you
in
hold on,
America,
you don't.
go ahead.
Democratic
Go ahead.
Republic of Congo is fucked up. Okay, Nigeria is
Now we
fucked
going
up.
to Africa.
No, no,
Now
no,
we
no, no,
going
no.
to Africa.
That's all black people. Okay, we talk about
Now we going to
no,
Africa.
talking about global competition. Okay,
Well, why is Africa fucked up?
you,
It's because white people won't stay their
it,
colonial asses out of Africa. That's why.
they, because guess what? Those people on the ground sold you into slavery and sold too many of you. Okay,
You blame the black man. You see this? How are you going to be pro black male and
they
then you over
I
here
I
worshiping the white man?
I call balls and strikes. Okay,
You call
I,
some
I,
bad plays, my brother.
I go back and I figure out what is the truth. I don't care where it lies. Okay,
The truth. Let me tell you what the truth is. Let me just give you a little flash.
you can't tell me what the truth is because you don't know.
Historically,
You don't know.
historically,
You don't
white
know.
men have pillaged, stolen, pit
Yes,
people against each other,
yes,
divide and conquer, and
yes.
they go and they destroy everybody, and then they go sit on top of the bodies and say, "Look how great I am! Look
Look
at
how
what
great
I have done." There
exactly.
you go.
Yeah,
Is that what you want to emulate?
no, I didn't say that. You don't have to emulate, but things you have to understand it.
I understand it's fucked up, and that is not the way that we.
It's
Oh
fucked up.
God.
But guess what? They got there. Okay.
See, this is that. Yeah,
Nah,
you're not on code. You're
you
not
want
on
to do?
code.
Yeah, I am on code. I'm more on code than
Black
you
people
think.
don't move like that, BGS. We never have. That's not our
When I
nature.
told you white supremacy ending, oh no, it's not ending. It's just getting started. You're on code because you don't know.
I do know. What I
No, you
do
don't.
know
No, you
is
don't.
that ever
You
since,
don't
let me say
know.
this. Ever since
No,
black
you don't
people,
know.
I'm going to make this statement. Ever since black people have come to this country, what have we done? We
We
have
didn't.
worked. Let
We
me
didn't come
finish.
here.
Let me finish. Since we arrived here, however we got here,
Mm-hmm.
we have come here. We have worked hard. We have been faithful people. We have been loving people,
Mm-hmm.
compassionate and forgiving people, loyal people. We strive constantly. We try to work hard. It's not until they interjected their wickedness, which is drugs and opioids and exploitation and Hollywood culture and consumerism. If it were not for the white man, black folk absolutely would be doing even better in the United States of America. But we have a history of greatness. We do not have a history of stealing, killing, and pillaging. And you can't put that on black people.
I didn't say.
We built this country.
I didn't
All
put
we
it.
ever did was build and work hard and strive. That's all we've ever done here. And I'm not going to take anything less than that. But them white folks, they have always killed, stolen, connived, put interest rates on people, trick people, fake contracts, fake treaties. They say one thing and they do another. They're doing it over there in the Middle East. These white
No,
folk
they're
have
not.
been doing that, and they're never gonna change. They're always gonna be
They're,
fucking evil.
they're,
White men ain't worth shit. You hear me? They the devil incarnate. White men ain't shit. Fuck a white man.
are you finished?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. Their time is up. Okay.
It
Yours
damn
don't.
surely is.
Okay. So that means white supremacy is getting ready to go away. Go bye bye.
Well, white men are gonna disappear in the next 70 years. I'm looking
No,
forward to
no,
it. I won't be here though.
Europe's getting ready to collapse in the next 10 years. Goodbye,
What do you mean collapse? Can you
goodbye.
explain? You done got me mad.
Nah, oh, really? Oh, so I you shouldn't be mad, but I should, huh? What if I said the same things to you that you said to me?
You got me mad
No,
because
no, 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 no,
your
no, 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 no,
man, you won't blame
no, no, no,
white
no,
men
no,
for
no, no,
shit.
no, no, no. What if I said the same things to you that you said to me? Would you be mad?
Just say fuck white men. Can you just say that?
Fuck white men. I don't care about white men.
You
Fuck white,
do.
huh?
Uh
I don't care
oh.
about white men. Fuck white men. So what? I said
Okay.
it before. Okay. I know. You know, guess when I say white supremacy is going away, guess who don't get challenged by? White men, because they know. I said it.
Well,
I said it 3 years ago. The white men are just now starting to say it. Okay.
that's why the
Can
memo went out.
can I finish? Is it
I'm not
okay?
arguing. I'm just telling you the memo
I know,
went out. No
but
doubt.
you interrupted me. Okay.
I'll be quiet. Go ahead. I'll be quiet.
Unless you don't want to know. Okay. I
I'm gonna
said
put the mute on, so I'll be quiet. Go ahead.
3 years ago. Okay, when the Ukraine war started. Okay, I said it. I said Joe Biden was making a mistake. Okay, is that white supremacy is going to collapse faster than it's already collapsing. Okay, I had to take that down because my one of my military advisors said it's too soon for that shit. Right, but I don't have to do it now because white people are saying the same thing. You're leading intellectual white people at the top. Actually, the influencers, the people that know, the people that study this shit, are saying the exact same thing I'm saying. It's over. I knew it was over in 2017. I said it was over. Nobody believed me. BGS, you don't know what you talking about. The white man gonna be on top forever. White supremacy gonna be in charge for another 1,000 years. I said no, no, it's already over. When G came up and announced Belt and Road, it was already over. And all Donald Trump is trying to do right now is hold ground because they can't catch him, and everybody knows they can't catch him. I know that. I say that every week. I say that almost every show. I can't say it too loud on shows because YouTube will start deleting my channel. Okay.
Say it again. This part you said Donald Trump is doing what? Trying to gain ground. What do you mean?
He's trying to hold ground. He's trying to slow down the momentum of the third world, of what they call developing world, right? Because they're passing him up. Okay. They're bypassing.
So you do acknowledge that white men are struggling, trying to promote themselves over black and brown and tan people. You do acknowledge that.
All right, man.
I'm asking
No,
you,
no,
do
no,
you
no, no,
acknowledge
no, no, no. You're trying to make me make a statement. Acknowledge what I said.
that? You called me. You
No,
called me.
no,
Okay.
man, come on. That's weak. Okay.
I just want you to
No,
say
no, no,
it.
no, no, no. You asked me what is the answer? What's the answer? What's the solution? What all this stuff is? Stuff that's current, right? I say it all the time. Guess what? Too busy talking instead of listening.
You always say that. I listen plenty.
No,
I
you
don't
don't.
listen to
No,
hours
you
and
don't.
hours of
No,
you
no, no.
talk. Yes, I am.
No, you don't. Because you wouldn't be this far behind if you did.
Oh wow.
I mean,
This is the thing I want to say to
I
you.
was paid in 2012 to actually break down a book called Tragedy and Hope for a guy in the DOD. He was actually a black dude in Korea. Okay, he wanted me to break it down in the slides so that he could show his superiors. Okay, because
Mhm.
these are the arguments that are still going on. Okay. They're still going on. If you understand and break down that particular book and break down these particular topics, you understand what the people at the top, which is my job, to explain to you what the people at the top are doing that's going to affect you on the ground. Okay, because
Mhm.
those are because the policies don't go from the bottom up; they go from the top down. Okay, what are they doing? Why are they doing? And how is it going to affect you? And that's my job. Okay, what are they doing? What's going on? How it's going to affect you? Okay, I got pro black people. 'Cause a lot of my pro black folks are now saying I got to get out of this country, move someplace else. You see the water coming up in the boat now. Okay, been telling you that for 10 years. But now you see the water. Now you see the water. Okay, now you see that this budget is going to hit, and they're going to start tripping back welfare and Section 8 and all this other kind of stuff. Okay, now you see it. Okay, I played David. People, I try to shoot people David Stryker. Right, he's the only one that actually talks about the budget. in real
Who?
terms.
Who? Wait. Who?
David, David Schweikert,
S
Schweiker,
C H.
Weikert. David Schweikert. He's a congressman out of Arizona. Okay, he sits on the Ways and Means that oversees the budget. He talks about this once a month or sometimes twice a month.
Mhm.
Going there for 5 years. I caught a hold of him 3 years ago. We're the ones, you know, listening to Schweikert and looking at Biden's immigration bill that knew what Biden was up to. Okay, and after our little group lifted the veil, now it's out in the public, they started admitting it. Yeah, we know. We know TPS is a program. TPS, we're actually giving these immigrants stipends so they can work here. We're actually giving them yada yada yada. They were lying about it before. No, we're not. They're not getting food stamps. They're not getting uh, debit cards. They're not getting housing. No, we're not doing that. We wouldn't do that. Blah blah blah. Bullshit. Okay. And as Schweiker told you
Mhm.
why, because they need taxpayers to actually put more money into your budget because you don't have enough workers. He said that. Okay. And
Mhm.
we matched those two together and just put them together. Oh, and now it makes sense. Okay. We did that. Guess
Okay.
what they did? Whoop! Oh, yeah. Well. Now, what? Yeah, we talked about this for no motherfucker. You didn't. You've been lying about this for 2 years. You didn't say it till we said it. Just like Bested. Okay, me and my group. Okay, we looked at it right and said the only person that could actually do this because some Chinese guys talked about Bested actually being part of the attacking the currency with the pound with what's his name, um, and then they're attacking the Asian currency crisis. He led that attack on the Asian currency crisis. Okay, I said.
Mhm.
So in other words, Donald Trump is not smart enough to actually make this tariff plan. Okay, it has to be somebody else. And guess who it was? It's Bessent. Okay, and as soon as we start talking about Bessent, because we look for books, we look for papers on Bessent, couldn't find nothing. Okay,
Wait, I thought they found Bessie off of was it? I thought they found him off of Amazon Books or something.
Okay, we looked on Amazon Books. We looked for Besant's papers, books, and stuff like that, and it did not even pop up until we said this is the guy. We actually pinned him to Soros's Asian currency crisis attack because he actually led that attack in '97. Okay, a big one, damn near brought down the Chinese yuan. Okay, took Chinese a whole bunch of gold to actually fight off that attack, right? And that's it. Okay, because everybody said, "Why you pick this silly looking dude?" Okay, it makes
Right. Right.
right? Everybody said that, right? When we put those two, as soon as it's an Asian currency crisis, I looked at, I said, "Oh shit!" Now I know. Okay, he's the one that
So
actually
you
led it.
saying that's a lie? He don't have a book on Amazon, and that's not how
No,
Kushner
that's
found him.
not what I said. You have to listen to what I say and not assume what I know. When women filter their thoughts,
I'm just no.
no,
I'm
no,
not.
no, no,
I'm
no,
not
no, 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 no,
I'm not
no, 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 no,
disputing
no.
you.
Let
I'm
me
telling you what I
finish.
saw on the news. I saw it on the news.
Let me finish. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
When we first caught him before they thought it was Trump's plan, right? We couldn't find anything because we looked at Amazon, we looked for papers, we looked for everything for him. Couldn't find nothing. Okay. Two
Hmm.
weeks after we actually pulled the sheet off of him, guess what? Books start popping up. Okay. Articles
Okay,
start
okay,
popping up. Okay. In other
got
words,
you.
they had hit all this stuff. Okay. But thing
Hmm.
is, once you pull the sheet, just like Wizard of Oz, pull the curtain, Wizard got to come out. Okay, now it's not Trump's plan; it's Besant's plan. Now instead of them bothering Trump about the tariffs and the tariffs plans and the big beautiful bill, okay, they're talking to him because that's his plan.
Right.
Beautiful bill, that's Besant, okay.
Hmm.
All that's
Okay.
about the economy and stuff like that. That's Besant's plan. That's like I'm best. Besant and the only person in Washington that actually understands Besant is Jerome Powell, the Fed chief. They eat lunch twice a week.
Okay. I just want to say, real quick, Charles, hello, welcome, Charles, and I just want to let you know, Charles, I know you the bodyguard. I ain't doing nothing wrong, so don't come after me. Don't get me. I'm good. Okay.
I don't know.
Welcome, Charles. Welcome,
I
Charles.
didn't put a link out, so I don't know how they found you.
You know your folks be keeping track of you, BGS. Come on now. They gonna make sure you straight wherever you go. They gonna
So
they gonna be
so
there.
So I noticed after doing, because I've been doing this with my partner, because I'm not going to tell who he is, but he's pro-black, still pro-black. He actually is the national.
I question you and challenge you when you say pro black. I don't know now. I don't know.
And, well, because you know, if you know who I was, then you know I've been pro-black for a very long time, because me and him ran a pro-black internet program for 14 years. Okay.
Because one thing I want to ask you about, just to cover, because we got away from the white supremacy and whether or not it's going to end. Do you factor in the fact that white men and the white birth rate, particularly with Europe, do you think that has something to do when
A
you
lot
say
to do
that
with
white supremacy is disappearing?
a
Does it
lot,
have anything to do with the
a lot,
population and birth rate?
a lot to do with it. Demographics has a lot to do with it. That's just one part,
Okay.
but it
Okay.
has a lot to do with it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what do you think they're gonna disappear like for real? For real? Like what?
I'm not. I didn't say they were going to disappear. The thing is, they won't be
Damn.
supreme. They won't. Who cares? Okay, it won't be supreme anymore. Because
So few that they don't matter. Is that what you're saying? So few they don't
I
matter.
use Neely Fuller's definition for white supremacy, right? A global system of um of control, right? That's what I use. What do you use for white supremacy? What's your definition?
My definition of white supremacy is anybody who promotes the idea that whiteness or white culture, what I know is to be whiteness, is superior. Hmm.
Okay, so in other words, the ideology may never die, right? As long as they're white people, right?
There are other people who can inherit it. We see the Latinos think they white. Yeah.
What I'm saying is, what I'm saying, so the ideology will never die. Okay, so is there a difference
Right.
between the system and the ideology?
Damn, that's a hard question.
Teacher, physician, heal thyself, right?
That's complicated. That's not no easy answer. Is there a difference
Oh,
between the
oh,
ideology and the
oh,
system?
it's simple to me, but go ahead.
I don't think that's a simple question. I think that's a very deep question.
No, it's not. Very simple.
Why not?
Okay, ideology is in your head, right? It's what you believe, right? Okay,
And it triggers what you do and how you act and how
it
you
might do,
behave with
but the
others.
thing is, with something I believe in black supremacy. Okay, but guess
Oh,
what?
I don't believe you. I don't. Oh, let's just please stop, BGS.
I believe in black supremacy.
You have shown me today
No, no,
with the
no.
pearl worship and the.
You,
I don't even get me started on that white
you,
woman, that
you,
other one.
you,
Don't
you
let me
didn't,
start on
you didn't
her.
see my video, my live about overturning the caste system, did you? You don't look at
I
those.
s- I saw it, but I haven't watched that one.
You don't look because black women wasn't in it. That's why.
I don't even know what it's about. The caste system. I watch it. I watch it.
You
BGS, you
don't know.
produce a
No,
lot.
no,
You
no.
produce a lot. Don't think I got time to just you
I,
know.
when was you accuse me of not doing stuff without knowing that I've done the stuff.
I'm just saying some of this stuff, the fact that you just keep covering for white men when they stupid.
And no,
I
no,
just
no, no, no. That's your belief.
look at this. Charles just said he's in the ER. I don't know if you see that comment.
Okay, I'll call him when I get off.
Yeah, yeah. Um, but yeah, the other thing, yeah, I don't know about you and maybe that's another conversation. What is really pro black? Because ooh wee, that you're not
You,
fitting my
I,
definition, but that's
I,
okay.
basically, years ago, especially when I started my venture with my partner in 2002. Okay, we wanted to actually uplift the global black people all over the planet, the black diaspora, all over the planet. A lot of stuff we actually advocated for didn't come about. But the
But
thing
part of
is,
that is calling out white folks and they bullshit too
eh,
though,
the
BGS.
thing, the thing is, if it was just white folks and calling them out, it'd be simple. Actually, getting these Negroes to actually get in line, to actually see the vision of what's happening on the ground. That's the hard part.
Well, you can't sit there and encourage. Let's be honest. You can't encourage and tell black folks pro black, and then you got white folks over here doing fuckery, and you don't point that out.
How
You
how
don't
how how
criticize that.
how do you know I don't criticize fuckery? Because
Well, in my conversations with you and much of the conversation you've had, you put all the accountability on black women. When you talk about slavery and the civil rights, you never talk about the master architect, the keeper of the institutions, the creator of the chaos is the white man. You don't go there. You
I
always
do.
just go straight to black women and what they did. You don't talk about the root and the cause and how white
No,
men have undermined
I,
black men and black malehood. You
I,
don't talk about that.
I talk
You
about
don't hold white men accountable
I,
in schools
I
about why the hell they, as males, don't acknowledge that they need to change the system. White men are in charge. Women are in the classroom, but white men are in charge of schools. Let's
I
keep
didn't
it real.
I didn't say they weren't. Okay,
I
but
can't hear you, BGS.
the thing is, I got to correct my own house first.
Nah, that's not. You know, you can say
No,
them over there.
I
That over
no,
there is the enemy.
don't tell me what I need to do. Okay?
Oh, it's not pro black. That's all I'm telling you.
You don't.
If you can't point out the ways of white folks and the bullshit they doing and continue to do,
I
and all you want to do is hold black women accountable and tell black men what they can't do, that shit ain't pro black. I'm
because
sorry.
the pro blacks that are in position to do shit, okay, they know how pro black I am, okay, which is why I have to clench up when I go outside this country, okay. I don't want to wind up in Guantanamo. They know what I'm about, okay.
We're different generations, so you probably are pro black, considering that you came from a time when you couldn't even go to school with white folks.
I went to school with
And they
white
had to
people.
but they
When,
bust you in though. They bust you in. I know you said that, but they bust you in, right?
yeah,
It was an
yeah,
exceptional program through integration, right?
yes, yes. So
I
I went to
never
school.
dealt with that's what I'm saying. I never dealt with integration.
I went to school with white folks. Okay, so what?
They put you in and specifically. I know Kamala said she was one of the blacks they integrated in California. Are you originally from California?
I
Are
was
you a black
born.
from California?
I was born in Dallas, Texas,
Oh, you
and
from Texas.
the Dallas police chased my father out of Texas. We had to go with him.
Okay, so you're not originally a California person. Okay.
No, I was 5 when four or five when I came here,
Okay.
and so
Yeah.
you might as well call me California.
Yeah, you that was young. But Kamala talked about her experience of being integrated into
Yes.
white schools and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Okay.
I
That's what
know.
I'm saying. You might be pro black in your mind. So I'm not going to disrespect and say you ain't pro black. For your generation and
Guess,
what the hell you've been through, you probably are considered pro black. But for my
guess
generation, nah,
guess
nah.
where I grew up. Okay, 6 blocks from Freeway Ricky Ross. That's my neighborhood.
I don't know what that is. Tell me
The
what that
biggest
is.
crack dealer ever to exist on the planet.
That's bad.
You
That's
heard of
not good.
you heard you know the crack era, right? Guess who the
Very
big
familiar. Yeah.
if you I don't know if you want to watch it. You can watch it. You don't want to watch it. There's a series called Snowfall that actually tracks his life. Okay, I could have been that guy.
Ricky, what?
Freeway Ricky Ross. You heard of him?
Nah. Freeway Ricky Ross.
You are in a bubble.
Why would I know about a drug dealer in California? Come on, BGS. Like that. Why would that be my business?
It's
Why would I know about that? Huh?
is because the crack. Really, I think it did. I think we're just limping along uh, on life
Babe, you're
support.
too funny.
The crack era basically, for the most part, killed the black community. For the most part, okay,
Unfortunately, yeah.
we've been limping along ever since on life support.
Yeah. That's true.
That's
Let
why.
me.
That's
I
why
want to
it's
ask you
important.
this
That's
thing
why.
too. Let me ask you this thing too. I'm curious your take on this. Um, I just saw something called Everglades. What did he say? Florida Gator Everglades Prison, something like that.
Okay.
Gator Prison.
Okay.
Have you seen Santos, the governor of Florida, say he's about to build a prison on a strip of land in the Florida Everglades for these immigrants? Have you seen that yet?
Um, I haven't seen it.
Oh, okay. It's
That would be against the Constitution. But go ahead.
no, it's actually not. Miami Dade and the state of Florida are partnering with the Trump administration
Yeah.
to build a. But never mind. I don't want to speak on it because until you, unless you know, and I thought maybe you had seen it. It's brand
I
new information. It's brand new.
I haven't heard it, and
It just
uh,
came up. It
um,
just came up hours ago.
I mean, as long as it's built to the point where people don't get sick or something like that, then it's what what's the difference between that and say the what is it? They want to open up what is it? Alcatraz, okay, which is probably worse than any prison you could probably build on the planet.
Ah, that's the name he called it. He called it the Everglades, the Alcatraz of the Everglades. That's what he called it. And I guess you
And,
don't even know all the details, but
just-
basically he said the gators and the bobcats and all the wildlife is going to be the security, and so
yeah,
they're going to
well,
put
yeah,
them
that
on a
makes
strip of
sense.
land,
That makes
huh?
sense. Okay, that makes sense. In other words, they can't escape because for them to escape into the swamp, they're not going to survive.
They, yeah, they're not going to work. But I just wanted to bridge this to just say, do you think that it's necessary for them to do these demeaning things? Is that not an extension of white supremacy, Trump and his white supremacy, white male asserting agenda to demean people? It's enough that you're going to throw them out because they're not belonging here.
They,
But you have to do stuff like dump them in Africa, dump them in prisons that are forever in El Salvador, dump them wherever you feel like it doesn't matter where you're from. The demeaning things, the way he took the Indians and dumped them out. Um, this new thing, this Everglades, temporary tents out in the heat. And do they have to demean these men of color? That's my question to
do
you.
they have
Is
to
that white
demean?
supremacy?
Do they have to demean these men of color? No, they don't. Okay,
Hmm.
they don't.
So why are they doing that? Why they got to do it like that?
Okay,
Hunt them in the street and throw them down and all this. Why?
they're trying to encourage you to do what self-deport.
That's what
Which
you call it, encourage the self-support. Oh
yes, yes.
God.
I'm in a majority Latino state. Okay, that's where all the which Trump calls it because I said it. Trump calls that bullshit by coming after those people doing graduation. I said I knew they were gonna riot. Of course they would. I would too. I don't blame him. The thing is a dirty trick, but now it allows him to do other shit because his base, which is majority white and Latino, are actually going to agree with him. Now he can do it. He can do shit like this. It's because of that, which I don't agree with. Okay, he
Okay.
should. He should. The easiest way to do, which you don't want to do, okay, which the Republicans and the Democrats don't want to do, is actually go after the employers. It's the easiest way. Say
Yeah, yeah. That means fines and all
yes,
kind of other
yes,
accountability.
yes.
Yeah,
And guess what's good? If they can't eat in this country, guess what they're going to do?
yeah. Because
Which is
those
why,
floor those farmers are screaming and crying about my
yeah,
workers are gone, and
my
I'm
work.
like, that means you're guilty of going against the law and hiring
Yeah,
illegal immigrants,
yeah,
which
yeah.
we already knew.
You know, if you already knew, they all knew. They all know. The thing is that um, instead of getting mad about processes, hit your congressman up because stop having him stuff his pockets from the employers. We're having these people work for him.
Again, this is capitalism eating itself. This is the problem. In and of itself,
What
it
is
has flaws. You
what
want one thing, but your capitalism won't allow you to do it.
what the thing is? Who's in? They're our representatives. They're not our bosses. But people don't want to. People don't want to band together and do this. Oh, I can't do anything because it's the government. Which is why I can. Which is why I can't. Yeah, I know I can't go to certain places. Okay, it's because
But you,
I'm gonna stir some stuff up, and people, they're gonna put a hit out on me. I know that. I go to Baltimore. I can, well, you can fix it. I can stir up some stuff to fix it. But the thing is, I wouldn't live long. Somebody asked.
I,
I was on my mentor show. Okay, that we had this talk about the homeless population, right? Okay, now we couldn't get resources for the homeless population. Nobody would actually listened to them. Blah 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 blah. Right? Okay. Now, what I said, okay, I'm in Los Angeles, right? I said I know where the city council and the supervisors meet. They're downtown. There's a big old building, right? Okay. Guess what homeless are? In the nighttime, they sleep around that building. Okay. It's not a big deal to have them when the meeting happens, gather them together and walk into the meeting every time they hold one. They ain't doing nothing anyway, right? And guess what? You have 100 homeless people walking to your meeting as trying to advocate for themselves. They're gonna start to do stuff, right? But guess what? It'll put a target on your back, and you know it because you're trouble. Okay.
well, BGS, I have to tell you that
I,
society doesn't value homeless people because they don't contribute anything to society. I'm just be honest with you. I've seen that consistent in a lot of
what,
cities and a lot of states. Nobody wants to invest in people who are non-productive, and a lot of times they got mental health issues and they don't want to work or they
that is
can't work. So,
that is true. But the thing is, put yourself in the position of a city councilman. Okay. I'm gonna make
hmm
you probably been to the city council meeting, right? Okay. Well, lots of them, right? According to the work that you do, right? Okay. Say you're a city councilman, you sitting there, you got a homeless problem, right? Okay. And the homeless, you know where they are because they sleep outside, they sleep around your area, right? So every
Hmm.
meeting you had 50, 100 homeless people walk into your meeting. Every time you hold one, because you hold one like twice a month, okay? Every time you get together, 100 homeless people, because they're allowed in, walk right into your meeting and start advocating for themselves. How long will it take you to actually start doing something for them if they do that?
How long will it take? What?
How long will it take you to start advocating for them and actually get them off your ass? How long would it take?
Oh, I be working fast. I be trying to figure out what y'all want, what y'all need. So y'all come back.
Yeah, y'all come back because you know they're gonna be back the next week, okay? Okay.
Hmm. That's how you win it.
That's how you win it, okay? That's my idea, right? Okay. But the thing is, if I do that, I'm gonna get my pro blacks, okay, to shuck and jive. Oh, I get that all the time. Okay, BGS, you know, this social media. Social media don't mean nothing. You can't do this social media. It ain't gonna make no effect. I hear that all shit all the fucking time, right? Hear it all the time. I'll give you an example, okay? I'm trying to remember his name. Jim Klingman, right? He
Hmm.
actually has a years ago he started 1 million black voters. Okay, I want to gather 1 million black voters. We're gonna get together. We're gonna vote. Blah blah blah. Okay, I said okay, cool. Okay, you have a thing called social media called Twitter, right? Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay, if you can get 1 million black people to tweet the same thing in the same day and have the same message and put it all on Twitter with a Twitter account, guess what it's gonna do?
If it's a call to action to actually do something, I think it has value
No,
to
no.
do something.
Okay. What is it going to do? If a million people tweet the same thing at the same time on Twitter, what do you think it's going to do?
It depends. It's going to spread, but the question is, what is the action behind it? What is going to be the result?
Okay.
What are you asking people to do?
In other words, if a million people tweet the same thing at the same time, it's going to be in the news.
Okay.
Okay. You're going to hit the news cycle.
Okay. It's
Okay.
in the
Now,
news, and then
it's in the
what?
news. Okay. And so they say you do that once a month.
I've asked you to call to action. What's the call to action, BGS? At the end of
It,
the day, what's the result?
the thing is, whatever your organization wants to inject into the discussion, right? It could be anything, right? Doesn't matter.
Yeah, well, I'll give you an example. I have something I'm involved in called
Okay.
Indivisible. I spoke of it earlier, and I'll just briefly say this.
Okay.
Indivisible, we do the same thing. We're organized. We started with the Obama campaign. That's
Mm-hmm.
kind of where we came from.
Mm-hmm.
And our goal has been to basically uproot old, tired ass, unproductive Democrats like David Hogg wants to do
Mm-hmm.
and replace them with progressives while using Democratic resources, Democratic Party resources, and all their connections without them knowing that basically we're replacing your tired and worn out people or people who are not on code. And so that's how we organize. We organize that way. And it's really interesting because it's national. And, Ezra, he comes up with the idea, an agenda, and he lets you interpret it all the way down to your state level, to your local level, to your actual like small group. The call
Okay.
to action is to agitate for Medicaid. However, you want to do that on November the 5th, everybody's agitating on Medicaid. And some people will go, they don't do anything crazy, but they might do a die in. They might go and put a whole bunch of bags
Okay.
medical supplies and deliver it to the
Okay.
senator. People do very creative things. So I see what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Social media, if it's a call to action to
Okay.
actually do something, I think
Okay.
it's valuable.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. There's a book called The Lucifer Principle. There's a thing called a viral meme. Okay. How do you inject a viral meme into the population? Okay. No, number one, it has to be juicy enough for people to actually grab on and make it their own. That's number one. Number two, it has to be injected in a certain spot where it will actually spread. Okay. Thing is, um, say the, what is the give me one point that you guys want to do with your organization. One point. One vital point.
You talking about with indivisible?
Yes, one vital point.
One vital point is to replace establishment Democrats.
Okay. Are you going to start with one Democrat, or are you going to start with try to, because you can't do it wholesale? Okay.
We go local. We go local. Find who is it, who's tired and lame in your area or in
Okay.
your state, and take
Okay.
their ass out.
So what are they
Recruit
doing?
somebody new.
So what are they doing and not doing?
You saying the Democrats we want to get rid of?
They say that the one that you want to get rid of. Okay. What is their weakness? They all got weaknesses. What is it?
Right.
What's their weakness?
You
What
ask,
is
you're
what is the
asking me.
one? What is
What's
what is
it's,
the
it's different. It's different for each one of them. I mean, some of them. Let me say this.
let me
It's
finish. Let me finish. I want to clarify the point. Okay.
oh, okay. Go ahead.
What is the one weakness that that particular person? I'm not talking about personal, but the one weakness that's public, like a, that they don't want out, that they don't want it to spread, even though it might be locally known. What is it? They don't want that to spread. That's a
You
policy.
have a specific question that you're looking for an answer to. Tell me, because I don't know what you're
Okay.
going.
Okay. Okay. I'll give you one. Okay.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
because somebody asked me to do this about the boys in Baltimore, right? Okay, because they have this problem in Baltimore. You have these wayward young men from the ages of, let's say, like 12 to like 25. Okay,
Hmm.
and and Baltimore gets tons of money, but seems they never seem to fix this problem. Right? There's only like maybe 50,000 of them. Okay, 40,000, not that many, right? Okay, and
In Baltimore,
in Baltimore, yeah,
hmm,
yeah. Balt-
the whole damn city. But go ahead.
Baltimore only has 658,000 people, so young men, that's 50,000 is like maybe what a not a third, but maybe like a fifth of the.
Can I make a mental note? Can I just make a mental note here? I think
Go
it's
ahead.
very interesting. You always go for the underdogs, the dregs of society, and you don't focus on the ones who are like at the top and can do more. I'm just saying.
What?
You focus on the underdogs a lot. But go ahead.
No, 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 no. Okay. The thing is, okay, what is the problem that you're focusing on, and what is the remedy? I'm trying to give you an example of focusing on a problem to solve a remedy. Okay.
Hmm.
Doesn't matter whether it's underdog, overdog, stuff like that, right? We can
It
talk
kind of
about.
does, because you ain't gonna get much out of the underdog. But go ahead.
Do you want to solve the problem?
It's hard to solve problems of underdogs,
No,
BGS.
it's
I
not.
know I've had
No, it's not.
experience.
No,
Yes,
no,
it
no,
is. Them
no,
motherfuckers,
no, it's not. Okay.
they are so into their
Okay.
culture of poverty and degeneracy. You try to do stuff for them, they are so fucking ungrateful. I
Well,
can tell you some stories. Oh my
they
God.
might be okay, but the thing is, the money does not go to them. There are systems that we set up there to fix these boys. Okay, the thing is that they said, okay, if we're me, how would I do it? Okay, how would I do it?
Okay.
First thing I would say is, okay, where are you located? You're located 38 miles from what? Washington D.C. Okay, the most
Mhm.
powerful capital on the planet. Okay, you send trillions of dollars to Ukraine and Israel, right? But Baltimore is 40 miles away, and you only have what 40,000 boys that can be fixed easily. Okay, a speck of that money that you send overseas on hell, Israel burnt that out in what in a couple days, a few $1 billion of missiles. Okay,
Mhm.
but you're 40 miles away from the most powerful city on the planet, and you can't solve a little small problem like 40,000 boys that all they need is a program. And there's tons of money. Can't say there's not tons of money. Okay. But guess what? If I go there, guess what's going to happen to me? And I start saying that. I start promoting it. I start taking these 40,000 boys and putting it out in Twitter and showing their stories and their examples. Okay. And making it a national news and say, wait a minute, all over the world, wait a minute. You guys are telling us about us and the problems that we're having, and you got your own boys that are 40 miles away from the richest capital on the planet, and you guys can't solve it.
Mhm.
It's called embarrassing them. They're going to have to do something, even if you have to cover it up. Might not be a whole $1 trillion. It might be half a billion. Okay, but you got half a billion just out of embarrassment. You can start programs. All you have to do is keep whoever is going to get hold of that money from stealing it.
Yeah, I hear you with the programs thing. I hear you with that.
That's to solve one problem. Now, give me a
Uh,
problem that's on top that you want to solve. Okay.
you got a lot of like this. You like to do a
Uh,
lot of social. Hold on.
Give
You like to
me.
do a lot of. Hold on. Let me finish. You like to do a lot of social engineering And I think as a teacher, I got into that and I got very burnt out because what you realize is there are so many variables that are weaved into these people's lives that you can't control or influence, and neither can they. We're talking about people who live in a form of chaos, and that's where they come from, and that's what they know best, and that's what they lean into. Let
So
me just be honest. Hold
so
on,
you
let me finish, BGS. Let me finish. Let me
okay.
finish. And so what I'm saying is this idea that's kind of like I'm just being honest with you. This a white man's idea that we're gonna throw money at something, give it structure, and give it boundaries and build all these rules around creating programs. I hear you, but at the same time, a lot of these institutions they fail people because they don't do what they're designed to do. They're not effective, and they don't actually have any outcomes that come out of it. And eventually, it gets unfunded. I'm just telling you the truth of a
So
lot of stuff. I've seen a lot of programs come and go, and they're very inefficient, and they cost a lot of money, and they don't get results. So let me say this: the most important thing, and I'm gonna be honest with you, as a teacher, as a woman who has worked with young, at-risk Black people, the most important thing, the two most important things, is a parent, both parents, having a plan for a child. And the second thing is building their self-esteem and looking for their talents and getting them on a path to have a plan.
okay.
This is the most this is the most revolutionary shit ever.
And where does it?
This is where the job is done. This is
Okay,
it.
okay. And where does that come from? How do parents learn to
That's
do
what I
that?
said. Social engineering. We go back to
Oh,
social engineering.
I thought you said it didn't work. Okay, so how do you social engineer the parents actually get on that plan?
Well, the thing is that people are supposed to do what they're supposed to do
That it don't
naturally,
it
which
don't
is
work
take
that
care of
way.
your damn
It
child.
doesn't work that way.
It does for some.
It doesn't work that way. If it
It
was
does for
natural,
some.
it was for a small few.
What I'm telling you is that these institutions and these made up, man made programs, it sounds good. But what I'm telling you is the most effective and efficient thing. The
Okay,
difference that makes the difference in children that I've seen, children that are resilient and stuff
okay,
like that, a lot of times the only reason why they end up in my class was because they were too smart, particularly the black males, and they were not bad kids. They came to the school because they wanted a smaller environment, and regular school was boring because they were actually gifted at what's the word, undocumented as gifted. And so I saw that too. And those kids, a lot of times they had both of their parents, normal household, and their parents were looking for them opportunity to find talent. Let's figure out how to make things work for this kid. So what
how
I'm
do
telling you, hold on,
okay,
let me say this, BGS.
okay,
I
okay.
gotta get down to it. I gotta get down to it, and I can't say it enough.
I don't know.
Institutions, let me finish.
Okay,
Institutions sound good, but there's nothing like a functional father and a functional mother who is focused on a plan for a child and they provide the resources for that kid. Nothing's better than that. You can say whatever you want to say after that, but go ahead.
how do you replicate that?
Their parents are supposed to do what a parent is supposed
How
to do.
is the majority of parents do not do that? What they're
That's
supposed
not
to
the
do.
majority. Not the
So
majority.
how do you replicate what your parents did for you? How do you replicate that among
Well,
the majority of people? How do
when
you
you
do
have when you come from a culture of poverty and your parents are in poverty and they are also in chaos, then you're going to be exactly what you're going to be. You're going
that?
to be a result of what you came from. And I think we got to make peace with that. And that's why I think it's
How
interesting. You
do
want to chase and fix. You want to
you
chase and fix underdogs.
replicate
And
that?
I'm telling you, an underdog ain't worth a shit.
What
I wouldn't
what
put no energy into
that's
the
fine. When
underdog.
it's fine, then you can continue to get what you're getting. That's fine. Then don't worry about it.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. This idea of trying to fix folks when they come from a situation where they're not fixable is really a waste of time.
Who said I'm trying to do that?
You are very into social engineering, BGS,
No.
clearly.
Who says I'm trying to do that?
You are. You always trying to tweak and tell people, well, if we get this going and we get that going, then this can be
I,
that. All
I
these
get
things that are not,
I get results.
I challenge that because
I get
my
results.
experience is that people who come from chaos and poverty and they don't have structure, they like that chaos, that poverty. They're going to hold on to it. If they
20
had a granddaddy who did crack, their daddy did crack, and their mama do crack, they want to do crack. They think crack is the way to go. Then you are not going to come and tell them different. I'm just
okay.
telling you.
Now, the thing is 2015 when I moved from the white manosphere, which is MGTOW, to the black manosphere, there wasn't none here. Okay, wasn't none here. Laughing stock of the whole internet. Y'all ain't shit. Y'all will never be nothing. Nobody listens to you. You're not worthy of anything. You can't. Y'all can't move nothing. Right? Okay.
Mhm.
2021, Kevin Samuels breaks out. We go global. Right after that, passport bros. Oh, they don't. It's just a black thing. They ain't gonna go anywhere. Nobody's gonna pay attention to blah 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 blah. Okay. 2023, that goes global. Okay. What we set out to do, and go ask Obsidian when you want to interview him. What we set out to do in 2015, we accomplished already. We got.
Y'all taking credit for all this BGS?
Hmm.
Y'all taking credit for all this?
Okay. Who gave Kevin Samuels the assignment to do what he did? Who do you think that was?
You really are something else,
No, no.
BGS.
Who do you think gave him the assignment? Ask Charles is right. He was right there. Ask Charles.
Charles, who gave him the assignment?
Because Charles is part of the mix. Ask Charles. Because he was there when I asked him.
Yeah, red pill sleeper. I said it. Forget the dregs of society. Let them be what they are.
Ask Charles who gave Kevin the assignment to actually
Okay.
educate and shine up the so-called educated lambs. Okay, ask Charles. Okay,
All right. I gotta ask Charles very respectfully because I don't want Charles to come get me. Charles, I would respectfully request that you please share with me who gave Kevin Samuels the assignment. I'm waiting on Charles to say something. Hell, I never had to step foot in a courthouse. Charles, I would request the answer. Who gave Kevin Samuels the assignment?
I wish I could find the video when I asked him. I don't want to dig through all them long streams.
He said BGS IBMOR gave it to him during COVID-19.
The COVID-19 was for the women, but thing is, for the original assignment I gave him, I said, Kevin, because there was a big thing amongst the black manosphere that had been going on for a long time called educated lambs, right? Okay, educated lambs can't get no women, blah blah blah. They don't have no swag, yada 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 yada, right? Okay, I said, Kevin, I said, we have a bunch of guys that have bachelors or better. They're engineers, they're techs, they're IT folks, they're all kind of folks. They got degrees, they make over six figures. But the thing is, they think that they're lame because they haven't been polished. Okay, he started what he called the mix. He started MIT, Men in Training, right, in Dallas. Okay,
Mhm.
Dallas and Atlanta. Okay, he started that, right? Okay, in and it basically in during just before COVID happened. Okay, fast forward to COVID, right? He did that for like 4 years with the mix. Okay, he had like
Mhm.
600 guys that were professional, had white collar professionals that had six-figure earnings, okay, and above. Okay, some guys had like 900,000. I think that's the top of what I saw. Um, so when COVID happened, getting ready to happen, hadn't happened yet. I knew that Trump was going to close down the economy, right? And women were actually going to panic, right? I said, Kevin,
Mhm.
I said, you got 600 guys that are six figures and above, right? Okay. And these women are going to want to know how to get to those guys, okay? I said, when COVID happens, start talking to them and said, and I said, ride it till the wheels fall off and make them broads pay. Okay. That's what I told him. And he did. Kevin earned like $10 million over 2 years for that shit. Okay.
They need to put you on the list then, because you. That
I'm
means
on,
you're
I'm on the
responsible.
list already.
They need to.
I've been
They
on.
need to, because that
I
means
was.
you're responsible for a whole bunch of
I
red
was.
pill,
I had.
crazy,
I had. I
huh?
had. I had 200 subscribers, and they started trying to dox me at 200 subscribers. Okay. They knew who I was when I first got here. YouTube takes at least half my subs every month to keep me in the. There was 3 years I actually lost subs. Okay, I didn't gain not a sub in 3 years. Okay, YouTube actually suppressed me because they know who I am. It's okay. I accept that. I've been on the list.
So when can we stop talking about women? Because I think that would be a big thing that would be appreciated.
You want to know when?
Yeah.
When women start
Hmm.
taking accountability for themselves, we can stop. When you think that's going to happen soon?
I don't have an answer, BGS. I just think that
I guess it's going to be in the air, huh?
you guys kill me. It's online. Like what is accountability? Like What is people supposed to do? What is that? Some lame bitch did that. Some pygmy got her ass on there and started crying, talking about, I'm here to take, I think it was Courtney and Michelle. I'm here to take accountability because I did this. And I was like, are you serious?
That
Are
happens.
you serious?
That
That's
happens.
corny. That's
It might be.
corny.
It might be. I was
That's
telling.
clout chasing.
I was telling Obsidian way back then. I said, you know how this money's funny, okay? And sooner or later, um, this economy is going to break, and they're going to have to start extracting money, start cutting back on people. Okay, guess what's going to happen then? Okay, the environment's going to change. Guess what's going to happen? As they commentary calls the reach back. Okay, black women will come back to the table. Okay, I said this to my professors, right, Dr. T. They're going to come back to the table. Well, will you want them when they come back? That's the problem.
See that right there, that's another thing. You and that table, boy, that table is controversial. That'll get you on the list too.
What is it? What does the table mean? What does it
The
mean to you?
table is this idea of meeting a common ground to try to negotiate and
Yes,
navigate being
yes,
together and getting
yes, yes,
along. Is that the
yes,
table?
yes. Okay.
Okay, so first of all, you got to look at your mindset. You don't think that black men and black women, me and my husband, been eating at the table. We eat at the table every day. We've
Hmm.
been doing that for 20 years. We don't have a problem. A lot of people are at the table and they enjoying their feast every day. You are the one talking about how you gonna beg the black bitch to come back to
I'm
the
not.
table.
I didn't
That's
say.
your experience.
I
That's
didn't say.
yours.
I didn't say beggar. Okay. Okay. I
Well,
didn't say.
negotiate,
And
navigate,
the table term.
compromise.
Table was Obsidian's term. Okay. Called a negotiating table, right? A peace table.
Mhm.
Okay. Everybody has to come to the table and negotiate and hash out terms or not accept the term. Okay. Come to the
That's
table.
what I'm saying. You got to realize that your perspective is already that there's a
No, no,
problem. And what
it
I'm telling you is there's plenty of
it
people
it
that been
it
dancing together and they decided to seat
is
themselves at the table and they've
is
been there having a fine time. Y'all are the ones struggling at the table. That's all I'm saying.
is the majority of the black community dysfunctional?
Oh God, BGS, you
No, no, no,
always
no, no,
focus on
no, no,
dysfunction.
no, 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 no. I'm focusing on reality. Yes or no?
You constantly
Yes
focus
or
on the
no?
lames,
Yes or no?
the broken
Yes or
people.
no?
No, that's not the majority.
Oh, is that
Fine,
a majority? So
fine.
in other
And what
words,
does that mean?
all them stats that we see that are negative for black men and women, that's not real. Is that what you're saying?
Those people are being what they came to be because of where they come from, and they're doing exactly what they were.
Well,
BGS, listen, they're doing what
no,
they
no,
were designed to
uh,
do. They're doing what they were
bullshit,
designed to do. Yes, they
bullshit,
were.
bullshit,
They are.
bullshit. Because we have a whole bunch of people that have degrees and making money doing the same shit, with the same dysfunction and crying. I can't find a man on my level.
Damn. No, but what I'm saying is,
I got a master's degree and I work for yada 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 and I make $200,000 and I can't find a man on my level because there ain't no men out there.
BGS, all I'm saying is this. All I'm saying to you is that maybe people are doing what their environment and their family has designed them to do. Why can't we accept that?
Hmm? Why can't we accept it? The thing is, if I'm presented with a problem, okay, and I say, BGS, do you have any kind of solution to this problem? What am I supposed to come up with? Yo, we can't do nothing about it. If I said the black community is cooked, let it go, what would you say?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
If
But
I
okay,
no 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 no.
you
If I said the black community was cooked, what would you say?
I would say that's the black community you're exposed to in your neck of the woods. That's what I would say to you. That was my response. See, BGS, me and you different. Hold on, let me finish. You like to do this global thing of, oh, the whole United States is my problem and I'm gonna fix and social engineer people. Why are you laughing? Why? Why are you laughing?
Oh my gosh.
What are you laughing? That's nervous. What you got me nervous? What you
No,
laughing?
no, no, no. Where do the problems come from, man? It's the structure, right? How you change the structure?
You deal with local people and their sphere of influence. This is where we begin our conversation. The sphere of influence is myself. In and of myself, I have my own family, my own whole has culture and background. And that's what I'm going to operate out of naturally. Leave
Okay.
people alone and let them do what they're going to do. You can collaborate with like minds, but all this struggling up the hill, trying to drag dregs and losers and lames and people who are dysfunctional, it doesn't work. I got 16 years of a career that prove that you can't undo poverty and degeneracy. I'm just saying.
Okay. Chetty said, okay. Chetty said, no matter where black boys start, okay, whether they're rich or whether they're poor, uh, especially if they're rich, 70% of them slip back down into the lower levels. Why is that? They didn't start there. The family structure is the same as the woman's. How come they slip back down? That's Chetty. You read Chetty's work, right? Ross
No,
Chetty.
I have not read that work. I have not. Mm-mm.
Now you proposed it to me, but have you read it? Because I read it. Actually did
Whose
videos on
work?
it.
Who?
Raj Chetty. That you actually put it into the post, the last post that you sent me, right? You actually put Raj Chetty's 2018 paper into that as a link into there. Have you read it? Because I read it.
Oh, no. I
I actually
just
did
told
four
you that.
videos on
No,
it.
no, wait. I told you that I was going to read it. I
Okay.
told you I was going to
I,
read it. What I just posted, I said
I
I'm
did.
going to print it out and I'm going to read it and do a literary review. I'm not quoting it
Chet,
yet because I don't read it.
I did four. I did four videos on Chetty's work. Okay, four of them
Okay.
ready in 2018 when it actually came out. Four. One, two, three, four.
Hmm.
Yeah, and his buddy, I did three videos on his buddy's work, who's also with Brookings Institute, which is Reeves, Richard Reeves. Okay, I did about five videos on him in his book of Men and Boys. Okay, I did five videos. I just did a video of Richard Reeves maybe a week ago when he's talking to those young men in his circle about uh, the male problems and the manosphere. Okay, just did a video on that. Okay, just recently. He just did that. He just did that video maybe 3 weeks ago, as he did his video maybe 2 weeks ago. Current, very current stuff. Okay, I actually read this stuff. A
Okay.
lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff. If you look at Medium Man, half the stuff Medium Man talks about, I've already done previously, right? Okay, when he talks about the marriage stats and the employment stats and the divorce stats, all that stuff, I've already done that. Okay, I already read those
Yeah,
papers. I already did videos on those.
I just don't see problems where you see problems. I think that majority, like this
Just,
idea, we're all
just
going to walk into marriage and hold on, we're all going to walk into functional marriages together. I don't think so. We're all going to have functional children together as a people. I don't buy none of that. This we are the world. We are, walking hand in hand like the civil rights. I don't see the world the way you see it. It may be because of
did,
our
did,
age difference.
did I say that that was? I never saw that.
You
Okay.
love to talk about is that the majority? Is that the majority? You act like the majority is what's needed to be.
What-
I think you got hold on.
no,
You got to let people be what they naturally are. If they want to be ghetto and wild, why do I care? That's
exactly.
over there.
What-
That's over there. Let them do that. They doing exactly what they were designed to do. I don't
That
see a problem.
that is
If half
you.
of the black men, hold on,
That's
if
you.
half of the black men and half black women don't want to come to the table, them motherfuckers just wasn't meant to come to the table. So they go sit wherever the hell they sit. They're not
That's
at the table.
you.
But I'm gonna enjoy my table.
That's
I'm
you.
just saying
That's you.
because I don't understand.
That's
I
not.
guess you wouldn't have no
That,
content or no
that's
struggle if
no.
you didn't talk
I
about
was
these
I
things.
was the first 3 years of my channel. I didn't even monetize it. It's free. So ask me why I do it.
Yeah, why do you do it?
I'm a Gnostic. It's my mission. I have to.
I've heard this. I've heard Gnostic. Mhm.
My job as a Gnostic, my requirement as a Gnostic is to give back stuff that I learned as somebody gave it to me. That's my job.
Yeah, see, I believe, I'm gonna be honest with you. I really believe that the most powerful thing people can do is focus on their own sphere of influence. I really do. Your group, and your guys on your panel laughed at me when I said individual, rugged individual. Oh, you so funny, man. That shit wasn't funny. That was the realest shit ever. When you have yourself and you are control over yourself, you choose who you marry, you choose the quality, you marry right, You have children, you have a plan for your children, you plan your community, you influence your community. Your local sphere is how you can have the most impact as a man or a woman or individual.
Okay.
And we got to get to that conversation and stop trying to socially engineer a bunch of people who are wayward and crazy
With it,
and dregs of society, and they don't want to do shit anyway
with,
but be ghetto and do crack. Like, why are
you
we
ain't,
worried about them?
well, you ain't pro-black because they don't advocate for that. Okay. But the thing is,
They, well,
the thing is, have you ever heard a song called "Wake Up Everybody" by Harold?
I know
No,
you
hey,
didn't just say I'm not pro black.
wait. They don't advocate for what you're saying. Okay. They don't believe in that. They believe in
Who?
social
Who?
engineering the whole community. Pro-blacks. Okay. They do. All of them.
They believe in engineering the whole.
They're trying to uplift the whole community, not just the top
Yeah,
folks.
that ain't
Okay.
gonna work. That
What
ain't gonna work.
doesn't matter. Okay, that's what they believe in. Okay, have you ever heard a
That
song
that's
called? Have
useless.
you ever heard a song called "Wake Up Everybody"?
Wake up, everybody. Time to, yeah, got it.
Okay, what's the key phrase? Right, the world won't get no better. Okay, if you let it be. Okay,
If you let it be. Yep.
okay, the world won't get no better if you let it be. Okay,
Right.
you got to change it. Just you and me. Right. I
That's
believe
right.
it.
The individual local
I
handling
believe
my own
I,
sphere of influence. That's right.
I believe in that shit. Okay.
The individual
I'm an,
local sphere of influence is how the
I,
change happens. You
I
and me. Yep.
I got 2 shekels. Where I place my 2 shekels. Okay. I can't do it by myself. I tell my folks I can't do this shit by myself. Okay. I need help. Okay. I
I'll
need
tell
you.
you what, I'll give you an example of what's more powerful, BGS. It's more powerful
Let me
for go,
finish.
okay.
Let me
I'm sorry.
finish. Okay.
Go ahead. Go
Like you
ahead.
tell me to let you finish. Okay.
Okay, okay, I'll be quiet.
I have my 2 shekels theory. In fact, my Dr. T just said the same thing to me because I talked to him yesterday, right? Okay. I got 2 shekels. Okay. I place my 2 shekels in the pot. I try to get other people to place their 2 shekels in the pot to actually move this whole thing forward 1 inch at a time. Okay. That's my theory. Okay. I take that shit seriously by Harold Melvin as the Blue Note. I cannot let the world be the way it is. Okay. As a Gnostic, I cannot do it. Okay. I have to try and whether succeed or fail. I got to try. If that's not you, I respect that. That's not your mission, but it's mine.
Well, okay, I hear you. I hear you. Let me say this on my own behalf, okay? I am a person who believes that change needs to happen, and I think we, as an individual, do have to have responsibility. I just take it to the local level in my sphere of influence. Now, I'm going to ask you this, and be honest with me, BJS. Did you actually read or look at the information that I offered you about the work I do? Did you?
Yeah,
Huh?
yeah. I looked at it.
You did?
Yeah,
You did?
I
You
agree.
did.
I agree. It can be, I don't know the whole gamut of it, but the outline, I agree with it.
Okay, and so I'm not going to speak on it for too long because anybody who wants to be aware of it, they can go look. But I I am actually believing in the sphere of influence, and I do believe in black upliftment and black empowerment, and I do believe that we have to point out white folks and they bullshit. It's a whole combination of stuff that has to be done. That's how I see things, and so I do believe, like you talk about legislation. I got 4 bills,
Mm-hmm.
you know, that are there that are
Mm.
directly created around my common cause,
Okay.
and and I'm fighting for the respect of black people and people of color in the state of Georgia. And it just seems to be I've chosen a tool, which is what that mountain is, the symbolic tool to
Mm-hmm.
fight white supremacy. And it
Mm-hmm.
goes to Governor Kemp. And I've won that battle. And
Okay.
all I'm saying is we have to go local, BGS. If we're actually for real and serious, we got to go local. We got to organize local. And like I said,
Mm-hmm.
one of the things I had to do, I had to clean up a whole town. And I'm not saying that lightly. I'm not being arrogant here. I literally had to go in and say, what the whole hell are these crackers doing over here? And this cracker, the mayor, she got to go. And I literally replaced the woman, you
Mm-hmm.
know, when I realized she was a daughter of the Confederacy. And then
Mm-hmm.
I had to go through the police department and file some Department of Justice on their ass because they thought they could just, treat black people like they on the plantation. So all I'm saying, I'm just one little old 5'2" woman, but
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to allow white supremacy and disrespect of black Atlanta and black Georgia to happen. And so that's what I'm saying. We got to get to the action part if we're sincere about being pro black. We got to get to the call to action, the community, the local people in real life, not on the internet. That's my point. That's it.
How do you convince? How does five black people in America, convince Chinese people to actually invest $1 trillion in East Africa?
You do this. You do every time we talk, you go global on me.
It doesn't matter, but that's bigger than
Now
your problem,
you
right?
no, I'm not saying that. It's just you
It's
jump
big.
across the
No, no, no,
continents
no,
on
no,
me when
no,
we're
no, no,
talking
no, no,
about
no.
local.
No, even local, you can do shit locally. Okay. How do you convince people to house homeless people downtown in L.A.? Okay, that's a local thing, right? Very very big problem. Okay. How do you convince people to do that? If I actually wanted to do it, right? Okay. What most people don't want to join and put the shekels in. You can do it. You can do it. It can be
Why
done.
are they homeless? I guess you got to go to that. You got to think about that. Why are they homeless? Why are
Have
they there?
have you seen the prices of rentals in Los Angeles? Okay, a small shack is like damn near $2,000 a month. Okay,
Yeah, but yes, I'm an asshole because my next question is why don't we go somewhere else where we can afford living? That's my next thing.
um, this stuff is spreading out throughout the whole country. But the thing is, a lot of people are okay. A lot of people
That's
are.
what that's what I would say. I don't think
But
that's the cause of homelessness. It's just because the rent is high. I think there's deeper stuff. There's drugs. There's opioids. There's
the,
dysfunctional. I've tried to feed
the,
the homeless before, and you got people who would turn the whole fuck up. They got mental problems.
but the thing is, you got homeless people that live in their campers. Okay. The thing is, what can you put in place to actually fix this? Okay. Do you need intervention program? Give it to the white boy intervention
There you
program.
go. See, there you go with programs and stuff.
Okay.
There you
So
go. There you go.
so
You trying to do institutional stuff.
so you putting a bill to the governor is not institutional.
I'm trying to dismantle and you're trying to build. That's the difference.
So me building versus dismantling
Yeah, it's a big difference.
is a big difference. Okay.
I think
So
so.
so one is
I'm telling
so
them take that bullshit down,
so one
remove that bullshit,
and do what?
and and let's move on with this thing as it's in its natural state and stop the stupid shit. That's basically what I'm telling them.
Okay, man.
That's all. That's
Okay,
all.
man.
No, I'm just saying that's all I'm
Okay,
doing.
man.
You're
Okay.
trying to figure out how to make a bunch
This-
of people act right. And
I'm
all I'm
not.
saying is,
I'm not trying to make a bunch of people act right. What I'm trying to do is change the environment so that people change naturally. That's what I'm trying to do.
mm, okay. And this it was something else I was going to ask you. Okay, can we agree to this? Because I know I have to. I gotta get off.
I
I
know.
appreciate your time, and I want to ask you, can we maybe I don't know where you want to do it, but those two articles, can we both come with some um new scholarly stuff, something from 2020 to now,
How new?
to
Okay.
replace the Moynihan report?
The
That's what I'm asking you. Can we come and have a
the
conversation with
the,
new information to replace the Moynihan report?
the Chetty article, the Chetty thing replaced it. Okay, and after that, Chetty also produced um from the Brookings Institute about a what is it called, a Marshall Plan for Black boys. Okay. Right now, as it sits, there's in Congress, right? There's legislation to help black men and black boys that's sitting there, and nobody will touch it. How come?
Who
It's been
who 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 promoted it? Who's the sponsor?
I got to look it back up, but it's been sitting there for 10 years, and I know it.
Yeah, my legislation is been put like I call it being sat in the puddle. Until you get people who really, really, you can have as many co-sponsors as you want until people really, really feel there's a momentum and a push It just sits there, and that's an unfortunate thing.
And in other words, what did I say about this parable of the sower? Right, unless it hits fertile soil, the seeds won't grow. Okay,
Hmm.
you have to look for fertile soil. Okay, if it's not on fertile soil, don't worry about it. Okay,
Hmm.
move on
Yeah,
to the
I
next
decided
topic.
I'm gonna wait for a new governor. That's what I decided. I'm gonna wait for a new governor. And these. Let me tell you something. I don't know. I may seem quite racist, but I'm very frustrated with white males because they're very, very aggressive. And the flags that I had removed, the Confederate flags.
Hmm.
This man is talking about going to the Confederate attorney. He's talking about taking it to the Supreme Court
Okay,
because it got shot down.
okay, good. Let it go.
Ugh,
If it goes there, guess what? It'll bring attention to your cause.
that's a good point. That's a good point.
It'll make your point and your cause national news. Will it not?
That's my goal. Yeah, you're right. I didn't think about it. Like I got pissed.
And in other words, eyeballs, right? Okay, in this whole world, right? The biggest thing, especially in this space, is eyeballs. You have access to
True.
media that you didn't have before. You can get enough eyeballs in the right place at the right time and focus on the right point. You can break things. Okay, you can break things. You can actually break things up. You can start new things. Okay, that's what I do. Who's in position to carry my message forward? Sometimes,
That's a good point.
most time it's
That's a
black
good
people.
point.
Sometimes it's people I can't stand. I don't like Trump. Okay. Don't like. I know Trump is a joker. Okay. I know who he is. But thing is he in position to actually help the people of my demographics out?
You said he was smart though. I don't know about
He's a
that.
billionaire. Trump is very smart. Okay.
He hires smart people. That mother
No,
is
no,
dumb. He dumb.
if Trump plays dumb, okay. When you see Trump mad, okay, you see him mad, that's when the real Trump comes out. When the real Trump comes out was when he's mad. Okay, you go back and look at Trump when he was younger. Go back and listen to him. Okay, I've been listening to Trump for like 40 years. Okay, go back and listen to him.
Mm.
He's not dumb. Okay, when he came out here, when he came out here with the fires, right? Okay, and they want federal help, right? Okay, he took over the whole meeting. He started pointing to people. Hey, this guy can fix his own stuff. If you give him the tools to actually clean off his property, blah blah, we don't have to wait on the government. If you just give him this, blah blah, he took charge. Okay, Trump is not a dumb guy, but he knows his lane. Just like Henry Ford. Henry Ford knew his lane. There's some things that I can't do. I will hire people that do it better.
I think Trump has a moral deficit. I think that's the problem I have with him.
He's a joker. He's a sociopath. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, that's the word, sociopath.
Why you think I call him the Joker? You know what the Joker is in Batman?
Yeah,
Okay, he has the ability to actually burn down the city or build up the city. Depends on how he feels that day. With
there you go.
this thing with they didn't. Most of the people, the international people, didn't believe it until when I called him the Joker. Now they're all calling him the Joker. Okay, because now they see it. Okay, you you have to take Trump and what he says with a grain of salt. If you don't, you you wind up with egg on your face. Okay, you have to see
Hmm.
what is the ultimate purpose. If you can find that out, that's where I always go back to. No matter what he says, you always go back to it. I always knew he was actually going to do a deal with China. He's going to ruin the whole economy and bring China down, putting 500% tariffs on China, blah, blah. Oh, he ain't. When they get to the table and him and Bassett in the Bessett's counterpart gets down to talk, they'll hammer out a deal. Guess what? Within 2 months, handed less than a month, hammered out a deal with China. It went away. Nobody talks about it anymore. In fact, a lot of people in Congress are pissed. But
He's
I
good at bullying people. He's good at shock and awe and bullying. He's
oh,
good at it.
he is good at it because it works.
It's one method, but
It doesn't matter what the method is. Does the method work for you? I know who the guy is, and guess who also says the same thing. His old campaign manager says the exact same thing about him. Okay, Steve, what is his name? Forget his name. Uh, but nobody listens to him. But he's been right like
Oh,
nine
Steve
times.
Bannon. Steve
Steve
Bannon.
Bannon. He's been right like 8 out of 10 times about Trump. But nobody listens to him. I do.
I listen to Steve Bannon. I listen to him.
If you listen to him and understand what he's talking about, then you understand him. Okay. Nobody understood what Biden was doing, but I did. Okay. Once I saw his track. Okay, I know what you're doing. I know exactly what you're doing. I know why you're trying to do it.
Hmm.
Once I find out the why, okay, I can trace the steps. I know what you're doing. In fact, I remember when Trump said they're eating dogs and cats in Ohio.
Yeah, very
I knew
ugly.
I knew he was going to do it. I knew why he was going to
Why do
do
you
it.
think he did that? Demonizing Haitians, knowing
You,
Americans love
you-
dogs. Why would he do that?
exactly. White people love dogs, right?
Hmm.
And who's in who brought all these migrants, too many migrants into the country?
Biden.
Biden, right? Okay, and your thing is Biden screwed up by bringing these people into the country. How you going to demonize him, right? Nobody's going to believe you
Hmm.
that these migrants that are supposed to be hardworking or doing anything. But the thing is, okay, we had heard rumors of dog and cats and stuff being eaten, going missing in Ohio. Okay, and this chick, like 3 days before, said it. Okay, and I looked it up and said, okay, there's something there, right? I said, so watch this motherfucker say they're eating dogs and cats in Ohio. And sure enough, he did it. I said, "Oh shit!" I knew exactly what. It's a dog whistle. You're into propaganda, right? You know what a dog whistle
Yeah,
is, right?
definitely.
And guess
Yeah.
what? Did it not work?
It's a strange method, but yeah, it worked.
It worked. I,
Strange.
I I knew exactly what he's doing. And JD Vance doubled down on it when they interviewed him. Okay, I'm from Ohio. I've seen it. My locals have reported this to me. And all of a sudden, all the stuff they were hiding with the TPS program, all this stuff started to bubble up. Now they had to come out and have people look at it. Okay, why are we spending like five three
But that,
trillion
that was dirty work though, BGS. That was dirty work.
dollars?
Because saying somebody eats dogs and cats, that it becomes a national issue because now you got all the white people attention, even if they
Yes,
didn't blame or
yes,
believe him,
yes,
they
yes,
are
yes,
upset about them fucking
yes,
dogs.
yes. It's called politics, right?
Well, that's a different level. That's just something I ain't
No,
never seen it like that.
no,
I
it ain't.
never seen that.
Oh, I seen it all the time, but it's all with.
That's extreme. You
I,
gotta admit that was
I,
real creative.
I saw it with Reagan. How he got in office, right? He told George Bush to make sure that those hostages got held in 1979, 1980.
Yeah, that's
30,
that's still that
no,
dog stuff is a different level though. That's
no,
a
it ain't.
different
No, it
level.
ain't. You got 700 Americans in Iran held hostage. Okay, and for 400 days, and your CIA chief is hiding his hands, right, to make sure that you don't get reelected. Okay, that's
Hmm.
dirty. Okay, it's way more dirty. We ain't gonna talk about what's going. I ain't gonna talk about the other stuff that goes on. But so that little thing is nothing. Okay, compared to other stuff that they did. But they found out they spent what 400 billion dollars on migrants in 2 years with federal money.
Yeah, that's dirty.
Okay,
That's
and
dirty work.
nobody would talk about it. Nobody heard about it until he announced it. Okay, now we have to come defend ourselves. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't even know there was like that many Haitians in one city that took over.
Ah,
I didn't know none of
ah,
that.
ah. You wouldn't have if you hadn't said anything, right?
Hmm.
It's dirty, but guess what? Does it work?
It was effective.
It was effective.
Everybody know now.
Right on time. And guess what? He got elected. It worked. The little stuff that he did worked.
Yeah, he's something else. That's all I can say. He's
And that's
something else.
he's a joker. Joker's
Now
all.
let me ask you this real quick question. I
Hmm.
believe this is my theory that the Democrats don't next 20 years they're not gonna have a chance in hell. What you think?
Uh, it depends. Okay, Trump is rolling the dice. Okay, especially with this. Had he not had this stuff in Gaza and Iran blown up, oh, he wouldn't have a snowball's chance in hell. Okay, he's gonna have to bring down inflation because inflation is way too high. Okay, if this budget bill blows up in his face, he won't get reelected. If
He can't
inflation,
get reelected anyway, but
what I'm talking about, JD Vance won't get elected.
oh, okay, got you.
In other words, Republicans will lose that. They might lose the midterms, but um, the thing is, can he square that circle? Can he balance things out? Can he get things right? Okay, he's got an
Okay, let's do a
opportunity.
bet. Let's do a bet. I bet he passes the bill. You think he gonna pass the bill?
Talking about the budget bill.
The big beautiful bill. You think he gonna get it passed or no?
It's too close to call because a lot of Republicans are actually against that bill. It's because it actually increases the debt, and that they're trying to get it down. So a lot of your leading Republicans don't like that bill. In
Earlier
fact,
today it was 50 to 50. Was it 48 to 52 or something like that?
yeah, yeah,
You
it
don't think
might.
he gonna get it?
It's gonna be close. It's gonna be close.
I think he's gonna pass it. I think he gonna. I think he's gonna. I think he's gonna because if this is a if he was a regular president and not a bully and somebody who would ruin your life and drag the hell out you, I would
Hmm.
say he wouldn't be able to pass it. But they're scared of him more than they're scared of the people, more than they're scared of history. They're scared, and I think they're gonna. It's gonna pass. Do they get a chance to rewrite it? Because I'm not familiar with that process. Do they?
They're arguing. Yeah, they can. Well, once the if the bill does pass, then they have to have what they call a consolidation between Congress, Senate, and them. Okay, what we're gonna actually leave in, take out that will come in.
Okay, okay, okay. So they still got a process.
They still got a process. In fact, they're arguing
So
over.
this is not the final thing. This is
No,
not
it's
the
not. It's
final
not the
draft.
final thing. Yeah.
Okay,
So
well that's good. That's good.
the thing is, you can give tax breaks, but can you find money elsewhere to actually balance it out? And Besson said the tariffs would actually balance out the money. You're gonna bring in more money from tariffs to actually balance out what you're giving out in taxes. We have to see if that's true.
Hmm.
I'm not smart enough. I'm not smart like Besson, so I don't know. I would tend to believe not, but the thing is, I don't know the numbers. He does.
Mm.
And Bess is a genius. I have to give him credit. That weird son of a bitch is a genius. He's on a spectrum just like Musk is. I think
If they cut that damn defense spending and military spending,
they're
that's like the majority of the money. They can just cut
mhm.
that for a little while, you know.
No, basically where the money is. Okay, there's two big budget items that they have. That's why you listen to Swiker, right? It's Medicare and and the interest paid on the debt. For for them to actually balance the budget, they're going to have to go into and automate Medicare, and they can reduce medicine by God by 90% if they want to. Okay, they can uh, they can automate some functions in where they have to lay off some people, which that's always a negative. Um, they can actually reduce Medicare by, I would say, at least 50%. And according to Kennedy, that will save like 2.5 trillion a year. So you could balance your what you give out in taxes with that over 4 years easily if you do that. But that's going to
Mm,
cause some pain.
mm,
People get laid off.
yeah. I'm gonna
Pharmaceuticals.
be honest with you. You're getting over my head. You're getting over my head. I'm getting lost. I'm just
Ah,
telling you.
okay. I'm glad you let me know. But but
I
but you
don't. Yeah, I don't know
but
enough about that stuff.
but you said that I don't talk about stuff that's current. Okay, about solutions that are current.
No, I'm
I do
talking about
all
the
the time.
social relationships between men and women. You keep going back in history into the
I,
16, 1700s, and
I
I'm just telling you that ain't useful. That's
no,
all.
no, I have to. In other words, okay, if somebody's been doing something, going to a shrink, right, and somebody's been doing the same shit for 20 years, but they don't recognize it, okay, and a shrink will come in and you're doing this shit, and the shrink first thing will say, "Where did this all start? Where did it start? Why'd you start doing this? Did you just out of the blue? Did it start yesterday? Did it start 20 years ago? Start when you're a kid? Where did it start?" And then you work your way forward. That's why you need
Okay.
your history. Okay. The thing is, nobody understands why the family courts are the way they are. Okay. But
Okay.
me and Dr. Green Gorilla found out.
What happened to him? Where's he at? Because I ain't heard
He
nothing from him.
he is in St. Louis. He's working with he was in Texas. He had an issue, so we had to bring him up on YouTube so he can make some money till his issue got solved. So when the issue got
I
solved,
didn't hear your voice was going out. What you say?
I said we had to. He was on YouTube because he had issues, financial issues, right, and needed to be solved. And once they were solved, he went back home to his family home and he found a job. Okay, and the thing is, he's working. He's working in management, so he doesn't have time because he's working like 12 hours a
Yeah,
day.
that's what I was wondering why he disappeared. That's why,
Yeah,
because he's busy focused on some other
yeah,
stuff.
he's got to make money. YouTube, we're not paying him enough to actually be on YouTube. Okay, compared to what he can make outside. So, which I'm sad about, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I
I
feel
just
you.
I just talked to him right after the tornadoes in St. Louis.
Yeah, he's an interesting character too. You got a lot of interesting characters around you. But what I was gonna say, okay, so I know I have to get going,
All
but
right.
I enjoyed the conversation with you. But can we, at some point, bookings? Can we revisit some new and talk about review new literature and what that looks like? Can we
It,
do that?
as far as they print new literature out every month. Okay.
You pick two pieces. You
No,
pick
no,
two
no, no.
pieces. I pick two pieces.
The literature. We can actually pick the chick that talked at USC that said people want to push it down the elevator. We can actually talk about that, about how feminism affects boys and affects education. Okay, and dumbs down people. Okay, we can start with that.
There's that piece, but then there's also the piece about the men and the women, as far as black men and black women. Where do we stand with
Okay.
poverty, with family, with
Okay. And
relationships, marriage?
we can probably start out with the fact that, okay, now that the safety net has been cut from underneath black women. Okay,
Here
for the
we
most
go.
part, has it or has it not?
No, brother, it has not. There's no damn safety net that's gone. You acting like every black woman is on
I
welfare and
didn't.
every black woman is
I didn't.
in need and all this type of stuff. That's
I
not
didn't.
true.
Okay, let me run it down to you. Okay, what are the jobs that
Gabe is
most
crazy.
what are the jobs that most black women do? What's the jobs they hold?
My guess is cleric work,
Mm-hmm.
office work,
Mm-hmm. What else?
and on the lower end, fast food waitressing and
Okay.
hospitality.
And
That's my guess.
hospitality.
I don't know. I don't know.
Hospitality will probably stay for. Well, it's kind of hard because as people don't have money, guess what hospitality is going to do? Less, right? Okay. As far as the cleric work, paperwork, guess what's going to kill that?
Automation.
Automation AI, right? It's already doing it, right?
Yeah.
Me and Char Willie talked
Mhm.
about that when I had my women's channel back in 2017. We started talking about it, okay? Letting women know that you're
But
going
you
to
acting like women are doing something different than men.
let me finish.
Men are getting
Let me fi-
automated out of their jobs
let me finish.
too.
Okay, what do black men especially do that women don't do? That black women don't do? Blue
Some
collar,
blue collar work, some blue
mo-
collar work,
most
some.
a lot of blue collar. The biggest groups of blue collar workers are black and Latino men.
Hmm.
I think black men, 40% of their labor is blue collar. Okay, skilled blue collar skilled labor. Okay.
And that's being automated too. That's all I'm saying. Don't act like women alone is the bottom is falling out for
Oh,
women. That's not true.
okay. Oh, I don't want to go over your head. Okay.
No, don't do that. I'm
Okay.
saying like Amazon, for
Is
example.
you
You've got people moving packages. They got that automated now.
they do, but the thing is, and women hold those jobs too. The thing is,
My
okay,
husband told me that at the airport they even got some automated luggage delivery machines
they
that
do,
stop for each other and they know
they,
when the other one is coming and stuff like that.
they do. But the thing is, okay, is it easier to actually implement software or build a robot? It's easier to implement
So,
software. Okay,
yeah,
software
yeah.
can eliminate 10,000 jobs in a button push. Okay, can you build?
Hmm.
How fast can you build 10,000 robots?
Takes a while.
Takes a while, right? So whose job is more secure? The one that gets eliminated by a push of a button, or you got to have a whole manufacturing chain to actually bring in and actually adjust all these freaking mechanical robots.
Okay, I'll go with what you're saying. I'll go with it. I'll go with it.
So
So
go ahead.
we're gonna let's agree to this. You pull the piece of literature that you is modern in 2020 and future and forward,
Mm-hmm.
and it has to do with black males and education and whatever disadvantages they face. I'll do the same. And then I want to replace the Moynihan report with some more modern
I'm not going
stuff
to
that
replace the money
address
report. I'm not going to replace it. Okay.
just temporarily, BGS, just
Oh,
temporarily. You just gotta let it go. I imagine you sitting
hold
at
on.
you got a
If
copy of the Moynihan report and you just worship that mug and you squeeze it every day.
if you want to know what actually replaced the money report, actually explain it to you, right? What replaced the money report? And it always talks about
I'm
that.
gonna do my own
No, 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 no,
replacement.
no, no,
You
no,
do
no, no.
your own
I'm
replacement.
asking what replaced it. Someone did replace it. What did replace it? The Kerner
It's something you
Commission.
came up with.
No, 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 no. The Kerner Commission replaced it. Okay, where
And what
all
year
your
is that? What year? What year?
1968. Okay, right
Nope,
after the
nope, nope,
riots.
nope, nope. We got to move forward, brother. I'm
No,
talking about
no, no,
2020. We're going to replace it with something that's modern from
okay.
2020. I challenge you. I challenge you. Let's find a piece of literature. You find yours and I'll find mine. I'm going to do my research. Whatever Moynihan report, I'm going to have to read
I,
the damn thing now, you know. So I'm going to have to read the Moynihan report in order for
come
me
on,
to replace it.
come
What?
on. You
67 pages. I'm going to do it. I'm going
come
to do
come
it.
come on. You should have done
I'm
that
gonna do.
already.
You know what? Just because you don't believe me, I'm gonna actually present the Moynihan report in two parts. I'm gonna read the shit. I'm gonna highlight
Thank
it.
you.
I
Thank you.
physically
Thank you. Thank
highlight
you.
it with markers,
Thank you.
and I'm
Thank you.
gonna go over the point,
Thank you.
and I'm gonna
Thank
replace it with some other literature that is from 2020 and above, and you and I can both compare two new studies from 2020 forward that replace the Moynihan report temporarily. But I imagine you had this thing in a box, like it's the what is the thing, the Torah? You treat it like the Torah, don't you?
No, actually, I don't. I find key papers that highlight a problem. Okay,
You
like
got that
like
thing in a box.
like Frazier's book, the Negro Family. Okay, uh, Moynihan Report, the Quigley's Tragedy and Hope. I use Kissinger's On China and Kissinger's The World Order. I use was it Debt the first 5,000 years. Okay, I use Capital in the 21st Century. I use a bunch of stuff. Okay, I even use my favorite is actually using Henry C.K. Lou about the currency. Okay, I use a lot of stuff that I love. Okay,
Okay.
hold in high esteem. Okay, I call myself a structural realist is because of Mearsheimer, John Mearsheimer. It's still on and written 3 books. Okay, I use
Okay, but can we agree that you find just one piece though that
one
addresses those
one
same
one
issues
sub
from the Moynihan report? One piece.
one piece from the Moynihan report. Okay, you're talking about because Moynihan actually talks about the family, it talks about education, it
Right.
talks about jobs. Which one you actually want to focus on?
The family part. That let's focus on that. So some new data
Come on,
as
family
it relates
structure
to black men, huh?
as it relates to black men, the family structure.
Black men and black women and the family structure and poverty economics. Let's do that. And then there's a piece about the black males, and that's a separate one. We'll do that one. Something modern and new that addresses black
What,
males in the educational system. So we have two things.
so why don't you find something, okay,
Okay.
and
Okay.
you can email me or send or basically tell me what it is, okay, so I can
Hmm.
match it with something because there's tons of stuff out there. I mean, academia.com has like a billion papers, okay. I can find something,
Okay.
okay. In fact,
I
there's
think
this
I'm gonna have to go to EBSCO host because we're Emory University, one of the two,
okay.
to find what I'm looking for.
Academia's got a ton of papers, okay. I can, depending on what you want to go over, okay.
Is that a
Yeah,
free service?
yeah. You can academia.com. You can't download a whole bunch. You actually download one. Search for it and download one.
Okay, that's good to know. Okay, I haven't done research in a while, like that hardcore, like that.
I, I
I haven't
never
done it in a
I
while.
never stopped. Okay. In fact, I just had an argument about with one of my subs about the mortgage crisis, right? Because he didn't think I knew shit. I actually wrote a master's paper for my sister on the mortgage crisis in 2008 before Obama got elected.
Mm. Yeah,
Yeah,
my research has been more like in recent times has been more very detailed about towards the work I'm doing. So it's research, but not to the point of scholarly. Not yet.
I'm in basically I'm in the man. I can actually go pull some of what's his name's work, Dr. Tommy Curry's work. He's got a bunch of them. Okay, I can pull
Okay.
He talks about blackmails. All I do is make one phone call and talk to Dr. T. He can point me to like 50 of them.
Yeah, I need at least a week because I got to read the morning here and play. I know it's gonna be boring. It's gonna bore the hell out of me reading that old
I,
shit.
you can read it. I have it on a playlist. I read the whole thing. If you don't want to do that, okay.
Now I want to get it printed out and then do my highlighting thing. That's how and take notes. That's how kind of how that's my process. So I'll print it out. I'll
All
definitely
right.
print it out.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll meet back.
Yeah.
We'll meet back,
All
BGS.
right. All right.
You decide the time and place. I will be there. Okay.
And now you understand me a little bit better, right?
I understand you a little bit better. Don't mean I agree, but yeah,
I
with
didn't.
everything.
I
But
didn't ask you to agree.
I understand you more. Yeah, definitely.
Okay. If you trust and believe, you don't know how pro-black I actually am.
Well,
The
I'm gonna
people.
need some accountability from them white men and all they bullshit. I need to hear some of that personally.
Is what I'll give you one thing before I go, right? Okay. And
Okay. Okay.
this is something that had to do with reparations, right? Something I suggested, right? Okay. Um, Number one, if you want that kind of money, you have to give a win-win, right? Okay. How do you form a win-win for the United States and get your money and get your money for black folks, right? Okay. 2003, China and Russia getting ready to take over Africa. Okay. And they need a way to actually push them back. Okay. And China's bringing in what? Money. Okay. Money and development, right? Okay. If you do what Colin Powell says, which is number one, send AFRICOM with black soldiers into Africa as a security force, right? And give black people reparations, put it in a sovereign bank, a sovereign wealth bank, right? Because sovereign wealth bank, I actually got in trouble for this. Sovereign wealth bank, you actually multiply that total 8 to 10 times. So say we give it 10 times, right? For a round figure, right? So you could put 5 trillion or 6 trillion back then in a sovereign wealth fund, that equals $60 trillion in actual liquid cash or wealth, right? Okay. You can then do what? You can then do what? Do projects on the continent, right? Okay. Whether it's building farms, water treatment, all kinds of building all kinds of stuff and extracting the resources out of that because you're paying for them, actually developing that kind of stuff, right? That pushes China out because China don't want to spend that kind of money. Okay, but black people do. And then we can actually negotiate for what? Owning businesses on the continent, owning businesses here because there's importing stuff. Okay, we're doing projects, we're building roads, we're building dams, we're doing import export, we're building ports. Okay, and railways. Okay, to build to bring out the mineral wealth out of Africa and putting it into something else. We actually build businesses on top of that because now you got labor. Okay, so you can do what China does as far as manufacturing right there on the continent. And guess who's at the head of the whole pile? Okay. So you take that money, develop Africa, multiply the people, build that infrastructure up, and guess who's sitting on top of it? And we're ruling the whole planet globally. One of them folks.
Who?
One of them folks, some black people, right? Who's at the head? Who's at the head of the snake? Which is African Americans, because they're supplying the money, they're supplying the know-how, they're actually supplying the teachers and infrastructure and all that kind of stuff, and they're using the resources and labor and people to actually make wealth. Okay, that way you don't
Hmm.
need white folks' money. In fact, white folks need your stuff. And America pushes back because America is the beneficiary of all these resources that black folks are bringing in, okay, and all the development black folks are bringing in, and China has to wait another 50, 60 years or 100 years, okay, because black folks are
Hmm.
ours, and maybe China never develops that fast, okay, because black folks have more people, more resources, and more demographics actually favor them, okay. And so America
Okay.
will decline, but things, guess what? It'll be in their favor, much like Great Britain did. It'll be in their favor because we came
Mm.
from it, right? Okay, it's a win-win. Okay, they hold off other the Asian uh, rivals. Okay, they get rid of the black problem by giving them sovereign wealth. Okay, we have the ability to actually make money and bring in money and start businesses and all other kind of stuff, institutions, all kind of stuff. Right? Okay, with that money, because you multiply the money and actually the money starting to turn over and bringing back profits. Okay, it's a win-win for the United States and you. That's the way you do it. But white folks gonna white folks. That's why it didn't happen.
Right.
Anyway,
Yeah.
go to
Yeah,
bed.
that's interesting.
That's
I
pro-black.
appreciate you, BGS. I
That's
hear you. I hear you.
is,
That you
is
sounding
it
like
is it
Garvey over here.
is that pro-black enough for you, baby?
Yeah, yeah.
All right,
You go
all
in
right,
there. You go in there. All right. Have a good night.
all right. Peace.
All right. Appreciate you. All right, everybody. It is late. I enjoyed this conversation, y'all. I can't wait to review the chat. Gabe, gave you a mess. Don't get me beat up. You know, Charles come over to fight me, or at least to see if he need to fight me. But I appreciate y'all and stopping through or whatever. I think it's a good conversation, and we definitely want to look at some of these statistics and some of these, this new information about Black folks so we can kind of see more clearly what it is right now. I read something earlier. It said that in 19, was it 57, I believe, that 55% of all Black people were in poverty. I believe it was 1957. And currently, as it stands, the number of Black folks in poverty altogether total is about seven, no, in 2022 was 17%. That's progress. Now, some people might not see it that way, but looking at current things is important. So anyway, I'm about to I'm about to go. I appreciate y'all so much. Um, gave you a mess. Oh Lord. All right, y'all. It's been real. Appreciate you, BGS. Appreciate your time and your honesty. Appreciate y'all. Bye. Ashe.